This is Audible.
Take My Heart and Give Me Judgment, Book 3 in the trilogy Dark Gods and Tainted Souls, written by Julius Schenk, narrated by Tom Adams. Chapter 1. A hand touched his own. Seth flinched back by instinct. He drew it away from the pain pressing against his raw and broken skin. But there was no pain, just the soft warmth of a human hand in his. Seth opened his eyes and raised his head, the taste of Silver's blood still on his lips. He saw a vision of Pelos fading in front of his eyes, and Seraphina staring at it, watching it go, the only passage to her homeland closing before her. His body felt good and whole, but empty. Any power he had held from the coins was long gone. He was just Seth again, but still much more than the man he'd once been in that debtor's prison. The tormenting memory of burning on the beach was with him every time he blinked. Every time he closed his eyes, he imagined his black and tortured body burning again and again. Looking into the sky at the sun, all he could see was the pain it had caused him, not the changes it brought in the land. Fucking gods. Impersonal bastards. "You live," a familiar dark voice sounded in his mind. Seth reached down to the soft sand and pushed himself to his feet. He looked at his company of odd companions and friends. Giant Wolf, Silver Goddess, and especially Seraphina, looking like she might break down and cry, and not because he'd survived. "Looks that way," he said. "Sorry, Seraphina. It's gone." Seth held up his hands. They were smooth and free of the sun and the moon scars he had carried. Seraphina turned and smiled at him sadly. "I know it had to be done. What would the world do without its Druheim? Get a new one. There is more than the one you know," Silver said. "There are lots of them." Her words, blunt as ever, broke the tension at least. They laughed for what seemed like the first time in days. Seth gazed out across the water. It was a beautiful sight, if he looked past what it had cost him. The sun reflected across the deep, dark water of the sea. Slowly, small wooden boats began to bob up from the water, their tiny, unpainted hulls dripping with water. The humans he had turned back from monsters had gathered to watch as the wooden vessels came floating to shore. The boats were minuscule and held only one person. Seth saw the first girl he'd brought back. She waded into the gentle waters up to her knees and climbed into the craft. She sat facing the horizon. There were no oars. It was a scene repeated again and again. The boats slowly began to float away from the shore, across the water, towards the horizon, towards whatever lay beyond it. Seth felt he should be going as well. Chapter 2. A lot had happened to Gisette in the span of a week. She'd gone from a simple archer to some sort of assassin in training. Most happily, she hadn't let down everyone that was looking to her to save the day. She had never been surrounded by so many people who actually seemed to value her for more than what she had between her legs. "Sit next to me, child." Mincetta patted a small wooden stool with a red embroidered cushion on it. Gisette gladly complied, as the small command tent of the former Duchess of Twin Plains filled with people. The Duchess herself was nowhere to be seen. Gisette thought the old desert man, Quest, probably had something to do with that. He was entitled to his revenge, as far as she was concerned. "Good, we're all here," Goldie said. Goldie was the only one standing. His smug face was covered in blood, but that just made him look more like a victor. The man glowed with self-satisfaction, like a boy after he'd bedded his first woman. Gisette almost had to laugh, but he had truly come through for them all. The keep was saved, the enemy destroyed, and pretty much everyone she cared about was still alive. Seth hadn't come back. She felt he may never now, but she knew wherever he was that he'd be proud of his friends at this moment. She'd fulfilled her life debt to him in saving them all and killing Seth's foe, the Duke. Goldie shouted, "We fucking won!" The tent was filled with red-faced bastards wearing their streaked and faded war paint, and Cold Death soldiers who had been blooded for their first real battle and survived. Well, mostly. The assembled soldiers cheered with what seemed like relief that it was all over. Instead of being dead, as they thought, they were very unlikely victors. Grim and the two silent brothers stood by Goldie's side. Grim's war-axe dripped blood onto the tent floor as he stood silently. Dagosh had quickly given Farikar, the new leader of the bastards, a chest of real gold. The beast of a man happily counted it, letting the coins drip from his fingers, and allowed his new friend and patron take the floor.
To the victors go the spoils. The keep is saved. Our losses will be felt dearly, but they weren't as bad as they could have been. Most important of all, everyone's been paid. So why are we still here? What are we doing?
He hooted.
We're getting drunk. That's what we're doing.
As if by magic, two of Goldie's men, Skinner and the scarred girl, entered the tent. They struggled to carry a huge wooden box between them. The chest had the Twin Plains crest burned on the side. Neat rows of green bottles tinkled together in the case as they bumped their way through the crowd of exhausted soldiers.
The Duchess's own supply. Wine, not blood, for her planned victory. Now, get out of my tent, but don't go far. We've got stories to tell and songs to sing,
Goldie yelled. Skinner handed Josette a large bottle of wine and took the cork out with his yellow rat teeth, grinning at her. She tried not to be disgusted by the action and smiled back.
To you, little one. You've earned it, but so much more, he said quietly.
Standing quickly, Josette took the full bottle in her small hand and Mincetta's hand in the other, before following the rush of bodies outside. The night was already lit with the orange glow of roaring fires, and filled with flickering red and white laughing faces. Soon the night filled with drunk and raucous voices and song. She knew it would be a long night. Mincetta laughed and reached over for the bottle. She put it to her dark lips and took a swig like a sailor. She smiled as the expensive red wine trickled from her throat to her stomach and warmed her. Josette snatched the bottle back and took a drink herself. It had been years since she'd had expensive wine, not since becoming a slave in a rich man's house. It still tasted good.
I like Goldie, Mincetta said. He's very smart.
Josette looked across the fire at the Northman in question, just in time to see him engaging in an arm-wrestling contest with Farikar. The bull of a man almost ripped his arm from the socket, which sent Goldie whimpering away amid howls of laughter from the Reds.
Good at talking shit, yes. Smart, I'm not so sure, Josette said, taking another drink. Don't fool yourself. This is an uneasy alliance at best. The keep we've saved is held by someone who is probably thinking right now of taking her guards and shutting her saviours out. Dagosh is wondering if he is still a leader, and Grim is wondering if he fought on the right side. We're all wondering what the hell we should do now, and if shedding even a drop of our blood was worth it. This celebration is as necessary as the battle.
Elizabetha chose that moment to say something. She was standing apart from the frivolity, staring with a face that seemed less than impressed. She was dressed in fine leather armour that looked clean and untouched, its fine lines and golden inlays unsullied. Her hair was slicked back into a tight ponytail. She looked like a duchess. Putting her hand on Dagosh's shoulder, she raised herself up on a small stool and began to speak.
Brave men and women of the Cold Death, red bastards, and my own guard, I wish to thank you all.
Everyone cheered.
You've done such amazing things. I can't begin to thank you. But now that the threat is over, I think that the...
Goldie stalked up to Elizabetha, bottle in his hand, and forced her to lean down as he spoke in her ear for a moment. Josette watched her face turn bright red with anger and embarrassment. She regained herself and spoke on.
I think it's time I send some men to the keep for some more food and wine. Enjoy.
With a cheer from the men and women, she stepped down and walked away. Goldie stalked up to Mincetta and Josette, with Grim in tow.
What was that?
Josette asked.
What do you think, little sister? That cold bitch was about to say we could all fuck off, and I told her that she'd let us have a night of drinking first and show some damn gratitude. Otherwise, we'd be sleeping in the keep tonight. All of us. If you plays it right, the Reds will leave tomorrow with full pouches and sore heads. If she acts like a bitch, then we'll have a new Duchess by morning. Mind you, I think that Farrakar would look like shit in a dress.
Why do you care? Asked Mincetta.
Why do I do anything good? 'Cause Seth would want me to.
The battle was an awful thing. Elizabetha had tried to keep Gisette by her side to save the girl from herself, but she had run into the fray at the first moment she could get away. Elizabetha knew she had helped push the girl to her new, darker path, but when she saw her walk back into the study, covered in blood and smiling at her success, she felt only horror at her part in it. They had won the battle, and Elizabetha had trotted on her horse across the plain in front of her keep to the tent of the fallen Duchess. Her horse paced slowly across the moonlit field as it was forced to navigate through the maze of fallen and broken bodies, dented shields, and burned banners. She saw faces of the dead looking up at her. They all seemed to accuse her. No difference now. Especially the young Twin Plains farm boys who'd fallen in with mercenaries and her own keep guard. Their black and gold uniforms now ripped and torn. They were never men who were meant for fighting like this. They'd only been hired to guard her keep and family. It had been a well-paid job and a position of pride for the men in her small township. The tent was a scene from hell. Red-faced devils frolicked and laughed, and above all, Goldie was standing there like a blood-drenched king over his court of killers. He'd delivered her in the keep, yet still she didn't trust him. Her father's words kept ringing in her mind. "The power will corrupt them all." She knew she had to protect the keep from these killers and lock its secrets away. Seth, Grim, and now Gisette, each one had grown darker with their newfound powers. What would happen if a man like Goldie and his new army of thugs got their greedy hands on that kind of power? Elizabetha had gathered her courage into a little ball and stood to address them. She knew it was ungrateful, even heartless, but what choice did she have? Goldie had stopped her. As he walked up to her, she felt a pit of fear. Who would stand with her against him? If he grabbed her down from that stool and thrust a dagger into her heart, would anyone stop him? She only intended to retain her own Blackrock guards. Even Dagosh and the Cold Death could no longer be a part of the secret. She'd come to view them in such a good light, yet in the battle she saw what they were capable of. Now they mixed with the Reds, clearly brothers in arms. The joint bloodshed had united them. Goldie grabbed her hand and looked into her eyes.
I know you want us gone, and we will go soon. So just smile. Be as grateful as you should be, and in the morning we'll have left. Act like a fool, though, and I can't protect you from them. We'll leave you to your little secrets and books if you'll just give us this night to feel like saving you was actually worth a damn.
The words hit her hard. Elizabetha realised that she was being stupid, but also that Goldie's grip on the Reds was weak at best. Shame washed over her. She had used these people again and again. She turned them into killers. What right did she have to be sickened by what they had done for her? She walked through the field of the dead, back to the keep, and left her saviours behind to pretend her life was worth saving. Chapter 3. Grim stalked up the deserted roadway, heavy boots crunching on the stone and sand. It was littered on all sides with bodies. He muttered to himself as he walked. Grim knew he was an angry man, but he couldn't recall a time when he'd been quite this angry. First Seth was taken from them, then hundreds of good men died. His friends were butchered, and he had shed his blood, risked their lives. And how were his survivors rewarded? How were they treated? Like dogs begging at the door for scraps. Grim reached the hidden door at the side of the keep and kicked it with all his new strength and rage. It budged, but didn't break. He kicked again and again, but the bastard thing held. Slowly, a crack of light appeared at the bottom, and it began to open. A white-haired and frail old man in a new Black Rock Guard uniform peered at him under the yellow light of a lantern he held in a shaky hand.
"Grim! Oh, Master Grim, is it over?"
Grim almost started laughing.
"Of course it's over. We won, and saved the bloody keep."
The man's old face filled with relief.
"Oh, that's great news. I suppose you're rushing to tell the Duchess?"
"Yup, that's it," he said. The man stepped out of his way and handed him the lantern.
"Stay here. There may be more of us,"
said Grim, as he wandered deeper into the passage. He held the lantern high in front of him, casting its thin light into the stone corridor. The man answered,
"Yes, sir,"
and Grim made his way through the passage alone, avoiding the staircase that would lead him to Elizabetha. He would let her drink her tea and plot against them. He walked on and on until he found the room Gisette had told him about. His boots echoed loudly on the stone floor, and the lantern reflected back what he'd sought. Rows and rows of neatly labelled bottles winked back at him in the low light, where they sat in their dark wooden racks.
"Good thing I can read now,"
he said to himself, setting the lantern on a nearby table. He knew there were rituals and words, and not just drinking involved. Grim let himself be guided by his instincts. Apparently they were true in these matters. He looked at the bottles and simply said,
"By the blood I've spilt, share your secrets with me."
Reaching out with his rough and calloused hand, he took hold of a small metal goblet. It was steel, but covered with carving and runes. With the other, he took the first bottle and pulled the cork with his teeth. The first bottle read, "The Life of Master Jovan, Axe, Sword, Knight of the Order." Grim smiled as he mixed a dribble from each. Skills and talents that would take a life to collect, just here for him to claim. How many would have been saved if she'd been willing to share this power? He started with weapons, sword, axe, bow and knives. Then other skills. Sneak, climb, disguise. Things he'd always wanted to learn but were so beyond the means of a humble sailor like himself. Knowledge of the world. Navigation and movement of the stars. Languages by the dozen. Numbers and figures. It was all here. She could share this with the world and make it so much better. But no, this was too good for the likes of him. It was hard to keep someone under your boot when they knew their own worth and knew it was equal to yours. Grim mixed the dark, nasty brew and raised the cold metal goblet to his lips. He drank slowly. The wine was strong and tasted a lot more like blood than he thought it would, but as soon as it touched his tongue, he could feel it. Grim closed his eyes as a feeling of warmth, strength and pleasure coursed through his body. The memories of so many people washed over him. He saw lifetimes dedicated to perfection, the Master Jovan and his love of the rapier, the skills he'd honed to himself over years and years of training, the young woman who knew Pelosi and so many other tongues, who was paid by the gatherers for just a little of her gift. Grim opened his eyes suddenly. There was something in the room. Looking at the wall, he saw the dust had been moved from the floor in an arch. Searching the wall with his hands, Grim found a small stone pushing out just a fraction and pulled it hard. A small doorway swung towards him. Pulling the door open all the way, he peered inside. Another small rack of bottles rested within, only 5 in total. They were in the script of the desert people, but now he could finally read it. They were simply labelled with the word that meant history or journey, and marked with long spans of years. Here was the history of the gatherers and the Dark Guild in one place, all that they had collected over lifetimes of searching. Maybe there was a way to bring Seth back with these memories. Grim knew Elizabetha would never have the guts to use them. Grim mixed all the bottles and drank deeply. The memories infused him with the power to summon creatures, people, and even gatherings of the guild. He now knew their lore, ways and techniques. He saw their battles against the gatherers, who would keep the knowledge locked up forever. Grim left the room, staggering as much from the wine as the power. He floated past the old man at the door and made it back to the campfire before passing out to the laughter around him. Chapter 4. Goldie woke early to the smell of stale booze, unwashed men, and burnt-down campfires hanging over the Duchess's former camp like dank, smelly fog. He picked himself up off the hard ground where he'd drunkenly slept, or passed out, and stretched his stiff muscles. A smile slowly came to his face, and he spoke the familiar words to himself.
Today is a good day to get rich.
He had a promise to keep, and he intended to turn it to his advantage, like any good promise to others should be. Goldie walked with a stagger to the entrance of a huge tent they had commandeered. He nodded to the looming figures of Flint and Stone, who stood at the opening, looking like two huge wrinkled stone pillars on either side of the doorway.
"Got the gold?"
he asked.
Yeah,
Yawned Flint. The two big brothers had had quite a night as well, and drunk more than a man's weight in wine and ale. Still, they were active enough to go and dig up Goldie's stash. Before he'd taken Rosen's booty back to the keep, they had buried even more just in case. Good thing. He'd promised the Reds a gold coin for each kill, and now they were coming to collect. He paid Farrakar, but that was just the wage and not the bonus he'd promised them himself, in what seemed the heat of the moment. Goldie sat with his dirty boots up on the rough wooden table and waited. Behind him stood a small open chest filled to the brim with small gold coins, jewellery, and assorted golden trinkets. He was so thankful that they had met Rosen.
"Let's get started then,"
he said. The Reds knew today was payday, and they had all roused their still drunk or hangover selves to come and collect their blood money. The first man to walk in was Farrakar himself. He came in, looking fresh, washed and happy. He'd slept the night in the Duchess's own tent, and looked like he'd had his first bath in a lifetime. His face was actually handsome in a fierce way, now that it wasn't covered in red war paint.
just checking that you'll be able to pull this off. I like you, and I don't really want my boys to skin you.
The man laughed.
"Never fear, I'll deliver. Here for your 10,
Goldie asked.
10. Try 16,
he laughed.
Proof?
Goldie had been smart enough to ask for swords with scabbards and pikes rather than scalps or ears, which would have been both messy and useless. Farrakar put 2 fingers in his mouth and whistled loudly. A fat man with a faded red face paint came staggering into the tent, panting with strain, carrying an armful of weapons that he dumped on the floor with a relieved grunt.
"I'll trust your count, brother,"
Goldie said, and handed the red leader his coins. Farrakar looked at them, glinting in his hand. Much more than he'd ever make for a day's dishonest work, and smiled.
Let's talk afterwards. I like having you around,
he said, and walked out, gripping his coins tightly in a huge fist. Within hours, Goldie had bought his own armoury. Over 200 swords with scabbards, 100 pikes, a few axes, and a handful of ornate officers' daggers. He then sent the most sober Reds out to gather the tents, pots, pans, armour, shields, and anything else not nailed down, all for a small collection fee. The chest had been reduced from overflowing to a few stray bits of gold at the empty wooden bottom. The once empty tent was piled high with goods. It looked like a dishonest blacksmith's mixed with a general goods stall in the market square. He put his feet on the desk again and whistled long and low.
That's a lot of shit,
Stone said, half asleep in his chair.
"It is indeed. Is our friend here yet?"
I'll check.
Stone stood upon weary feet. Walking to the tent entrance, he showed a man inside. He was clearly a Pelosi trader, and looked like the man Rosen had been in life, fat, soft, and brightly coloured. His clothes were fine, expensive silks, and he wore a turban to escape the sun on his clearly bald head. He was tanned like all Pelosi men. Goldie stood and shook his hand from over the table, which was scattered with the finer officers' weapons, ones that Goldie had been prying the rubies out of the hilts.
"Master Horak is my name. A pleasure to meet you. I've heard so many good things,"
the man said in a refined voice. The man shook his hand lightly, looked around the tent at the assortment of goods, and smiled to himself.
Yes, very good. We can do business. You know me. Horak has a market for all things." "So I've heard. Prices are agreed on. 2 for a sword, 1 for the pike, and the rest we'll sort out."
Goldie sat across the table from the man for what seemed like ages. They discussed and haggled over every sword, shield, even every dent, nick and smear of blood. For every item, Horak had a reason he'd need to spend so much to get it fixed. Usually it wasn't sharp enough, needed cleaning or repainting to get the Twin Plains crest off. In the end, though, Goldie had a note of credit for triple what he'd paid for the lot. He held it in his hand and almost laughed. It was strange that so much wealth could be contained in such a small, seemingly worthless piece of scrap. The note was a small leather-bound sheet. On it were the numbers of coins they'd agreed on, and the crest of Horak printed at the top. Most importantly, his name was written at the bottom. They both smiled as they shook hands, like they had cheated the other.
"Who was he?"
Flint asked.
He sells things to people, lots of things, to people who want weapons and don't want others to know how many they are buying or why.
Horak had agreed to come collect tomorrow. Clearly he needed a bigger wagon.
"When did you arrange that?"
asked Flint.
When we're in the city,
Goldie replied.
"How did you know he'd win?"
If we had lost, then the least of my worries would be disappointing him,
Goldie said.
I'll finish up here. You boys run along.
He tossed them a coin each for their troubles. Goldie looked up as they left and saw a short young man enter the tent as they passed. The stranger looked around and took in the sight of it all. He wandered from the pile of swords and pikes and took one of the swords from the pile. He swung it once to test the weight and put it back. He seemed impressed with the quality.
"A more professional or well-executed looting I've never seen," the man said.
He was young, but held himself with the air of someone used to casually telling others what to do. Well-dressed, clearly not just involved in a battle nor the drunken aftermath. He had a noble's rapier at his side that lay in a fine scabbard of black leather but inlaid with gold. A risky item to carry in this camp. The man's hands were folded calmly in front of him. A Twin Plains man? Who knew?
Someone will always get rich in a war. May as well be me,
said Goldie.
"Well put, Master Goldie. You've done quite well for yourself, and not only for the profit, but the battle and the victory. If you weren't involved, it may have ended very differently."
Maybe,
he said.
"Maybe some people wanted it to end differently,"
the man said, stepping closer and resting his hand on the pommel of his rapier. Goldie looked at him again. Who was he? Young and noble, clearly aware of the battle. He had no mud on his fine leather shoes, so he'd ridden his horse right up to the tent. Who would the Reds let pass? Goldie listened, and the sounds of the camp had died completely. The only sounds were horses snorting and the random shuffling feet and occasional coughs given off by a large number of men standing still outside this tent.
Maybe you should have let me know what your wishes were. I never would act against your interests, my king,
Goldie said smoothly, bowing deeply to the young man. The young king laughed.
"A good guess. Or maybe you're the man I've been hearing about. My friends call me Thelas. Maybe one day you can too. I came to invite you to the keep. I'll be meeting with the one named Elizabetha, and I'd like you along."
"Why me?"
"Because I find other nobles incredibly boring, and I thought we could talk about something much more interesting while we were there."
"Money, conquest, or power?"
Goldie said.
"It's all the same thing,"
the king said, and walked from his tent. The one called Goldie seemed very amusing and very useful. When he first saw him sitting in his tent like a second-hand trader at a market stall, he almost laughed. So proud of himself and his minor victory and windfall. Like a king sitting on a pile of broken stones and marvelling at his castle. Still, that well-equipped Twin Plains army had just funded the man's next 2 campaigns. The king was furious that he'd missed the chance to crush them himself, but at least it had been done for him, and at no expense or loss of his men. He'd wanted to teach those proud bastards a lesson, but that was his anger talking. This was a better outcome. No noble blood on his hands, and the Twin Plains brood taught a harsh lesson at the hands of some common rabble. They were so proud of their 500 years of unbroken lineage. Now they had been put across the knee by this northern nobody and spanked like an unruly child. The king walked out of the tent, flanked by 2 silent men with shaved heads and bright red tunics of inlaid leather. They had only metal-studded batons at their sides that hung on leather thongs and hit their legs as they walked. His forward guard of 300 men were with him. The majority of his force, a good 5,000, a day or 2 march behind. Still, this was a good number for a reception. He had heard so many troubling things about this keep and its people from his father. Now he knew they must be true. How could so few defeat so many? It offended his sense of mathematics, if nothing else. He rode beside Goldie now, who had to be lent a horse, because his would just not do for this situation. The king could still make an impression when he had to. They had a few minutes before they made it to the keep, then his show would start.
"A question for you, Goldie. Your opinion, if you will," the king asked.
Goldie just nodded.
"A king from a minor noble's house ascends to power. He wishes to modernize, to bring order, and yet, at all sides, have dukes of houses much older and more revered by the common man than his. Alone, each could be subdued, but together they would be unstoppable. They are also starting to murmur. How does one control these people?"
Goldie thought for a while. Then he thought of the answer the king really wanted, and the one that would suit him best. It was clear what he planned. People like the Reds were always useful to men like the king, and the former duke and duchess.
It would be hard for said king to show any aggression himself, lest he anger the entire group. Yet maybe said king knows people, fomenters that could make trouble for these people and weaken them. Someone to fight them, overthrow 1 or 2 of the most vocal, and said king steps in to save the rest. The king would be a hero rather than a threat.
"My thoughts exactly."
Still, troublemakers need a reason to cause trouble.
The king laughed again.
"You'll have one."
Elizabetha saw the horses, the well-dressed and well-ordered soldiers, their eagle banners flying on a black field. The king himself rode high on a pale white horse with his head held high. All she felt was relief. The king's army assembled quickly in her courtyard, a few hundred expressionless faces. She could have used them a few days ago, she thought. It had been a journey through hell. The smell of battle, burnt bodies and blood still hung over her family home, but now some order was emerging. He was still her king, and she was glad that someone else would be making the life-breaking decisions from now on. She stood, dressed in her finest gown, her hair back and tiara in place. She'd had no reason to dress well in years, and felt a bit like a duchess again. Next to her stood the Blackrock Guard, what was left of them, only around 50 men in total. The Cold Death men and Dagosh were still busy cleaning the battlefield and removing the last traces of slaughter. She still had them for a week or so, but the line between employer and friend had vanished between her and Dagosh. She needed to find out what he wanted to do next. The king stepped from his horse, a tall, bald man helping him. She thought she'd seen him before. Lady Elizabetha approached the king and bowed.
"My king, so good of you to come. A welcome slice of order in my now disordered world."
The young king smiled at her warmly.
"Lady Elizabetha, you look radiant. No worse for the battle, I hope."
He seemed little more than a boy to her, but held himself with a certain deep reserve.
"We have paid a high price, but that time is past."
She bowed and kissed his hand.
"Well put. Should we retire inside? We have a lot to discuss," he said.
The king brushed past her into the keep, followed by what she assumed was his personal guard. 6 or so bald men, wearing bright red leather tunics, led by the tallest one. They all had small tattoos of an eagle gripping something in its talons on their necks. Goldie and the rest of the entourage and assembled troops stayed behind. Elizabetha hurried to catch up to the fast-paced king and his men. The king led her directly to her own library. She'd prepared a meal in the dining hall, but clearly he had other plans. She walked through the library door, slightly flustered, the feeling of concern gathering within her. The king stood regarding her books, and the 6 men were actively rifling through them and writing down the titles in small leather-bound ledger books they all had with them.
"What's the meaning of this, King Thelas? If you wanted a tour, I would have gladly obliged. I've had a meal prepared in the dining hall."
The young king walked forward, ignoring her niceties. The look in his eyes frightened her. There was so much suppressed rage within them. Clearly, he'd been acting for the crowd just moments ago.
"You shall not speak unless addressed, or asked a question directly," he said. "First, under what rights do you claim this keep and the title of Duchess?" he asked.
She was taken aback, but composed herself quickly.
"I'm the firstborn daughter of Denfro and Genevieve, the past Duke and Duchess. My line is passed to the firstborn of any sex, not the first male," she said.
"Your parentage is not in dispute, but rather your identity. You claim to be a woman of 80 years, yet you appear much younger than that. How is that possible?"
he spat, clearly baiting her. She was shocked. The physical appearance of her family was never mentioned. It was always left unspoken. The truth was actually very hard to explain without revealing too much of their activities.
"My family has a reputation for being youthful and long-lived. It's a well-known fact. We are blessed," she said back with defiance.
A man brought his ledger up to the king, who read it quickly, shaking his head in disgust.
"It's a well-known fact that your family is a disease, a blight on the land and the world of natural order. What need do good people have to read books like The Death Rites of the Desert Wanderers? Or worse, to write them. This one was written by your own father."
She looked at him sharply. This wasn't at all what she had expected. She had heard the new king was forceful, eager to make his mark, and slightly obsessed with trade and order, but not that he was so rabidly opposed to anyone who was different. Who were these men who seemed to be almost directing him? Their cold eyes and cruel weapons clearly only built to cause pain and broken bones.
"My father was a great man, a scholar. He travelled far and learned many things. He simply sought to share them,"
she said. It was the wrong thing to say.
"A great man? A great man? My father was a great man, and he was killed. I was but a child when I walked into his study to find him slain. His body looked like it had been torn apart by wolves in a locked room, no less. Now you tell me, did your father write of how that could be achieved?"
A guard who had stood by the door walked up behind her, and with a well-aimed swing of his metal-studded leather baton, smashed it into her unprotected kneecap. She collapsed to the ground with a cry and the sound of breaking bone. The king stood looking at her with mania in his eyes. He put his strong hands around her throat and squeezed. She felt the life leaving her as she struggled for breath, her fingers clawing uselessly at his strong grip. He shook his head slowly and tightened further and further.
"I'll make the world safe again," he said,
as he slowly choked her to death. Chapter 5. Once again, Seth found himself at a crossroads. He was stuck in what was now a very lovely prison. The sun shone brightly, and the land of the dead had changed overnight, or rather over day. The sun had risen, and life had risen from it. Sandy shores, grass-covered hills, trees that looked like they might grow leaves, and human beings who looked lost, but like people should. Still, he was stuck here, and didn't see a way out of it. Being the son of a hunter and mother who had tended their small farm in the freezing cold, he liked this place, and envisioned he could spend a happy, simple life here. He believed that his role as the Druheim had ended. Still, he felt the pulling. It was like an urge he couldn't shake. Looking at those little boats floating in the bay, he focused on one. It hadn't been taken yet. No one had touched it. It sat as if just waiting for him. He wasn't scared of what was over there. He felt he had nothing to fear from the judgment of gods. He had done all they had asked of him. But his companion, Seraphina, clearly felt very differently than he. "We need to get on those boats," he said simply.
"Why would you say that? It's like asking me to walk right into a hangman's noose," she said.
"But don't you feel it? The pulling. It's like a voice whispering in me ear."
"I feel it, but it terrifies me, Seth. What do you think my gods would think of what I've done? I've killed so many in my life. Not enemies who came for me, but people who had things I wanted. Once I killed my language teacher because his lessons were boring and he had stale breath. What judgment can I expect other than torture and, at best, lasting death?"
"What choice have we got?" he asked.
"Any choice, any path, anything but that. We can stay here. We can journey the length of this place. We can try to find another way back home."
She started crying and held him. Her small face pressed into his chest and her tears wet his shirt.
"All paths lead to death. It's not escape. It's just delay," he said.
She looked at him.
"Then let us delay it. At least another day. Just one more day."
She'd been saying one more day for more than 2 weeks now. They had set up a small camp next to the water because it was too hard to leave the ocean. The first time he had tried to return to the city with the Wolven, Silver, and the few of her people that survived, he only got out of sight of the sea before the pulling and the urge to return became too strong to deny. Seraphina must have felt it too, as she came back with him, tears in her eyes. She was struggling with her guilt and trying to gather the strength to leave. He knew this wasn't just a passing whim, but she had to mentally convince herself to do it. That night they sat by the small fire, alone, looking out to the water and the small boats.
"I think I can leave tomorrow, but I'd rather leave in the sunlight," she said.
"Are you sure?" Seth replied.
"Like you said, it's not escape to stay, it's simply delay. Even if I stayed here for another few days or weeks with you, what would be gained? The people I murdered would still be dead, and the only thing I would have had is a few more days of happiness," she said.
"You're happy here?" he asked.
"I am, Seth. I like you. It's easy to be with you and not feel judged. But there is something I want before I leave to God knows what hell."
She said the word and leaned into him and started to kiss him. Seth felt her warm lips against his and her soft tongue in his mouth. She kissed him with passion and energy. He assumed he knew what she wanted. It had been around 5 years, after all, and maybe her last chance of human contact in who knew how long. He pulled away from her with a smile.
"I want it too, but are you sure you want to? I mean, with me?" he asked.
She just laughed and pulled him in to kiss her again.
"I'm sure you're my type, even if we did start off badly. But I'm in charge. You do what I say. I can't do this if I'm not in control."
Seth just laughed. He was more than happy to let her take control. In a way, he understood her mind well. It had been so long, and she wanted to go slowly, not have some slavering man pinning her down. It was for her as much, if not more, than him right now.
"Good boy,"
she said, and pushed him back into the sand. She kissed him again, and he felt the passion rising in her and himself as her light and beautiful body lay against his. She looked gorgeous with her scruffy blonde matted hair, perfect blue eyes, and a slight smile. He hoped she would allow him to see the real her, and not only her guise of perfection. She reached down as she kissed him, and slowly undid the leather ties on his pants. She freed his cock, which was hard in moments, and slowly ran her hand along it. Her fine white hand was cool, and he almost laughed at the sensation. She grinned at him, looking down at it.
"I knew it."
She leaned in to kiss him more.
"Now close your eyes and lean back."
Seth obeyed her and laid back in the sand, closing his eyes. He sensed her leaning back too, and slowly pulled aside her thin dress. Then her hand was on his cock again. She ran the tip back and forth very slowly across the entrance of her pussy, and then guided it inside of her. Seth gasped with immense joy. She was so wet and ready for him. He opened his eyes for a second, but she told him to close them again. Seraphina let out a slow moan herself as she lowered herself fully onto him. She began rocking back and forth. Seth could feel the pleasure building as his cock slowly slid in and out of her. He'd wanted her from the first time he'd seen her. They had been enemies, but she was always incredible looking and held herself with such confidence. The more he'd come to know her in the past few days, the more he wanted her. She was funny, kind and smart. He'd do this the way she wanted. The girl had needs. Seth drew on some of his memories and, reaching down with his hand, rested his thumb against the spot,
just at the top of her pussy, calling out to be touched. He flicked his thumb slowly back and forth across it. He could feel her rocking faster and faster. "That's good," she said, and ground down on him deeper. She was speeding up, and her moans increased. He realized she was ready to go. It would be very easy. She was so pent up and just wanted release. "Open your eyes," she said. He was glad he did. He got to see the beautiful sight of those deep blue eyes locked on his as she came. Her perfectly refined face flushed red, and she actually cursed in his manner more than once. She collapsed with her head against his bare chest, softly panting, his cock still inside her. She sat up and looked at him. "You didn't?" she asked. "You didn't tell me to," he said, with a smile. Seraphina leaned down and kissed him again. Seth could feel how much more relaxed and happy she was. It wasn't just the release. He knew this was the moment she decided to try to love him. It was both of them drawing closer and trying to build something. She leaned back and looked at him again. "So, we can go again?" she asked. "We can, but this time I want to see all of you," he said. Seraphina stood up from him and, reaching down slowly, pulled off her dress and showed him all of her. No tricks, just her lovely pale body in the moonlight. He looked up at her. "Maybe we can stay a few more nights," he said. She grinned at him. "I was hoping you'd say that." Chapter 6. Minsetta's situation had gone from fantastically lucky to downright troubling in the space of a few hours. First she was killing and laughing, had two allies in Grim and the girl Gisette, but now he'd shown up, looking like a miniature version of his father, the one who had made her life a living hell, made her flee her own city for the goddess's sake, King Thelas the Younger. Her father had known of the Dark Guild and all of those in that shadowy world. For the most part, he'd steer clear, but he let his hatred of women guide him, and finally drove her out of her own city. When she saw his bald-headed eunuchs with the new king, she knew that the apple hadn't fallen far from the stunted tree. She still remembered those ugly features in her dreams. They feigned guidance by their king, but really directed him from the shadows. They were the Order of the Learned, sexless idiots. Minsetta watched the king pass by on his fine white horse, and looked her right in the eye as he made his way to the keep. His few hundred men marched behind. If Elizabetha thought this was her salvation, then she was sadly mistaken. Minsetta walked back through the camp, smiling at the men of the Red Bastards, and eventually found Grim. Grim sat heavily on a small stool, bleary-eyed, and drinking what she hoped was water from a small leather skin. His eyes had a far-off cast, and his mind was clearly far away from this camp and the world of now. "We have a problem," she said, crouching on the ground before him.
I have a problem. It feels like a blacksmith had cracked open my head and poured molten iron into it," he said.
"You shouldn't take so many memories at once. But still, it seems you did what needed to be done, and have protected something that we will now need," she said. Grim looked at her through watery eyes with surprise. "Of course, I know," she said softly. She was a little jealous of his knowledge and power now, but spoke truth. She knew what was coming next, what had already happened while she searched for the drunken Northman. "We have to leave, today," she said. "You, me, and Gisette. Ish'll come."
"And why is that?"
Grim asked. "Because the king's arrived."
"So what? He looks like a child. I've never been less impressed by someone," he spat.
As Grim spoke, he looked at the keep. A thick, dark snake of smoke started to rise from the courtyard and stain the sky like a dark thought.
"What's that?"
he asked. "It's books, Grim. Lots of books." Dagosh's men were busy piling up bodies onto blood-drenched wagons. It was unpleasant work, but better he did it than anyone else. At least that would guarantee them some respect. The Red Bastards had the good sense to leave his people the hell alone. Each one had been left untouched, weapons and armour still in one piece.
They clearly didn't want to piss off their new allies, or at least wanted a day to rest before getting in another fight. They had won the battle, and he felt nothing but exhaustion. He'd imagined it was some glorious adventure, but realised he simply wasn't angry any more. He'd been filled for so many years with a pit of rage. It was like a fire that drove him onwards. But now, looking at the dead faces of the men and women he'd saved from slavery, those he'd trained and become friends with, his rage left him. He felt cold without it. He thought he was rescuing them, giving them some meaning and pride back in their lives. Now they had no lives at all. When this was over, he was going to hire the Cold Death out as guards only and do easy work. This was just too hard. He looked up to see smoke rising from the keep. It was a deep dark colour, and it looked like trouble. The fire lit inside him again in an instant.
"Cold Death!"
he yelled to the 100 or so men and women who were collecting the bodies.
"To arms!"
Never trust a king. Never trust people who all look the same, have little uniforms with strange symbols, and carry stupid-looking weapons. Goldie could smell liars from afar, those who play-acted, and when he had seen his new friend Thelas talking with Elizabetha, he saw the truth of it. A man holding himself back from violence. He looked like a drunkard getting ready to hit his wife. Goldie was quite used to smiling at someone when he really wanted to stick a dagger in them. His father had taught him that skill early on. Now he could smile while the dagger was actually in them. But naive old Elizabetha just followed them into the keep, and probably thought all her troubles were over. The courtyard fell silent when they disappeared through the huge open doorway. He saw the king's troops standing still, but silently preparing, tightening straps, straightening armour, testing bowstrings, and whispering to each other. There was no one to fight. The Reds were in their camp and were clearly part of the king's plans, but the Blackrock loyalists were here, and the Cold Death were only minutes away. The king had brought enough men to deal with both of them. Goldie watched, face unmoving, as the red-clad men came back out of the keep. They carried armloads of expensive-looking books and leather-bound volumes, throwing them roughly in a pile on the ground. He'd seen her library and knew where they came from. After 2 or more trips, they had quite a pile. One man bent down with a flint and sparkstone. After a few strikes, they were alight. A pillar of smoke rose from the pile as they cracked softly. The captain of the Blackrock Guards, a man called Griffin, had been looking on, clearly trying to gather the courage to do something. Now he stepped forward to one of the bald men.
"What are you doing? Surely the lady will not abide this," he said.
As quick as an assassin, the bald man pulled a small curved dagger from behind his back and thrust it into the man's belly. Its sharp blade slid easily into his leather armour. He held the soldier close as his body slid to the ground, slumping backwards into a growing pool of blood. Goldie turned and calmly walked away. He knew what was next. The sounds of battle started ringing behind him, but not a hand touched him as he walked towards the gate. Then he saw just what he'd expected. Brave old Dagosh running towards the keep, his 150 or so fighters that were still left following, armed and ready. Their blood was up, and they were looking for a fight. They'd be killed in a heartbeat. Goldie rushed out the gate and met them on the roadway, out of sight of the king's men.
"Stop, Dagosh!"
he yelled. Dagosh went to run past. Goldie drew his sword with a deep sigh and pointed at him.
"I should have known you'd turn traitor,"
he spat, stopping.
"I'm not, you fucking idiot. But if you go in there, you'll all be dead. And I'd rather that not happen,"
Goldie said.
"We have to protect Elizabetha,"
Dagosh said, with real feeling. This man actually cared about her.
"You can't. She's dead. I'm sure of it. And now, unless you want all these fine people to join her, you have to run." "The Cold Death don't run,"
shouted one of the archers, drawing on him. It was Captain Stellos. She fired a well-aimed shot into his shoulder. It sunk fast and deep into his flesh, making him drop his sword with a grunt. Dagosh rushed past him, shoving him roughly to one side and hitting his head on the roadway. In the midst of them, he saw Gisette. She looked back at him for a moment and ran on. Goldie looked from the roadway as the brave idiots ran through the gate at a force twice their size.
"Fucking loyalty,"
he thought, as he passed out. Chapter 7. Prince Thelas woke fearfully to the sound of guttural snarls. He'd been dreaming of dark shapes, of people chasing him that he couldn't escape, and sharp animal teeth. Thelas threw off his plush bedcovers and searched his way through the dark, guided by the crack of light under his door. He found the metal handle and, turning it, let himself out. A guard stood on the other side, his one hand reaching for the door handle, the other on his sword.
"Young prince, get back in your room. Something is wrong," the guard said.
The boy knew what was wrong. He ran past the man, down the stone stairs, still wearing his fine nightshirt, and ran to the door of his father's study. He saw the guards smash it down. They heard the sounds too, but louder and terrifyingly real, the sounds of wild animals and human screams. 2 guards rammed the heavy wooden door with a marble bust of the first king of their line, his grandfather. The wood splintered, and the door flew open hard. Young Thelas stood and looked into the room. There, on the floor, reaching for the door, with a ruined and bloody hand, was the body of his father. Blood covered his face, and part of his lower jaw was gone. His throat was in bloody ribbons, a look of terror frozen into his dead eyes. The boy looked and wondered what could possibly do this. What could turn the father he had loved so dearly into this lifeless, horrible ruin crumpled on the floor? The boy turned his back and was snatched up by his tutor, Renfra. The tall, bald man held him against his chest, shielding him. The boy cried while the man knelt, stroking his hair.
"Never fear, young king. We'll make the world safe again."
He released Elizabetha's body to fall ungracefully to the floor, long after she was dead. Thelas realized he had been screaming and screaming. His throat was ripped raw. The red-shirted men had already started taking out the books, and within moments he heard the sound of fighting from outside. The king shook his head in disappointment and drew his sword. Why couldn't they understand he was protecting them? The king ran from the room, his rapier drawn. His red-shirted men flanked him, pulling their own long curved daggers. He'd been taught the sword from a young age and knew that a leader must fight along with his men. Outside of the doorway, the courtyard was a sea of bodies and drawn weapons. His men had made quick work of the Blackrock guard, and now stood guarding the doorway, from which he exited. Thelas passed through them and pushed to the front. Before him stood the so-called Cold Death, the mercenaries paid by Elizabetha. He'd not expected them to fight. Clearly the red bastards felt no such urges. It was obvious that the man at the front was the leader. He looked older and grizzled, every inch a mercenary captain. The man pointed a short, well-used sword at him, as his men drew theirs as well. The king had at least 300, but these were just shy of a third of that. Still, they had about 20 archers.
"Where's Duchess Elizabetha?"
the man shouted at him.
"Show some respect, old man. I'm the king, or do you forget?" he said.
"I asked where she is, not who you are," he yelled back.
"I'm so sick of fools like you. What do you think you're protecting? Do you have any idea of what is in those books? Any idea of who she was? How could she look so young and yet be aged? How could she win a battle against those odds? She has secrets in this keep that need to be destroyed, and her along with them."
"Thanks,"
said Dagosh.
"Why?"
"For telling me why I should kill you,"
he shouted, and flicked his sword forward. A barrage of arrows flew, and men started to fall around the king. Dagosh knew she was dead. They had pushed past Goldie, and he knew he should turn back. But what was the point? It was all over now. They had fought the Duke and won, and now they had a king to deal with. Dagosh couldn't win, but he could make the bastard hurt. He saw his smug young face, heard his words just waiting for him to say it. He'd killed her. That fine, lovely woman, who had been so tormented by all this, was finally at rest. But now this little prick would join her. On his signal, the archers fired, taking down the men closest to the king, but avoiding him. Dagosh lunged forward and slashed at the king with his short sword. A tall man in red stepped in the way, fighting with a long knife. What a fool! Dagosh stepped back from the short-range weapon as the man slashed and cut his hand to the bone. Bringing the sword back in an upward swing, he sliced the man from navel to throat. It was easy. He remembered, with a smile, that he was always good at this part. His troops surged around him and fought hard. He saw the ones he trained and remembered all their faces. They were possessed by the same fury as him. Slaves all forgotten, tormented, shit on by life. They were all loyal to the Duchess. She always brought them drinks and a kind word when they were on the latest watches. And now this man had taken her. Maybe some of his men had envisioned a life here. The king was backing away as the cold death held the advantage. A battle often came down to resolve. Dagosh kept cutting and cutting. A new man would get in the way of the king, and he'd slash him down. One got in a lucky cut. Another thrust a pike hard into his arm, and he almost dropped his sword. He realized they were surrounded. The cries of death told him the battle had turned. Dagosh looked around to see the king's men had circled their smaller force and were pushing in with short, sharp thrusts. Dagosh made one final lunge for the king, his blade glancing off the fuck's cheek as a blade from a guard found his stomach. Dagosh fell to his knees, clutching the blade. His eyes faded in and out of vision. He saw the young king walk up to him and smile. The young, noble face, perfect teeth, and sense of right.
"Looks like you failed, old man. Nice try, though," the king said.
Dagosh looked at the small little boy pretending to be important and laughed through the pain.
"What's so fucking funny?" the king said, pointing his blade at him. "I have friends, and they are all much better at this than I was."
The king thrust his sword, the fine blade entering the old soldier's heart. A smile spread over the king's sanctimonious face. Moving through a battle was like swimming upstream, only with a knife in your hand. Gisette dodged a hastily thrust blade from a man old enough to be her father. She got close enough to smell his breath and thrust her dagger deep into his unprotected underarm. She shoved the man backwards and followed his falling body into her next victim, a young boy trying to load a crossbow. She shattered the bridge of his nose with a sharp downward hit of her dagger. Lucky him. She must be getting soft. He fell back, clutching his face as blood gushed from a broken nose. Dagosh was as much like a father to her as anyone. She'd do as he asked one last time. As they rushed at the king's men, he'd pushed her hard in the back and said, "Find her!" Find her she would. Gisette cut a bloody path to the keep doorway and beyond. The fighting had extended inside, and she sidestepped the battling bodies with ease. She entered the keep and ran down the hall to see two men flanking either side of the open doorway. She didn't slow down, but jogged on, drawing her second dagger and switching them to her backhand hold, so the blade ran along the inside of her forearm. The first lunged at her. She dodged, spinning and slashing her blade down the length of his arm. Her other backhand blade plunged deep into his heart. He dropped, his blood spraying her face. She laughed as she turned to the next. He was terrified. The man actually dropped his blade, then turned and ran. Gisette flicked her dagger in the air, catching its tip and tossing it hard. The man toppled face first, the point catching him hard in the back of the skull. Gisette whipped the blood from her face and entered the library. It had been Elizabetha's sanctuary. Now it was a ruin. Books pulled from the shelves, ripped, torn and lying in piles. Surely they intended to burn the lot. She turned and saw the body. Elizabetha lay on the floor, her face distorted and ugly from the choking. She'd seen bodies like this before and knew the signs. There were deep red marks around her neck. Her old master had liked choking her. She knew well that feeling of terror, wondering if this would be the time he didn't stop, feeling the breath inside you slowly running out. Gisette crossed her legs like a child and sat beside Elizabetha, stroking her hand. "You're at rest now. No one can hurt you any more." She was surprised when tears welled up inside. What was this? Did she really care so much? Of everyone she knew, Elizabetha deserved this the least. She knew it was true that killers lived and the innocent didn't. Being better at fighting was better than not deserving death. The sounds of battle outside the hall were growing quieter. She soon heard a final shout from the king and knew they were lost, that Dagosh was gone as well. Her life had no anchors, not any more. Gisette stood and ran to a bookcase still intact. She moved a book from its position, and before the room could fill with more people than she could kill, she slunk into the hidden passage. He might have killed Elizabetha and Dagosh, but they had trained her well, and she'd get bloody revenge for them. She just needed to find Goldie, Grim and Mincetta, and find out what the hell was going on. Goldie awoke with blood in his hair and trickling down his arm. The arrow was still deep in his flesh, and he winced with pain as a woman put her hand on it, looking to pull it out. Goldie just shook his head.
"Don't fucking think about it. That would just make it bleed more."
He sat in the courtyard of the keep, surrounded by fallen bodies. They lay on top of each other, and he looked from face to face. People he knew and liked, but luckily not his little sister. No little redhead among the bodies. That was good. Now he could avoid killing the king himself. He was stood up by a guard, and the king approached him. His young face was flushed with vigour and pride. He clearly enjoyed himself.
"So, they got you too. Where were you going? My guard said you were found near the gates," the king said.
"I wanted to ensure my lads realised it was none of their concern," he said back calmly.
"And that's how you feel? None of your concern?"
the king asked, looking at him hard like he could spot a lie.
"The only part I don't like is that I have no idea why you would do this. I don't like being left in the dark," he said.
Goldie was truly puzzled, and it was a feeling he hated. Why would the king do this, except, of course, because he was crazy?
"But I didn't do it. The Duke of Twin Plains did. He and his men. They killed the Duchess Elizabetha, burned her keep down, and then got beaten by you red bastards,"
he said slowly, as if to a child. Goldie now understood. The king needed a good reason for going hard against Twin Plains, and this atrocity was it. Still, he had enjoyed it too much for simple strategy. He was actually angry at the lady. That was clear.
"Surely that wasn't the only reason. Why burn books, and I'm assuming kill her yourself?" he asked.
"None of your business, that's what. Now, get those stolen Twin Plain uniforms you collected and start marching home. There are some stops along the way," he said.
"What stops?"
"Others like her. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to eat that dinner she prepared. I'm suddenly peckish."
The young king walked back into the keep, seemingly oblivious to the mountain of bodies all around him. Goldie looked at the arrow in his arm. Stellos, where was she now? As he looked among the bodies, he saw one he really didn't want to see. The eyes of the king's guards were on him. Goldie looked to one, and, walking up to him, whispered in his ear,
"Mind if I search him? He owes me money."
The guard laughed and just nodded. Goldie walked to the body of Dagosh. He was face down on the stone. Goldie gently turned him over. His face was as it had ever been in life, stern and fierce. Goldie whispered to him as he pretended to search his pockets.
"You're a brave old fool, Dagosh. Much too sentimental for a mercenary. Look at yourself now."
He had a few coins in his pocket that Goldie ignored and took the whip that hung at his side. He'd had it the first day he'd said yes to Seth's crazy scheme and been told it had been used on him many times in his own days as a slave.
"Only man I know with a whip. Just goes to show you never needed to use it. That was you, my friend. You'll be missed."
Goldie limped away from the body of Dagosh and, holding his hand to the arrow wound, stumbled out of the camp. He knew the Reds would be gathering and wondering what happened. He knew he had to convince them to march on Twin Plains in disguise, but that wouldn't be half as hard as convincing them to betray the king of the realm. Chapter 8. "You sure she'll be here?" Mincetta asked Grim. They stood in the near dark of the blood-wine cellar. She could feel the cold starting to soak into her bones, and she shivered at the sounds of battle above. They had been waiting for nearly an hour as the world fell apart around them. She was more than a little worried that Gisette would be among the victims. She was starting to feel hungry, and that meant angry. She could feel the need for blood, and it was slipping more and more out of control. After watching her pace back and forth across the little room once again, Grim simply walked up to her and bared his neck to her. "Thanks," she said, and parted her lips to expose her teeth, which had grown sharp in seconds. She sank her fangs into Grim's neck. He didn't make a sound. He was getting used to this. The bright blood poured from his neck and into her mouth. She felt the infusion of life and the grip on her mind and thoughts coming back. She pulled back from him after a short moment. The blood felt potent beyond measure, and she released the depths of what Grim was becoming. She cut her fingertip on her teeth and used her blood to close his wound. It was a ritual they had performed many times. She wiped his neck, stood back, and picked up the conversation, as if nothing had happened. "You sure she'll be here?" she asked again.
"She'll be here, and soon I shall be helping Dagosh. If this king is as bad as you say, then we should kill him now, when he only has a few men," he said, pacing restlessly once again. "You can't just kill a king. We need to find out what the hell he's doing first," she said. As they spoke, Mincetta looked up to see the small blood and tear-streaked face of Gisette listening to them. Grim turned and approached the girl, taking her in his burly arms with obvious relief. "Dagosh, Elizabetha, the cold death?" he asked, already knowing. "He's dead. She's dead. They're all dead. He killed everyone." "Who the hell is he? And what is this all about?" she asked in a tired voice. In one moment, the king had taken almost all the people she cared about. Grim released her, and they both looked to Mincetta. "You know him. You tell us," Grim said. "Just let me show you." Mincetta stepped forward in the near dark and put the tip of her light brown finger into her mouth and cut it on a sharp tooth. She smeared a tiny drop on their lips and muttered a few words in Pelosi. "There is one memory, and it's all you need to know." A small gathering of people stood in a circle of rough stones. High above them shone the moon, and it cast its light down on the people, washing pale yellow light over them. Mincetta stood in the middle of the robed figures. She was much younger, her features softer, and her curves fuller. She was peaceful and full of emotion, standing with arms wide in a long flowing dress, barefoot and singing a haunting song filled with longing and regret. As she sang and walked in a small circle, they saw a familiar sight. The very air in the circle grew thick and darkened. She carried on singing until the rift appeared and revealed a small girl. She was a monster, sharp tiny teeth filling her mouth and pushing against her lips, her eyes nothing but solid black pools. Mincetta knelt and grabbed the girl. She forced a skin of liquid into her mouth past her wicked teeth as she struggled. Soon the girl stopped kicking, and her face became the one it had in life. "Don't be scared, little one. You're back just for a moment. There is someone who wants to see you," Mincetta said to her. A robed figure standing close by pulled back its hood. It was a Pelosi woman, with long flowing hair and tears running down her cheeks. She ran into the circle and held the girl. Mincetta stood back smiling as they spoke words of love to each other. They talked and talked, the woman reassuring the girl that everything was all right, and speaking all those words people say when things are far from right. But it made them both feel better. Mincetta took the woman aside and whispered to her, "It's time enough. I only have so much strength, and soon she'll turn back. It's only sheep's blood." The lady nodded and cried, while kissing her little girl on the cheek. The child turned and walked back into the void, her gait that of a normal child. Mincetta stood in the middle. "Who is next? I can perform this once more." Suddenly they were not alone. A tall man walked into the centre of the circle. He had a shaved head, a deep red robe, and a leather-studded cudgel hung at his side. "How about me, witch? Can you bring back my sense of mercy?" he spat. "Who are you?" she said with fear.
She bore no weapon, nor possessed any prowess even if she had.
"The Order of the Learned, and we're here to make the world sane again."
The man pulled a blade from behind his back and lunged at her. She turned and ran. He was not alone, and the men of the Order fell on her followers with their wicked knives. Many of the women were simple farm folk who had heard of her and come to see if it was true. Now they died with screams on their lips and cold blades in their backs. Mincetta fled as the screams of the women sounded behind. They were slaughtered, the men laughing as they committed vile murder. The brambles and small nettles soon ripped her long flowing dress as she ran barefoot across the darkened plain, with only the moonlight to guide her. Too soon her foot struck a rock, and she fell to the ground hard, crying out. Her outstretched hand broke her fall, but she cut the fine skin of her palms. She sat crying. The lead man from the circle was close behind her, laughing at the spectacle of her on the ground.
"Oh, that's bad luck,"
he said, sitting next to her on the grass and pointing his dagger at her fine throat.
"Why do you do this?" she asked. "I've not hurt anyone. I'm just giving these women their final goodbyes." "Who are you to carry out this abhorrent practice? To tamper with the natural order of man? You've not hurt anyone yet, but you possess a power too great to be allowed to roam free. You are but an unstable woman, calling on powers you do not understand. Do you have any idea what gods you're even worshipping and give strength to?"
The man leaned forward, looking at her body through the thin robe.
"Still, it would be a shame to waste such a beautiful face and body. It's not your fault that you were born to commit sin. Just look at you. You could inspire lust in the stoniest of hearts."
Mincetta realized that her hand was behind her and resting on the stone that had tripped her. It was slick and covered with her blood, sharp enough to cut her foot, sharp enough to cut him. Mincetta gathered all her rage and, bringing the stone around hard, smashed it into his leering face. The point hit his temple with a sharp crack of bone. He collapsed to the ground, and she straddled his body, screaming in anger. Thinking of the women in the circle, she smashed the stone down again and again with both hands until his face was a bloody pulp.
"Thank you for showing me what I'm truly capable of," she said, and smiled with satisfaction at his destroyed face.
Josette shook her head from the memory and looked to Mincetta. She was sitting, patiently waiting for them to come back. Grim also shook his head and breathed deeply, regaining his sense of self.
"When was that?"
Josette asked.
"Oh, I don't know. 100 years ago, give or take." "What?" she said, shocked. "I know. I look good for my age. Anyway, it's not the king we need to fear. It's those men with him. They're called the Order of the Learned. As you can see, they are killers, and not the good kind like us. They are against any power they can't control. Grim, you and I, we are just the kind of people they hunt down and kill." "Why are they here? Elizabetha is hardly like us." "To them she is. Her books, these bottles, it's all about power, and they will destroy it all."
They won't take the power for themselves?
Grim asked.
They aren't the Dark Guild. They hate this kind of blood magic, view it as unclean, and against the natural order, whatever the hell that means. "What they got to do with the king?" Josette asked. "That was my first encounter with them, but far from the last. My powers and appetite grew much darker after that day. I worked with the guild for 5 years to try and track down these animals, but never caught more than 1 or 2 at a time. They were predictable prey. Whenever a person with power started to gather followers, they would investigate, and if it was a real, genuine power, they would do their work. Later, they aligned themselves with the former king, and I had to flee. Now, it seems they also have the sun in their grasp."
Grim stepped forward.
"We have to go. They are coming."
"But what do we do now? Do we just run, leaving our friends' bodies to cool and be forgotten?" Josette asked. "This is a major move by them," Mincetta said. "They are planning something beyond the usual murder and torment. We need to find out what it is, and stop it."
Chapter 9. Seth woke in the soft sand with the sun blazing down. True to their pact, Seraphina and he had spent another week living on the beach together in a lustful dream. But the feeling pulling him to the boats had grown stronger and stronger, and nothing Seraphina could say, nor the fear she felt, would hold him back. It was more than a desire to finish things, and he himself had to make the crossing. Yet he had no idea why. Stretching his sore muscles, he stood. Silver sat beside him in the sand, enduring the sunshine. She had been watching him for who knew how long. The Wolven was off somewhere with Seraphina. Silver was clothed thankfully, but looked troubled. He'd never seen her look so worried. She, like the Wolven, thought there was nothing she couldn't handle. Seth sat up from his sandy bed and looked at her. "What troubles you? Don't tell me you're sad we're leaving," he said. "I'm not sad you're leaving. You both smell like sex all the time now," she added, with a small smile. "But worried I am. I'm afraid, Seth. My people are afraid. I've never felt a fear like this before." "What of?" Seth said. "My people are afraid. The black dogs grow in number and continue to kill, and I've found this." Silver passed him a scroll that looked like it was made from human skin. He tried to ignore that fact. It was a date marker of some kind. It showed the cycle of the moon changing shape, and then it stopped. It went from a slender crescent slowly to full circle and crescent facing the other way. Then it was just solid for lines and lines of script, an unchanging full circle. "What's that mean?" he asked. "It means we didn't do this. My mother told the truth. The moon just stayed one day, and she didn't do it either," she said. "So what?" Seth asked. "Who or what did it, and why? What kind of power would one need to perform such an act? And most of all, what are they going to do to us when they find out we've ruined it all?" Seth opened his mind and tried to think clearly. Forgetting the weapons and battles, he drew his mind to memories of scholars, the learned, and people wiser than him. In the taking of the general, he found the memory of one versed in old languages and ancient religions. He had taken the man as just a boy, one of his first tutors. "The moon makes your people strong, but man weak, crazed and fearful. They had been driven to becoming monsters to protect themselves from the terror of this place. Now the sun has returned. They are back to the way they were, and your people feel afraid," she said. "It sickens me. I fear nothing, but this fear, it has no source. It's not the sun. It's not those black dogs. It just is, and it's everywhere." Seraphina saw it in the look on Seth's troubled face as he stood looking at the boats. After saying his goodbyes to Silver, their unlikely ally, it was time to leave. Of the two of them, she had the most to fear from their journey onwards. She was the one who was a killer in the eyes of her gods. Her uncle had disdained the normal rules of polite society and taught her in the ways of the guild from childhood, but she still understood murdering people for their abilities was wrong. Still, she felt such a strong desire to go onwards. It was partly some unknown pulling, but part of what her exile had turned her into. In truth, she did regret much of what she had done in her life. If asked to part with the blessings those sins had given her, it would be a different question, but at least she felt guilty about it. Seth stood beside her and the Wolven, and simply nodded his head towards the beach. "We off then?" she said with a forced smile. "It seems that way. You can feel it, right?" he said back. "Yes, I can feel it, but that doesn't mean I'm not scared," she said. "I'll be with you," he replied. Chapter 10. Goldie lay with his head up, looking around the dirt floor of the tent, and listening to the muffled cries and moans of the dying men around him. He'd collapsed face first in the roadway after his chat with the king, and was carried under the arms like a sack of shit, then dumped into the injured mess of bodies with the rest of the battle-damaged Reds. He looked to his left with a groggy head, then looked again. He'd thought they had won, but he hadn't seen this. Men with pike wounds, missing hands and fingers, cuts and wounds roughly bound with red-stained canvas and homemade bandages. A young boy worked on his arm. He had cut the shaft off the arrow with as much care as his shaking hands could, and looked at Goldie's eyes.
"I have to pull it out, sir," he said with fear. "Then fucking do it, but have a cloth ready," Goldie said with a sigh. He let his head fall back against the bag of old clothing that served him as a pillow, and gritted his teeth. Bloody Stellos had had to use barbed arrows, hadn't she? He felt the head of the arrow ripping his muscle and flesh as the boy's weak hands slowly, so slowly, wiggled it free from him. Goldie slapped his hand over his face to stifle a scream, and then it was done. The boy held the arrow with a look like he'd seen his first pair of tits, and smiled. "It's out!" He then looked at the small river of blood flowing from his patient's arm, and quickly covered the wound with a dirty bandage. The room fell quiet as a huge shadow entered.
"Did you just cry out? I thought Northmen feel no pain," Farricar said.
The big man walked over to Goldie's side and looked at the shoulder and shook his head.
"Nasty wound. Now, tell me what the fuck is going on. Looks and sounds like a battle, one we weren't invited to. The king?"
he asked.
"Short version," Goldie said through gritted teeth. "New king showed up. Killed the Duchess. Killed Dagosh. Killed the Court Death. And now wants to hire us," he said.
Farricar thought for a moment. He could see the injured men in the room, all pairs of eyes on him. He had no love for the Duchess, but Dagosh was a nice enough fellow. Still, he hadn't become a paid killer because he was the sentimental type of person. He'd just won a battle and had 600 troops with their blood still up.
"To do what, and how much?" he said.
"To run the Twin Plains name through the mud, and then take their keep."
"Ha ha! Take a proper castle and a standing army of thousands and support from every duchy in the area? Why would we want to do something like that?"
"We wouldn't, but we should say we do," Goldie said.
"Oh, a plan. Are you plotting something? Yeah, this sounds fine then. Okay, I'll get the men ready."
Farricar patted Goldie on his bad shoulder and walked out with a smile, bellowing the Reds' victory song. Goldie watched him walk away and thought of how quickly things could turn to shit. He'd be happy with his victory, his profits, and his prospects. All he had to do was take his loot, get himself to the nearest city, and set up a tavern or anything. Now he had to lead this ragtag army once again against an enemy he didn't even want to beat, let alone try to. If this king was anything like he thought, then he could only imagine what he wanted them to do on the way to Twin Plains. He feared for any person that crossed their path along the way. He needed to find out about this king and what the hell was driving him. As he thought, a face loomed into view, and it filled him with hope. Skinner walked up silently and simply nodded.
"More shit then," he said. "Yes, more shit. What do you know about the king?" he said. "Almost anything. I lived in his keep for a few years."
Goldie thought on that fact.
"You were a prisoner in his jail?" "True enough. What do you want to know?" "I want to know what we've gotten ourselves into." "All you need to know is who the Order of the Learned are, and then you'll know who he is. They're secretive bastards. Good thing prisoners and slaves are invisible."
Skinner sat down next to Goldie.
"I'll start at the beginning," he said.
Thellas sat in the shabby dining room and ate a quick repast. The Duchess had ordered that the fine silverware be laid out, and he cut into a thin slice of meat that sat cold on his plate. The servers had run away, it seemed, so it was left to his red tunic guards to help him. Old Renfrew had finally arrived and joined him at the table. The man had been his mentor for many years since the night in his father's study. Now his face was aged, and he walked more slowly, but was still filled with vigour for a 60-year-old. The man pulled out a padded chair and sat down next to his king.
"Looks like you've been busy. I thought you might give me the chance to talk with her," he said.
"What has she got to say? We have her books. We know where the passages are. She's told us all she needs to."
He spoke between mouthfuls of meat. The old man slapped him hard across the face with a loud crack. The king looked shocked, and tears almost welled in his eyes. He spat the unchewed meat back onto the plate.
"I said I wanted to talk with her, did I not?" he said sharply.
I'm sorry. Of course you did, he said, rubbing his face lightly. I got carried away.
"Now, finish up and follow me. We need to see if our spies have spoken true about this place."
The king put down his knife and slid off his chair. He knew it was a mistake to keep his mentor waiting. He followed the elderly man through the dining room and into the library. It was a ruin. In the corner of the room, lying on the plush carpet, lay the body of the Duchess. A torn-down curtain of dark black covered her body from sight. The floor was littered with torn and destroyed books. The old man looked back at him and laughed.
"You did get carried away, didn't you?"
He beckoned him to a wall.
"Look at this."
With a careful hand, he pulled out a single book. As it slid out, there was a slight clicking sound from behind the bookcase. Taking the wooden frame, he slid it slowly to the left, showing a dark stone archway and metal stairs behind.
"Let's see what they've been hiding away down here,"
he said, with a grin, and led on. Thellas' feet easily found the metal stairs, and his fine boots made no noise as he followed the old man down into the darkness below. The room was dank and smelled of wine and old barrels. It opened out at the bottom, and he followed the disappearing back of his mentor. Soon they stood in an open room. It was filled with racks and racks of wine bottles. Each had neat writing on the label.
A winery,
Thellas said.
"You see many grapes around here?"
the old man said. He reached out for a bottle, taking it carefully in his hand, and let it fall to the stone floor. It fell with a soft cracking sound. They watched as the dark red liquid slowly dripped from the cracks in its surface.
"It's blood wine, filled with dark magic and secrets," he said.
The king was filled with rage as he looked at them. This was the sort of dark magic that his father died trying to destroy.
"What should we do with this, my king?"
The man grinned.
Destroy it all. Every bottle, every drop, every trace, he said.
Thellas reached forward. Taking a bottle, smashed it hard against the stone floor, then another and another. All the work of the gatherers, years and years of collected knowledge, languages, skills, learning and memories. He slowly and methodically smashed every bottle, sullied every drop and destroyed every trace. Chapter 11. Seth stood looking out to the small boats and saw his. He realized there was no way he could board one with Seraphina. He looked over and saw she was having the same thought. "I'll just hold yours tight, or lash it with a rope or something. We'll journey together," he said. She held him close. Now she was here, the urge was pulling her as well, and she knew it was time to face what she'd done. The person she once was seemed like a faded, horrible memory, but she still had to answer for her crimes. "Thank you," she said. Seth looked at the wolven. It was so strong and powerful now, even beautiful. Its white fur shone in the sunlight. "I guess this is goodbye, then," Seth said out loud. It spoke back in his mind.
Only for you now, Druheim. Our paths are still linked. I'm sure of it.
Seraphina knelt down to the creature and held it close. She was going to be strong. "I'll miss you, Dog Lord. Thanks for all the bats," she said. It laughed darkly.
Do not fear. You're still the strongest of us. Remember that you are a warrior and not a victim. Go into this with your head held high.
Seth patted the wolven on the head, and it snapped at him. He took Seraphina's hand, and they started walking to the boats. He led the way to the one he knew was meant for him. The water of the ocean was cold on his feet, and they waded until he was next to the wooden boat. Seth hugged Seraphina tight, feeling the warmth of her body in the cold water. "Don't worry, I won't let you go." Seth climbed into his boat and pulled another one close to his. She climbed into it and sat so they were both facing the distance. "You ready?" he said. "As I'll ever be," she replied. The boats started to pull away from the shore, moving from their own power. Seth easily held hers close to his as they slid across the water into the fog. The shore disappeared, and he heard the Wolven's words in his mind, and surely hers.
"Try not to let him die,"
it said. Chapter 12. Goldie stood in the command tent and looked at himself in the reflection of the Duchess's dressing mirror. It was a long, highly polished piece of bronze that showed him what a complete fool he looked, dressed head to toe in regal Twin Plains attire. Clearly, he was playing the part of a general. They had struggled to find something big enough for Farricar, and failed for Flint and Stone completely. The king stood looking at him and Farricar as they looked back like sullen children.
"You look much better. I really don't know why you look so put out. That's probably the finest set of clothes you've ever worn," he said. "I prefer armour I can move in," said Farricar. "Anyway, shut it and listen."
The king passed them a piece of canvas, painted with oils, showing the local landscape and roads. A map to Twin Plains.
"As you see, this is a map, and I've very helpfully marked out where you're going. It's simple. Get there, fight for 2 days, and I'll come and pay you. Your trip should take you about 10 days with 3 stops I've marked out."
Goldie could see 3 red X marks along the way to Twin Plains, somewhere quite away, out of the way. He didn't want to know who he'd be killing there, but realised he'd need the information. He formed his next words carefully, so as not to anger the volatile king.
"What manner of forces will we encounter at each stage? Number of men, weapons, and defences?"
The king laughed out loud.
"Defences? Weapons? That first one is a camp of around 20 desert people who are squatting on my land, not paying taxes and worshipping some dirt god. The second is a temple to the divine child. It's entirely filled with women. They might be tough, though they're witches who practice evil arts. The local women go there to give birth and are given vile concoctions by the priestess there."
"Wise women, then," said Goldie. "They have them back home. They brew things like nettle tea to ease childbirth. Hardly the Dark Guild reborn."
"Evil women, worshipping vile gods and powers they have no right to. If they want to help a woman in childbirth, they can follow the prescribed book of lawful medicines that I've produced, at great personal expense, I might add," he shouted. "Might help if any of them could read," whispered Farricar. "The third, well, you'll find out. It's easy. Anyway, that brings me to my next question, and I must say you men are turning out to be a lot softer than I had thought, so please answer this with care. How do you feel about rape?"
he said, as if asking how they felt about white wine. Goldie looked at Farricar to answer. He knew the answer the king wanted, and thought the women of the divine child should be running right now.
"We're the red bastards,"
Farricar said simply.
"Good. That's what I wanted to hear. Now, off you go, and I'll be hot on your tails to clean up the mess and console the poor victims of your lawful acts."
The king walked out of the room with a spring in his step. Goldie looked at Farricar again and opened his mouth to speak, but the big man put a finger across his lips.
"Once, the red bastards and that name used to mean something. People said it with fear and awe. If someone asked us to do a low act like that, be he king or duke, we got him."
"And now?" Goldie said.
"We'll do the killing. We'll burn shit down. But I'm a warrior, and not a rabid dog to be ordered around," he said, and walked out of the tent. Goldie had picked right in that man. The old king bastard would have gladly accepted. Farricar was a strange one. He'd gladly kill a woman, but not violate her. Goldie was the same. In the north you'd as easily be fighting a woman as a man in the line, and an enemy was an enemy, but he'd be fucked if he was killing a group of women because they had different gods to the king, if even he had gods.
"Nice new friends you got,"
a female voice said. Goldie spun around, sword drawn, and saw her. Red hair pulled back in a tight ponytail, and dagger loosely in hand. He ran in and hugged Gisette, picking her up off the ground. He put her back down and looked at those big green eyes.
"Sorry about Dagosh,"
he said. He saw the sadness in those eyes.
"He died well, and will be avenged. But now, you working for that dog?" she asked. "You know me. My employer has never seemed that happy with the result. He'll be no different. It's good you're here. I need your help. Please tell me Grim is alive," he said. "Grim's fine. It's scarier. And Mincetta as well. She wants us to try figure out what the king is up to," she said.
Goldie passed her the map, which she quickly looked over.
"I know what he wants us to do, but not why. Not really. He says he wants us to sully the Twin Plains name, but these sites are all religious in nature. We could just as easily burn down farmhouses. It's got something to do with the Order of the Learned he's linked to," he said. "You know about that?" she asked with surprise. "Of course I do. Now, get going. I have a fake battle to conduct, and take the map," he said. "What do you want us to do?" she asked. "Warn them we're coming. That'll be a good start. Keep an eye out for Skinner. I'll send him to you if we need to talk. Now go save me from doing things I don't want to."
Thelas threw back the flap of the tent and stalked to his tall white horse, which was being held by a small page boy wearing a fine clean tunic. The boy bowed to him and helped him mount the horse quickly. He hated these Northmen and mercenaries. They were all so tall. He wasn't even short for a Pelosi man, almost 6 feet. Yet these giants were still a hand or so taller than him. It was embarrassing. Mounted, he kicked his fine steed harder than he needed to, and took off with a jump, pounding towards the keep. His small army was waiting for him in the courtyard. Now, at least, he felt better. His soldiers bowed their heads respectfully as he passed, and he could see tinges of fear in their eyes. That was better. He was someone to be taken seriously. Jumping from his horse and landing hard, he saw his mentor, Renfra. He took the old man by the shoulder and led him inside the keep. These red bastards were hardly the cold-blooded killers he'd been told about. They were much too curious by far, and that Goldie was much too clever for his own good. He thought they'd be happy with their assignments, and raping a few priestesses to get the locals riled up should have been a nice little bonus for them.
"What is it, my king? You seem agitated," Renfra asked.
"I am. It's these men we've hired. I doubt them. I can trust them about as far as their fleas can jump," he said.
"They are mercenaries. To be untrustworthy is their profession," he said.
"But they seem to find this current chore distasteful. What should I do? Kill them now? Do it myself?" he said.
"Let's not do anything rash. I suggest sending a small group of men to shadow them. We can watch and report on what they will do. If we have to kill them earlier than planned, then so be it. Either at Twin Plains, once they have helped our cause, or on the road somewhere between. It matters not," he said.
The king calmed down and looked at his mentor.
"Wise counsel, as always. You go with them. I trust you most of all," he said.
Renfra could be trusted to guide him. He'd been the one to reveal the truths of the world and the horrors that hid in the shadows. The problem was a lack of fear. There were people like Elizabetha and this young bastard Seth who were against the natural order of things, and they felt no fear from their actions. They seemed to think they could do anything they liked and not be called to account. But now he had the power, he'd change that. They would learn to be afraid, just like he had. He'd woken screaming in his bed every night for months, visions of his father's destroyed and desecrated body before him. He imagined the animals that had done it, their sharp, soulless teeth ripping his skin and mauling him like they had his father. He was woken by a hand lightly shaking his shoulder. It was Renfra shaking him awake.
"My young king, we finally had a breakthrough. One that knows what happened to your father," he said.
He was smiling broadly and helped Thalas from his bed. The young king slowly got dressed as Renfra waited outside, putting on his finest armour and strapping a small child's sword to his side. He was still 13 and tried to calm himself. He'd asked them to find the killer, and now they had. He walked from his bedroom, the bed still soaked with cold stale piss from his night terrors, and walked out. His maids never mentioned it, and there were no rumours or giggles behind his back. They knew better than that. Renfra walked slowly ahead of the young king and guided him from the main keep. They walked past his father's study and to the rear, down cold stone stairs, passing 2 guards who stood either side of a large wooden doorway. One of the men nodded at Renfrew and swung the huge door inwards. The room inside was well lit, and Thelas could see it was a prison. There were small rows of cells and guards sitting by, looking bored. They stood to attention as the king walked past. He strolled to one of the cells and looked in. There was an old man in tattered robes and more than a few large bruises on his body and face. The man looked at the king with wandering blue, cloudy eyes. He looked like any of the numerous Pelosi beggars found in the city streets.
"His crime?"
Thelas asked.
Speaking against the king's interests,
said the captain of the guards, who had walked up beside him. The man was finely dressed and bore a small eagle on the breast of his leather armour, a sign of office. The king scanned the remaining pitiful prisoners crouching in their cells.
"The rest?"
Same crime, different methods.
The boy was horrified to see so many. Were his citizens against him? He'd only been in charge for a few short weeks and made only a handful of public appearances, letting his uncle take the lead until he was of age, of course. The man did what Renfrew told him, and he was a good face for the city.
"So many?"
Never fear, my king. There are fewer and fewer every week as they learn a harsh lesson. They are children who need to know that they have a strict father, one who will neither tolerate any churlish behaviour nor spare the rod," he said.
Renfrew took the young king by the shoulder and led him away from the man in the cage. They walked to a smaller, narrow doorway at the back of the room. It was guarded by a single man. He was dressed in red, bald, and had the same tattoos as Renfrew. He bowed deeply to the king and Renfrew, letting them pass. Down a narrow set of stone stairs, it was cold and close, and Thelas felt fear rise in his belly. Renfrew gripped his shoulder hard and guided him on. They passed from the staircase to the dungeon. Thelas was shocked and tried to hold on to his emotions as he took in the sight. A single person occupied the room. Tied to a large wooden cross was a young woman, not 5 years older than himself. She was lashed to the wooden arms of the large structure with rough leather ties. He could see where they had cut into her wrists and legs. She was a desert girl. He'd never seen one before, and her dark skin and long matted black hair were strange to behold. She raised her head slowly to look at him, and he saw she had a broken lip and signs of a beating. Thelas was horrified. What could she have possibly done? Renfrew bent down and looked at him.
"I know it's hard to believe, but she is one of them. She must be taught. She killed my father. Her people call on the dead. They practice vile blood magic, and they know of dark beasts from other lands."
He stepped forward.
"Is it true that you know of where these creatures come from, the ones with sharp teeth, beasts that howl so terribly, the ones that ripped my father apart?" he asked.
She looked at him.
"I know them. My father is a shaman of our people. He can call them, but never would," she said.
"Why not?" he asked.
"We fear them as much as you do," she replied.
"I'm not afraid. Can you call them as well?" he asked. A flicker of fear passed across her eyes. Renfrew stepped back and reached to a small table, handing the young king a baton. It was a short rod covered in leather and metal studs.
"Ask her again," he said.
Chapter 13. The cold found Seth's exposed arms and made him shiver. The arm that held Seraphina's boat ached, and his hand grew weak. He'd been holding the wooden rail for hours and hours. At first they had talked, but now they just sat in silence as their boat slowly floated on the soft lapping waves through the fog. To either side of them Seth could see no more than an arm's length, and even making out her small face right next to him was difficult. She'd fallen asleep with her head slumped down, her long blonde hair covering her face. The truth was, part of him hesitated at the thought of travelling with her. He felt a duty to keep her safe, but had an overwhelming feeling this was a personal journey for them both, in which neither would be welcome. He held on to the hope there would be a way to make it through to the other side together. Living people weren't meant to make this journey, and there'd be more rules to break while he was at it. Slowly, the fog started to clear, and Seth saw he was floating in a sea of boats. To his left, he saw something that shocked him. An unknown man wearing the uniform of Black Rock. Seth thought he had saved these from their deaths, but now he saw more and more of them. All the people he was meant to have stopped from killing each other were here. It was a sea of bloody tattered uniforms and outfits he knew well. Black Rock, Twin Plains, Cold Death mercenaries, and people with red painted faces. He didn't know who they were, but they had clearly got caught up in a slaughter. Their eyes were set straight ahead like his had been, as if willing themselves onwards. He called out to the nearest man, "Hey, are you from Black Rock?" The man snapped out of his daze and turned his head slowly to look at Seth. He saw a huge bloody gash down the man's face. It had removed part of his eye. The man stared for a moment, then turned his attention back ahead. "Black Rock!" Seth yelled again. By this time Seraphina had woken, frightened. The flotilla of tiny boats pushed hard against theirs. All around were faces and people from the battle he'd failed to prevent. The man looked back at Seth with dead eyes and spoke. "Black Rock, why do I know that name?" "That's where you come from, Duchess Elizabetha's keep," he said. The man seemed to take in his words, then spoke slowly. "Yes, the Duchess Elizabetha. Have you seen her? I need to protect her. My father guarded her father, I think. It's an honour for my family," he rambled. "Why would I have seen her?" Seth asked, a pit of fear growing in his stomach. The man looked at him blankly. "She's dead. The king killed her, and then murdered us. He killed us all." The boats were moving again, and the man was thrust away from Seth. His boat was hit hard from the side, smashing his hand between the rails of his and Seraphina's boat. He drew back his hand with a shout, blood dripping from his fingers. Seraphina looked in horror as his hand came away from her boat. He reached out again, but it was too late. Within seconds, the current had pulled her away. Seth rushed to the prow of his boat, frantically trying to grab hers again. His last sight of her through the fog was her terrified face as she was swept away into the growing white wall. As he saw her go, he heard her cry his name. Then she was lost to the fog. Chapter 14. Mincetta sat on a stolen horse next to Grim and Gisette, under the cover of some sparsely distributed trees, and watched the show unfolding before her eyes. She moved in her saddle restlessly and tried to quell her impatience. She'd seen the red bastards, all 600 or so of them, slowly moving around and breaking up their camp. They scurried like little busy ants, taking down their tents and loading huge packs on their backs. They were all neatly dressed in Twin Plains uniforms, but still held the weapons of mercenaries and acted like them. The Twin Plains army had never taken so long to get ready to march, nor had so much fun doing it. She could hear their rough voices and laughter floating across the vacant plain to where she waited under cover from the bright sun. Slowly, the ragtag army gathered into rough lines of 3, got ready to march and cause some mayhem. She saw Goldie and Farrakar lead them off in a slow walk. It was only 2 days till their first stop, and they had to quickly get ahead of them and warn the poor souls who was riding upon them. She was about to move her horse forward when Grim grabbed the reins in his firm hand and slowly shook his head. As she looked, a small group of the king's men were following slowly behind on horseback. They trotted very slowly, keeping a good distance between them and the Reds. "Looks like the king doesn't trust our Goldie," Grim said. Mincetta reached out her hand, and, opening a leather bag strapped to the side of her horse, she pulled out the map for the 10th time and looked at it. She knitted her brow. As far as threats to the king went, these 3 weren't even in the top 20. She was bewildered. Why would the king march on some desert nomads just because they didn't pay their taxes? Other threats were well known to her, though. The Temple of the Divine Child was a lovely and benign order. She had met a few of their acolytes when she was being sweet and nice, giving women a final moment with their children who had passed over. They were an order of midwives dedicated to safe births, and actually viewed giving birth as a spiritual gift. They were misguided but harmless. A third threat Goldie hadn't been told, but she knew. There was only one thing in that area, and if they went there, it would be their first proper fight. It was the home of the Temple of the Lucky Lady, and, as such, was a gambling den. Animal racing, pit fighting with slaves, shady deals and dangerous people. Goldie would be right at home there, and would never attack it. He was practically engaged to the Lucky Lady. Pointing at the map, she spoke. "They are on foot, and as such will stick to the roads. If we cut across the country on horse, we could make it straight for the temple, and get there a few days earlier, clear everyone out, and have them safely away," she said. "What about the first X? Aren't we going there first?" Gisette asked. "We don't have time. I know they are on foot, but some of the land we'll have to cross is on sand. We won't be going fast enough," she said.
"I'll go if you want," said Grim. "I'm pretty sure I can speak their tongue now, and if anyone knows what these bald fuckers are really up to, it'll be the desert nomads. This group are descendants of the Prophet, a man called White Eyes. People worth saving," he said.
"How do you know that?" asked Gisette. "And since when can you speak the desert tongue?"
"Since I got drunk on Elizabetha's private stash. You know it very well," he said.
"What do you think they'll know?" Mincetta asked.
"One thing keeps coming back to me from your memory of that night you were attacked by the Order. That man said to you, 'You have no idea what gods you're worshipping or giving strength to.' It's that phrase, 'giving strength to.' My question is, who are they giving strength to?"
Grim looked at the map and the horizon. It was a day's fast ride for one man alone on horse. He turned to them both.
"I have no idea what's going to happen next. Many paths are opening, but I feel this might be goodbye for a while."
He took Gisette's arm in a warrior's grip.
"Stay strong, little sister. Mincetta, thanks for your help."
He turned to ride away and looked over his shoulder with a grin.
"Oh, Gisette, now you're going to have to feed her."
Mincetta laughed, and, looking at Gisette's fine neck, thought it did look a lot better than the Northman's. Chapter 15. Seth didn't realise he'd slept, but when he woke on the deck of the large ship, he knew he must have. The sound of waves breaking against a strong hull brought his eyes open. He stood quickly, weapon drawn, expecting something, but not this. He was back on the Opulent, the fine ship that had carried him so long ago from the jail in Kravosi. People milled around him in fine clothes, paying little attention to him. He recognised some from his voyage, a certain guard or officer, or an attractive female passenger that had caught his eye. They enjoyed the sunshine of the bright, fresh day it had become. He smelled the fresh ocean, felt the cool air, and knew it was real, not some dream. Then he saw her. She looked younger than when he'd first met her. Elizabetha walked up to him and hugged him.
"Hello, Sir Seth. It's been a long time," she said.
He felt a pit of sadness crawl up in him, attempting to reach his eyes, but he forced it down. What weakness that would be. He pulled back from her and took her hands. They felt cold and dead. He could see dark red marks around her neck.
"You've been killed, then?"
he asked simply. Taking her hand from his, she slowly rubbed the deep red marks on her neck.
"It seems I have, though I can't remember much of it. I think I was murdered by the king, but it all happened so fast. First we lost you, and I was so proud of you. You saved us all. But then disaster struck anyway. The Duchess, the battle, and then the king," she said sadly.
"So I failed you all. My sacrifice was all for nothing," he said.
"I'm not so sure. I don't think I'm meant to be here, Seth. This is not my journey. It's yours. But something is trying to help us. I think it wants us to do something," she said.
"A Druam's job is never finished," he said with a laugh.
Then he stopped to look around the deck.
"Have you seen Seraphina?"
knowing before he asked. Elizabetha looked at him sadly.
"This isn't her journey either, Seth. Maybe you'll find each other again. Now come with me. You have another old friend to meet."
Elizabetha took him by the hand and led him across the polished wooden deck. He walked easily through the people and noticed his arm would just pass through some and not others. Were some just illusions, or ghosts of the fallen? Clearly not all were dead. He looked at the sparring area just before him and almost laughed. It was the place he'd first learned to use the rapier. His fight against that officer fellow, whatever his name was. "Officer Ramon, my friend here says he can beat you any day or night," he heard Elizabetha yell in her refined voice. Indeed, it was Ramon standing in front of him, sparring with his brother, as he had all that time ago. The man looked him over and snorted. "Doubtful, my lady, but he should watch his tongue. A man's honour is all he has," he said. Ramon was clearly as prickly as he always had been. "What of a woman's honour? He says you dance around like one, and in such pretty clothes," she said back. That did it. The man's eyes lit up with rage. Seth remembered the look very well. The fight came back to him. He'd fought the man, but not killed him. He'd let him live, albeit in total shame. Seth sighed and pulled his rapier and dagger from their scabbard. He stepped over the small rope barrier and onto the black-painted deck of the sparring pit. Officer Ramon was as he ever was, a big bull of a man, fine moustache, and from memory good with the sword. Still, Seth was far more experienced now. The man lunged at Seth hard and fast with a straight blade. Seth jumped back, not ready. He countered with a flick of his rapier and thrust forward. They exchanged cuts, the man sparring with such energy and anger. Seth was forced to retreat. It had been a long time since he'd used these weapons. He cast his mind back to the general and let him take over. Every time the man lunged, Seth flicked his blade away with ease. He saw the moment coming. Ramon lost control and charged. Seth remembered from their previous encounter how he had simply sidestepped the man and choked him to sleep instead of doing the easy thing and letting him run onto his blade. Now Seth saw him running at him again and once more stepped to the side and grabbed his thick neck, choking the man. Ramon tried to wrest free, but Seth brought him to the ground, alive. He turned and smiled at the lady, but she wasn't there. He blinked and once again found himself standing in front of Ramon and stepping into the pit. The man lunged, forcing him to throw himself back from a potentially fatal thrust. What the fuck was happening? Seth avoided killing the man 10 more times. The battle played out again and again. It was like a show now. He knew every move the man would make. Why was he having to do this repeatedly? Ramon was an enemy who had raised a blade against him. A part of him knew he'd done wrong in letting him live. Was that it? This time, when Ramon ran at him, Seth simply held his blade steady. Officer Ramon ran onto the point of the blade. It entered his unprotected stomach, out through his back, sliding in with deadly ease as the man killed himself on it. Ramon's eyes opened in surprise as he fell back dead. Seth released the sword, which fell back with the man, sticking out from him. Seth looked in shock at what he'd done, then, casting his eyes to the side, saw Elizabetha was there. "Do you see that?" Seth asked. "You killed him. Why would you do that? You didn't the first time," she said. "I tried not to. I've just fought this battle 10 times, and each time it would start again. Now I kill him, and it's over," he said. "How do you feel?" she asked. "Fine. He was my enemy. He raised his blade. It was right," Seth said. In truth, he hardly felt that way. Ramon was a proud fool, but hardly deserved to die. He may have tried to kill Seth in earnest, but that was his rage and pride. So many people had tried to kill him now, he really didn't take it that personally anymore. Seth heard clapping. An old Northman stood next to her, dressed as a simple farmer, but his clothes looked old and worn. He smiled at Seth. "Good boy, there may be a chance for you yet," he said, in a tongue like silver's. Chapter 16. Grim rode his stolen horse at a relaxed pace along the sparse countryside surrounding Blackrock. He understood what the desert people must like about this place. It was a much less austere environment than home. As a denizen of a harsh landscape, he also knew the joy of getting somewhere a little more straightforwardly. But then this strange sense was lost. Sometimes he missed the cold and the snow, the need for a fireplace, the warm flagons of spiced ale and wine. Damn, he missed spiced cider. It was such a fine drink. He was glad to be alone now. He'd been itching to get away since he'd woken up from the hangover of memories and visions. He could feel deep within himself that he wasn't the same man he'd been. He'd taken in too much of others, and now his own ambitions and goals felt small. Mincetta and the others were so worried about the bloody temple they were quite willing to let these people die. Why? Because they had different skin and features, because they spoke in a strange language and had clung to it for 200 years of exile. That wasn't an accident. It was by design. Even the king had referred to them as dirt worshippers. Dirt worshippers? It was a fucking outrage. They worshipped the spirit of the sun, the heavenly body that brought them heat and life. They gave thanks to it for their tough skins that withstood it. They took pride in being hard people, living in a hard land. Not that different from the North people, just different climates. It was unnerving to Grimm that he now knew so much. His mind had grown, and he realized that before he hadn't possessed the words to express his thoughts. Then again, he hadn't had thoughts like these either. Now he could think clearly. It was like a fog had cleared from his mind, and he now understood much more of why people did what they did. Now he also found empathy growing for these people. He cast his mind through his memories and saw many of the gatherers had existed with them for a while. The basis of the gatherers' power was in their teachings. They had learned more and more, but these people had been the ones to open the doors in the first place. Grimm judged he had ridden far enough away from the others and had journeyed a good few hours in the right direction, so he pulled back on his reins and brought his horse to an easy stop. He checked the ground for any snakes or scorpions and jumped from the horse. Letting go of the reins, he allowed the beast to wander. It would come back when he called. Grimm dropped his pack on the ground and sat cross-legged in the yellow dirt. He had so much in his mind now. With Mincetta, he was starting to open up to new skills, but he now knew that he was perhaps the most powerful summoner left alive. The king was hunting the wrong people, he thought with a laugh. He closed his eyes and started to whistle. It was a thing he'd never been good at before, but now he whistled a sweet song. He put his hand out in front of him and waited as he continued his tune. He thought peaceful thoughts of warmth and safety, and imagined a nice warm burrow and the pleasure of a full belly. He was through his song twice when he felt it, soft animal fur beneath his hard fingers. Grimm opened his eyes and smiled. There, nestled under his hand, crouched and breathing softly in the sand, was a desert jack, a skinny copper-furred creature that looked like a fox from back home, only these were a lot more scared of people than his native land's creatures. It sat calmly as he stroked it, the creature allowing his attentions.
"Hello, little fella. I'm sorry about this, but my friend needs food," Grimm said, as he patted the creature's soft fur. It seemed quite happy to be around him. Grimm pulled out a long knife from his bag and looked at the jack. It had come because he'd told it he was no threat. He'd killed at least 10 men in the past few days, but this was a bit strong. It was like lying to a child, then killing it. He patted it again and, reaching again into his pack, pulled out a small piece of dried meat. The jack took it in its small white teeth and ran. It ran fast across the sand and disappeared down a tiny hole, much smaller than he'd have thought possible for it to pass through. The wolven could go hungry. That little bastard was a survivor, and Grimm wouldn't mess with that. Grimm stood and, taking his sword, drew a circle in the sand. He summoned words in his mind as he drew it, then stood back. He pictured the wolven in his mind, its huge form and sharp eyes forming large as he willed to see it. Within seconds, the air in the circle ripped open and a creature stood before him. He was unsure if this was the wolven. It looked very different. Still on its side of the rift, it raised its head and snarled. Now it looked like the wolven, but it was covered in soft white fur, bigger than ever before and ending in a huge brushed tail. It trotted through the rift, tail flicking and clearly annoyed. "Angry one, is that you? What is this rift? I can barely see it,"
it spoke in his mind. There was no pain from its voice. It sounded just like normal words to him now.
I've learned a few things since we last met. You look different,
he said with shock. The terrifying creature he'd expected was still terrifying, but beautiful as well.
Thank your boy, Seth. Now, what do you want? It said. You don't want food first? Grim asked. I'm fine. My appearance is not the only change. And now, to the point. I'm busy. It sounded in his head. Where is Seth? I think I now have the power to bring him back, or if not, at least to talk to him, learn his wishes, help him, Grim said. The creature laughed darkly in his mind. Too late now. Just days too late. He has gone onwards. Let me show you.
The Wolven opened its mind and pushed its memories at Grim. It was a tidal flood of thoughts and images. He saw Seth with a silver woman, naked and incredible to behold. The girl Seraphina helped him, the Wolven reborn, a battle for a city of monsters, and then the raising of the sun. He felt the cold and hopelessness of the world before, and then the life that sprang back with the sun. Finally he saw Seth through the Wolven's eyes as he and the little princess got into their small boats and floated away into the fog. He was too late. Grim was filled with anger. If Elizabetha had let them use this power earlier, he knew he could at least have talked to Seth. Now this rift was strong enough to be a window for the living as well. Grim thought of all he'd seen, especially the sun and the changes. He felt what the Wolven felt. It was sure Seth was going on for a purpose. His role as the Druheim wasn't finished, which meant it wasn't finished for Grim either. He still had a mission. He'd help Seth even if he'd never see his face again.
One thing I don't understand, said Grim. Only one? That's good, said the Wolven.
Grim ignored its barb.
Why are you afraid?
Grim asked simply. He could feel inside of the Wolven like a disease without a name, lurking inside its bones and blood.
I'm not afraid. I'm never afraid. Nothing can defeat me,
it shouted in his mind with a snarl. It was right. The Wolven wasn't afraid of anything in particular. Not the black dogs, not the white-skinned people, or a grisly death. It was a truly awful, deep-set fear based on nothing. It was pure fear, made of fear itself. Chapter 17. Seth stepped from the arena, and soon Elizabetha had left his side. He'd not noticed her go, but go she certainly had. He stood alone on the deck and watched as the sky became darker. He proceeded to wander the ship, and found himself walking to the figurehead. When he saw her, he almost stopped dead. She looked as beautiful as when he'd first seen her. Minsetta, her long black hair flowing down her back, and the thin white nightdress clinging to her body. The perfect Pellicina, soft curves, sexual but self-aware and strong. She turned as he approached. "Young Master Seth, that was quite a show you put on today. How can one so young know so many languages?" she asked. He replied, near to as he had when they had first met. "I'm actually an old man. I just wear this body for the ease of it." She laughed. "What an interesting thing to say." He heard her words and saw her, but something was wrong. Her speech was hollow, and had none of its usual charming warmth, like a bad actress reading lines from a play. Seth reached out his hand and found it passed right through her. "I killed you. Surely you're dead," he said. Seth turned to a sound behind him, and standing there was an old farmer, and as he walked towards Seth, Minsetta disappeared. "Did you kill her, boy? Or did the wolf have to save you? Did you thank him for saving you? Or did you cry out, 'Stop,' and then cry like a pathetic girl child whose favourite horse ran away?" Seth was stunned. It was true enough, but he never felt ashamed of it. "You should feel ashamed, and more importantly, you should tell him you are. You acted exactly like any young boy thinking with his cock instead of thinking of his commitment to the rules that govern his people," the man said.
Now pull yourself together. I've done all I can. You're here, and it's time to disembark." "Who are you?" called Seth, as the man walked away. "You have to run, Angeline. You have to run and hide. Now." The old woman spoke frantically to her friend. Seraphina looked at the woman who spoke to her and shuddered. She looked out from the woman's eyes, unable to speak of her own accord. They were both elderly Pelosi women, dressed in very rough and tattered robes, made from rough hessian, the type used to make carrying sacks. On their heads, over long flowing white hair, sat a small garland of field flowers. "I can't. I have to try to use the gift to protect the sisters," Seraphina said back, the voice someone else's. As she spoke, her visage wavered like the heat lines above a fire, and she transformed from an old woman to that of a young man, dressed in simple country garb. She closed her eyes and changed her friend's guise as well. "They won't know who to take," she said. "We'll say the women have left. They are on the road, and we'll lead them away. Go get the others." Her companion, now appearing as another young man, ran barefoot across the rough wooden floor of the room and soon returned with 6 more women. They ranged in ages. Some didn't wear garlands, just simple robes and scared faces to match. "Sisters, it's happened. They have finally come. But our goddess will guard us. I will use her power to conceal us in her beauty." The women ran to the front of the room. There stood an altar, roughly carved of wood. On it was a 2-faced woman. One visage was old and haggard, the other beautiful. This was the cult of Vitanki. She used her powers to turn an ugly cold world to a blessed one. They lived a simple life and delighted in small, beautiful wonders. Seraphina watched the door and knew who was coming. Suddenly the door at the end of the room burst open, splinters flying. 2 men walked in, with rapiers drawn. Stefan the general and Durst, her cousin. They stood on either side of the door, preventing any escape. Then in she walked, like a vision of pride and danger. Seraphina saw herself through the old woman's eyes and felt the fear run through her body. She saw the long blonde hair tied into a tight ponytail, blue eyes blazing with greed, and the foil-like lady sword drawn. She heard her own laugh. "Ha ha! Gentlemen, it seems we're too late." She pointed her sword at the collection of young men. "And who might you all be?" She stepped forward. "We just work here. We tend the farm for the women. They have all fled," she said to herself. "Oh, no, that's too bad," Seraphina said. "Here's the thing. I know you're lying, and seeing your power in all its glory just makes me want it more. Seems our spies were right about you all. Have your high priestess step forward, and we'll just take her. Otherwise, it's all of you," she said. As she spoke, Seraphina felt the emotions of the woman. These women were her sisters. They had lived together for years, had shared their humble days with each other, and now truly did feel a sisterly love for each other. She knew this woman would kill them all if she didn't give herself up. As she looked, she saw the older man. He was placing objects in a small circle on the floor, into which all 3 of them stepped. She stepped forward and let the guys fall, showing them for what they were. 8 scared women in rough robes, to show the only gifts they had were the ones the goddess gave. She saw herself and knew what was coming next. The girl whispered to her uncle, who just nodded. "That's good. I'm glad that you have made things easy. You see, you're not the only one who wields power." Next to her, Stefan was chanting quickly, and within moments a small black storm cloud formed in the room. The women screamed and clung to each other, helplessly crying, the only exit blocked. Within seconds, the rift opened. 3 black dogs bounded out of the cold and into the room. She heard her own voice screaming, "Take them all, and give me the rest!" She saw the terror in her sister's face, and tried to use her power to transform them to other people, but the wild animals cared not who they killed, man or woman, farm boy or priestess. The first beast was upon her friend, Jessica, in a moment. The woman tried to run for the door, but the beast caught her leg.
Vicious teeth ripped through her skin, and she collapsed screaming. The beast's teeth were around her throat within moments, ripping her life away in a bloody heartbeat. A large group of women huddled and cried against the altar. It became splattered with their blood as they died crying out to a goddess who had no power over matters like this. Angeline ran to Seraphina, falling to her knees and begging her to stop. But then she felt teeth sinking into her own skin, and she screamed, lunging back. She saw the huge black form bent over her leg, pulling her backwards with a sharp turn of its head. Turning herself fully to face it, she felt the stale breath of hot meat, and then felt it rip into her ribcage with its claws and vicious teeth. She tried to scream, but it was over. The creature ate as the life left her aged flesh and bone. Seraphina occupied the woman's body as the dog kept ripping her apart. She felt the pain of it and the horror of what she had done that day. As she closed and opened her eyes, the pain stopped. She looked around to see she was back in her uncle's study. She looked once again through eyes not her own, and saw a much younger version of herself, reading an old book. Oh gods, she thought, she knew what was going to unfold here too. She heard herself speak in a male voice.
"You're a terrible student, Seraphina. You're not even paying attention."
The younger version of herself just smiled back. "I know a faster way," she said, in the voice of a spoiled child. Inside the man's mind, Seraphina started to scream and scream. Chapter 18. Goldie drew his broadsword and pointed it once again at Farrakar. The big man smiled at him, holding his long double-headed axe in both hands.
"Aren't you sick of this yet?"
Farrakar asked.
"Not yet,"
Goldie said, and ran in. His shoulder was starting to leak blood, but it was feeling a lot better. He healed quickly now, and was much more than an average swordsman. Still, this man was a giant, and had learned his killing arts the risky way, by actually killing people. Goldie brought his sword down hard at Farrakar, who blocked it with the metal handle of his axe. Goldie dodged to the side, and narrowly avoided a vicious kick to the groin. Farrakar fought outside the rules, spinning, but too slowly. Goldie swung his sword through the air at Farrakar's neck, missing widely.
"That sword is too heavy for you,"
the man said, with a laugh, as Goldie unbalanced and nearly toppled over. Farrakar walked to a nearby pile of weapons and drew out a single-handed mace and a small shield that buckled to the arm.
"Try this. I think it'll suit you."
Goldie buckled the light shield to his arm and held the mace. It felt good in his hand.
"Now, why are we doing this again?"
asked Farrakar, as he swung his huge axe down at Goldie, forcing him to jump and roll smoothly across the hard-packed sand. He rolled to his feet, and, spinning faster this time, shoved the man hard with his shield in the side. Farrakar grinned as he was pushed slightly by it.
"'Cause I'm fucking angry, and this is better than drinking,"
Goldie said. He dropped the mace. One mention of a drink, and he grew thirsty. He'd been beaten by the tireless mercenary for more than an hour since they had made camp. The sun had fallen, and the cold of night was starting to creep in. Now he'd stopped panting, and the sweat gluing his shirt to him started to cool.
"Why so angry?"
Farrakar asked, tossing Goldie a skin of red wine.
"You know why? This king, he's got us on killer's duties. You think Quest and his men will come along quietly as we kill 20 of his people? You think our northern lads will like the fact that we're killing wise women? And thirdly, he thinks I don't know what this is, but I do. I bloody know, and I won't do it," he said, quaffing a large mouthful of the warm wine and wincing.
"What's there? Some gambling den, my boys told me. Dogs, pit fights, card games. Hey, that does sound a bit like you," he said.
"It's more than that. It's the temple of the lucky lady. That's how they give her their devotion," Goldie said.
"By cheating each other at cards, drinking and fighting?"
Farrakar laughed.
"Yes. Doesn't it sound perfect?" Goldie said back. "We have to get out of this contract. The king has men following us, and he's going to see pretty quickly we're not doing the job," he said.
"We will if your friends are warning them all. I'd say you're right, but we're not really in a position to take on the king,"
Farrakar said.
"How many mercenary armies exist out there? Kravosi, the north, the desert. How many in total? Enough to fight back, right?"
Goldie said.
Oh, fuck no. Don't even think of it.
Farricar raised his axe again.
Come on, you're still clearly angry.
He was angry. For his whole life he'd walked a dark path, but never viewed himself as a criminal. Not truly evil, just one pressing the limits of the law, and what was acceptable. He saw himself as a charming rogue, like he'd read about in stolen books he'd acquired as a runaway. Still, at every turn, there were people trying to get him to do their dirty work. It was always the same. The nobles used other poor people against themselves, never getting their hands dirty themselves, but happy to pay others if it kept their own soft hands clean. He'd never been one for gods and worship. His mother was an extremely superstitious northern slave who frankly lacked the brains that the gods gave an ox. She was a slightly more attractive female version of flint and stone. His father followed the life of a crooked tradesman whose only gods were drinking and trying to extract gold coins out of any situation. When he'd run from them, he'd ended up at the Lucky Lady's temple. His first job, actually getting paid to do something, was to help keep a small wine stall that adjoined the temple. He was big for a youngster, and his gift of counting coins was a blessing for the owner, who allowed his patrons to pay with the coins of their homelands. For his whole life, luck was always with him. Every time something went wrong, he knew it would work out for him. Sure, he might get beaten, but not to death. When a drunk had stabbed him, the blade had missed his vital organs. If he tripped in the street, it was likely over something of value, and women always liked him a lot more than his looks should have allowed. That was the Lucky Lady shining. He cherished the thought that someone in the world actually gave a shit about him. She was the only one who ever had, and he'd not raise the blade against her now, not for any amount of gold coins and empty promises of a noble. Grim had ridden through the night. The moon cast a bright light across the landscape, and it was easy to guide his horse around the occasional rock or uneven piece of ground. The steed had proven itself and kept up a solid canter for the last few hours. Now it was beginning to slow and falter. He could feel his own legs, wet and cold with the sweat coming from the animal. He slowed to a trot and cast his eyes around. He could make out further shapes now, more rocks and small trees. Grim stopped his horse and slowly dismounted. He could feel the presence of life around him, but knew they would give him time to prepare, testing him and his knowledge. He let the horse wander away from him into the night, taking only his sword and axe from its side. With the tip of his sword blade, he drew a large circle in the dirt around him. He hoped Midsetta's words were true when she said only northern weapons would pass through. As he drew the circle, he thought of home, the trees and snow, the strength needed to live in that place, and the beauty of its austerity. He sang the traditional songs in his mind. When he was done, he looked off into the darkness. There was certainly someone there, but all he could see was sand and stones. "I'm ready," he said in a loud desert tongue. Within a heartbeat, an arrow, painted bright red, came flying out of the darkness. He flinched back by instinct as it rebounded in front of him, glancing off the invisible barrier as if hitting a well-held shield. He laughed to himself. "Thank fuck," he thought. 3 more arrows came from the dark, and all bounced off in a similar fashion. He heard gruff laughter from the darkness, and then saw his foes. They appeared from the darkness, the sand and the very stones. Some were dressed in clothes painted like the land and crouched in the dark. Some hid in the shallow sands, and yet others wore branches and twigs across their bodies. There were at least 20, the whole tribe he suspected. A woman appeared in front of him, her bow held at her side. She was younger than he by at least 30 name days. Tall for a woman, dark skin and dark hair. She wore a leather patch across her eye, which had a white circle painted on it. Her clothes matched. Her muscular legs filled tight leather pants, and a sleeveless top revealed dark arms and a firm midriff covered in a dark crisscross of symbols and dark scars. She pulled the eye patch aside and looked at him with strong dark eyes. Then she smiled. It lit up her face with perfect white teeth and humour. "Well-crafted word, fortress," she said, or something like that, her tongue at variance from what he knew. But then again, they'd been here a long time and probably evolved their own dialect now. How did he know things like this, he thought. "Thank you," he said with a little bow. She was clearly the leader.
I'm Grim, and I've come to warn you of a great threat, he said.
You mean your friend, who leads 600 or so red-faced killers to our home, bearing pouches fat with the king's gold, she said.
He was crestfallen. What had he expected, though? These were people that taught the gatherers their tricks.
That's the one,
he said. She laughed, seeing the look of disappointment on his face.
Never fear, hero. They serve their purpose in bringing you to us. Now we can speak properly.
She stood forward and with her 2 hands made a fast clawing motion through the air that was his circle. The barrier tore like paper, with a sound resembling the wind ripping a canvas sail. She reached into the circle, took his hand and led him out.
Don't be afraid, Grim. You're one of us. I see that now, she said.
He walked with her dark hand in his across the sand, his boots sinking into it, hers gliding on top with soft furred sandals. The others of the tribe led the way, giving them privacy. In the distance he saw firelight and the faint outlines of small huts and skinny, undernourished animals tied up to rough wooden railings.
Are you White-Eye's child? Is that why you have the eye patch? He asked.
I think you'll know the answer if you simply search for it within yourself. Many before have come to us, the gatherers, curious children, asking questions like you, she said.
Grim cast his mind back as they walked. He'd not delved too deep into the memories he held. There were too many, hundreds and hundreds of voices. It was like trying to pick a whisper from a screaming crowd. He knew a face, Elizabetha's father. He'd seen a portrait of him in the keep. Kindly and soft, but with deep grey eyes that looked like a brewing storm. He focused on the father and saw him sitting in the sand, another old man by his side. His 2 eyes were white and blind. He spoke to the man, a different white eyes.
You're not his child, but you hold the most power in the clan. They were a clan, not a tribe. In years past, they would bandage a child's eyes and turn them white and blind. But now they just wear the patch instead. Why? He asked.
Being blind was supposed to give more power, a greater connection with the unseen, or some bullshit. But I'm not sure it ever did. Besides, it's awful and pointless. I like being able to see. Besides, our gods have demanded less of us, as ours have of them, she said.
Grim had no idea what she meant. There was still so much he didn't know. They had reached the small camp, and the other clan members laid down spears, bows, and long-hooked swords, then welcomed him to sit with them by the fire. As they took their seats, he saw others come from the tents, children, women, and all the men too old to fight. There were at least 100 of them. The small children fluttered around like a flock of small birds, reaching out and touching his white skin, then running off laughing as he spoke to them in his version of their tongue. She laughed at him and shooed them away, gripping his wrist like a fellow warrior.
I'm Sikh, she held out her hands, and these are the people your friend is coming to kill.
He doesn't want to. That's why he sent me,
Grim said back, taking the offered drink of warmish milk. It was laced with something that tasted like grain alcohol.
He doesn't, but his new master does. What do you know of the king and his legion of eagles? She said.
Not a lot. They call themselves the Order of the Learned. They hate the gods, it seems. They hate powers and rituals, but like rules and order. They are bold as cocks, as we'd say back home, he said.
She laughed.
Ha! They are very dangerous. The face you see on them is just a new face. They have existed for hundreds and hundreds of years, she said.
Doing what?
He asked. Doing what their god tells them to, spreading fear in his name. We have seen his work in both this world and the next. And your friend, the one called Seth,
she actually laughed.
He has upset his plans very badly.
Grim laughed at himself. It would be just like Seth to ruin the plans of a god without knowing it.
In what way?
Grim asked.
This is a war, Grim. We left our own land hundreds of years ago because the worship of the sun was outlawed. Our people are all but converted to Pelosi ways now. We call the sun the many-faced bringer. He is the sun and the rain, the flame and the water. But as we were weakened, so was he. Our legends say he fought a great monster and was thrown in prison, but the Druheim set him free.
But the sun had only hidden his face in the land of the dead, not here, Grim said.
True, the many-faced bringer was too strong here in this place, but weak in the land of the moon children. They made him weak and trapped him.
Why?
Grim said, knowing well the answer. The sun brings hope, light and happiness. They want to create darkness and fear. Where there is no light, there is no hope.
Chapter 19. Seth walked from the now deserted decks of the Opulent. The huge ship was resting against a small pier, clearly not built for such a massive vessel. He knew it well, and had spent much time here as a boy. It was near his hometown of Bloodcrest. Checking his weapons one more time, Seth took in a deep breath of the familiar cold air of home and walked down the wooden plank to the dock. It was a typical northern day like he'd not seen in such a very long time. His voyage from here to the land of the dead had only been something like a year, but he was not the same simple boy who had left. He'd been filled with so many simple dreams and hopes to do his Volk proud, and showed the northern skill in the city guard. Now look at him. He had no idea if they would be proud of him or throw rotten food like he was a criminal in the stocks. Then he checked himself. This was clearly not his home. It looked and smelled the same, but something about it seemed false, like painted props and stagecraft. As Seth walked up the small pier, he saw two men appear out of the fog. They were dressed in the house colours of Bloodcrest, and carried typical broadswords across their backs. They were massive weapons, useless for fighting in a group, best for the lone fighter against many, very typically northern. One of the men stepped forward. Seth recognised his face as one of the hundreds of men he'd trained with during his 2 years at Bloodcrest.
The Duke would like to see you, boy. You're not meant to be here, the man said simply.
He stood behind Seth and shoved him roughly in the back. The other drew his blade, and they pointed Seth towards the keep. He could fight them, but what was the point? They were already dead. He wasn't. Seth walked through the township and was shocked by how small it all was. Bloodcrest, once a sprawling city in his mind, had become just a tiny collection of muddy streets and ill-made trading stalls of rotting and unpainted wood. The whole town would fit inside the Pelota Spice District. As Seth walked, he looked to the side. Some stalls were filled with people and others empty. One was a weapons trader Seth remembered buying his first sword from, a dented and nicked thing over 100 years old if it was a day. It had cost him all his father had given him. He couldn't come before the Duke with the carved wooden thing he'd practised with. Seth stepped toward the trader, and the man smiled at him, shaking his hand. He was flat-faced, fat and jovial, born to be a trader.
"Well met, young Seth. How's your father?"
he said. "Not here, I hope," Seth said back, feeling the cold of the man's hand. He had a large stab wound in his chest. His shirt ripped open, showing the gaping and bloodless wound. The man looked down at it.
"I know. Fucking thieves. Well, anyway, I've got something for you."
The man walked from the counter and opened a chest to pull out a long, heavy broadsword, placing it on the counter before him. It was a fine weapon, sharp and well made, with the Bloodcrest symbol etched onto the hilt.
"I'll trade you for your Pelosi toothpicks. You'll be laughed at if you carry those noble weapons around here," he said.
Seth looked at the sword and could tell it was worth a lot more than his current ones. They might be nobles' weapons, but this had the look of a king's sword. The man spoke truly. Seth pulled free his rapier and dagger and gave them to the man. He undid his belt and passed over the scabbards as well. Seth strapped the large blade across his back, and the familiar weight of the traditional northern sword felt good. The trader smiled.
"A good price?"
he asked.
"A little too good for me, I feel," he said back. "Well, I have some shit to make up for, it seems. Now, off you go. Don't keep the Duke waiting."
Seth was shoved again by the guards and encouraged to keep moving. Soon they were at the large wooden gates of the keep. There were only a handful of guards, and the people in the town were even less in number. Seth had no idea how this worked. Did people come here once they died just to keep living out their same old boring lives in death? It seemed fairly bleak. He was shoved once again inside the keep. Seth walked towards where he knew the Duke would be. The main room held a huge fireplace and table. Many men would sit around it, thanes and carls of the Duke. To have a seat at the table was a thing of pride. Once again the room seemed small. He saw the Duke as he approached. The man still looked fearsome. He was northern through and through, furs against the cold, strong arms like those of a bear, and a simple metal circlet on his head. The man smiled as Seth entered. Seth walked calmly forward and bowed. This was the man who had trained him and given him a purpose. "Well met, my lord. Good to see you, in a way," Seth said.
True enough, boy. Surely good to see a friendly face, and less good to know I'm dead. But I died well, fighting, which is good for a duke. Quite hard to achieve these days," he said with a laugh.
"I've only been gone a year," Seth said.
"A lot happens in a year, as you well know,"
he said, then shook his head. He stepped down and took Seth's shoulder.
"You have fucked everything up, boy. Firstly, you're alive and here, which is wrong. Secondly, you have broken many of our codes, and then exceeded yet others beyond belief. There are things interested in you that have no right speaking on such matters as northern deaths. I'm here to prepare you. If you are truly the Druheim, then all is forgiven. A soldier of fate has no choice in the path he's guided upon. However, if you're just a misguided idiot, then we've got a problem."
Seth was filled with fear, but quelled it. He had no idea what he was, but he would face this the same way he'd faced everything else, by running headlong into it and hope for the best. The Duke smiled, as if knowing his thoughts.
"Now, come, boy. We must begin to prepare you, and we don't have long," he said.
"Prepare me for what?" Seth asked, knowing all too well.
"The trials, son. The trials."
Chapter 20. They had ridden slowly for hours behind their hired killers. Renfrew had never seen a less motivated group of men in his life. They walked so slowly that they were passed on the road by trading caravans and farmers driving fat cattle set for sale at the markets. He knew they wouldn't work out. If only the idiot boy king realized how long it took to find the right people, then he would understand he couldn't rely on these men. Renfrew sat in a small tent. On the floor stood a piece of black leather etched with symbols. He sat cross-legged within. The 20 or so men who rode with him all wore the red and were loyal. He could rely on them at least. The ranks of the order had never been so plentiful. The blessing of the king had its benefits. It was easy to find them now. The husband whose wife had run away from his beatings to the protection of the Sisters of the Divine Child, the wife who lost her child to hunger after giving her last gold to a wandering priest of some made-up god or another, and, of course, the boys whose fathers had been destroyed by dark magic. He remembered that night in the study well. Thalas Senior, a weak man, had argued against him that night, told him that his order was no longer welcome in the keep. At first he'd needed their knowledge and skills. They were nothing if not good at organising a kingdom, rules, codes of morality, and most importantly, knowing the kinds of secrets to keep the other nobles in line. But once he was done with them, he drew away from the order. He knew of the Dark Guild, the Gatherers, and ignored their crimes. Renfrew had come back that night when the king was alone. A clay mug of drugged tea in his hand had been offered to the king, and he told him they would leave. He'd grown close to the boy king, and saw he could use the fear in him if pushed in the right way. The king toasted his journey and drank the brew down. Within a moment he slept lightly. Renfrew said the words and created the circle. He knew the law as they had collected it, and burned much more knowledge than that. He'd read it all. When he saw those black beasts, he knew they were his lord's own creatures. Who else could create such beings of pure rage and hatred? It was the same way he created people now. Take the weak, broken, abused and hurt, give them more pain and suffering than they can withstand, and point them in the right direction. The black dogs bounded from the rift and ripped the sleeping king apart. He woke from his light slumber and screamed as his life was torn away by dark beasts with sharp teeth. Of course, Renfrew was the first to be there and comfort the young king. That had been the plan all along. Now the young king was proving to be as stupid and stubborn as his father. He was a much darker creature, but he was still a fool, and that was worse. As Renfrew sat on the black leather cut with the symbols of his lord, he opened his mind and let it in. The feeling of fear crawled through him, and he shuddered. His lord was with him, the imprisoned one.
"Tell me your bidding,"
Renfrew said. In his mind he saw the visions, the desert people trying to escape, the sisters disappearing, and the gamblers actually rising against them. He felt the strength of his lord and stood up straight, filled with strength. His years weighed less on him now. His lord needed him to be strong for this, and thus he was. Mincetta was an interesting lady. She talked almost non-stop now they had miles and days to go before they got to the temple. Also, she didn't seem to need sleep, which kept her riding well after Gisette would have called it in for the night. They trotted slowly down the road in the moonlight, and she listened as Mincetta spoke interminably. "When was the last time you were with a man?" she asked. It snapped Gisette's attention back from her wandering mind. She thought about it.
"I kissed a boy once, when he was about 11, and felt his cock inside his pant touch my leg," she said.
Mincetta laughed. "Ha ha, but you were a pleasure slave, right?" she said.
"Sex is between two people who want it, and that is the only time. Oh, and Seth kissing me, that was nice," she said.
"Where did he kiss you?" Mincetta asked.
"At the keep, after we won the battle," she said quickly.
Mincetta laughed again. "I meant, where on your body? But I guess that answers the question." Gisette flushed as red as her hair. That act wasn't a big part of her life. None of the men paying for her body cared much about her pleasure. Some of the girls in the various places she worked took enjoyment from the job. They loved sex and the power it gave over men, but she never saw it that way. What power was there in someone wanting to fuck you? Most men she knew would have sex with anything in a heartbeat. Mincetta stopped laughing. "So, they've robbed you of taking pleasure now, made it something that was done to you?"
"Oh no, I quite enjoy killing people, probably a fair bit more than I should," she said back, admitting it to herself. She did like killing people, especially men who were bigger and stronger than her, especially if it looked like they enjoyed hurting women. The feeling of warm blood running down her hands as her dagger slipped into their unwilling bodies was difficult to deny. Mincetta smiled sadly at her. "Well, now's your chance. I can hear people on the road behind us, and given we are two women alone, I'd say it'll end badly." Mincetta stopped her horse, slowly dismounted, and drew out her long, thin sword. Gisette did the same, but took out her bow. "How many?"
she asked.
4, I think,"
Mincetta said. Gisette laughed and put her bow away, pulling out her dagger. Give them a chance, she thought. A horse came racing around the roadway, and, seeing them standing in the middle of the road, reared violently and threw its rider. It was a young boy in the attire of a king's courier. He fell from his horse hard and landed with his arms out in front of him. Gisette heard the painful crack and his cry of surprise and sudden pain. She ran to him and saw his arm was clearly broken, the bone pushing through his broken skin. The boy cried in pain, tears running down his young face. He looked like Micah's younger brother, some farmer boy caught up in a war. "Sorry," she said. From the darkness behind them the others came, his guards. They were dressed in the uniforms of the king, and were clearly protecting this boy as he travelled with a message. Strapped to his horse were the leather satchels of his trade, embossed with the king's insignia, so people would get out of the way. The men pulled to a hard stop and looked at them. One took a bow from his back, drew the string, and pointed an arrow at her as she knelt over the boy.
"What the fuck is all this?"
the leader said. He was a tall, skinny man with a moustache. He dismounted and pulled the boy roughly to his feet. Mincetta stepped forward, and Gisette saw how the man took in the way she looked and lowered their weapons.
"We're terribly sorry. We heard the hoofbeats and tried to get out of the way. Seems we weren't fast enough," she said.
The man looked at the boy.
"Can you ride?"
He looked barely able to stand, and wavered on his feet from pain and shock. The boy nodded weakly.
"Just get out of the way. We have an important message from the king," he said.
Gisette looked back at Mincetta, who just nodded at her. Slipping her blade from behind her back, she grabbed the lead man and thrust it into him, hard. The sharp knife slid in through the soft fabric of his uniform, and he grunted in pain. That was why people should wear armour, she thought. The man dropped to the dusty road, blood blossoming on his shirt in a growing circle, red on red. She stepped over him and, grabbing the bowman from the saddle, pulled him down by his uniform. As he fell sideways from his horse, she cut his throat with a quick flick of her blade, his blood spraying out in an arc. The other tried to spur his mount past, but Mincetta tossed her sword like a lance. It flew hard and entered his back, piercing his heart. The horse stopped as he sagged in the saddle, hunched over. Gisette stood breathing deeply, looking at the boy who was now shocked and terrified. She looked at him, pointed to the side of the road.
"Run, idiot!"
The boy needed no second invitation, and took off towards the line of sparse trees, holding his damaged arm. Mincetta walked past her, stepping over the bodies, and reached into the boy's saddlebag. She retrieved 2 white paper scrolls with red wax still intact.
"You read, right?"
she said, tossing one to Gisette. Gisette read hers, but it was a dull thing, about tax collection and the state of the treasury.
"Mine's boring. Yours?" she said. "Seems our king has a big force waiting for the Reds right near Twin Plains. They intend to kill them once they set foot in the area," she said. "Really? Who can you trust these days?" Gisette said.
Gisette looked at the men she had killed, and truly she had felt excitement. She was glad for the excuse to kill someone, to prove herself again and take some vengeance. It wasn't good. With Dagosh and Elizabetha gone, she could go as far as she wanted down this dark path, and no one would stop her. She had to try herself, if she wanted to. Mincetta knelt down by the lead man and exposed his neck. With fine fingers she pulled his head back further, ready to drink. Gisette spoke.
"Don't do that. You can have some of mine. It's better, right?"
Mincetta stood back up, walked to her, and leaned in close, pressing her lips against her neck. Gisette felt a shiver run through her. She grimaced against the pain as Mincetta's teeth sank into her neck and her blood flowed into her mouth. She took only a little and was done. She cut her own fingers and smeared dark blood on the wound, allowing it to knit together in moments. Gisette looked at the woman. She was attractive, and women had always been more welcome lovers for her than men. She'd been with a few at the pleasure house when some old man wanted a thrill, but that was thankfully past the point of doing anything but watch. She remembered something as she looked at her.
"Once you said you wanted to ask me something, and I was to think about it before I said no," Gisette said.
Mincetta laughed.
"Oh, that. We can forget that now. What was it? You changed your mind?" she asked. "I was going to ask you to be my apprentice, but now I know you think I would settle for partners."
Gisette appreciated that this woman thought of her as an equal. She reached out and gripped her hand in a warrior clasp.
"Sounds like fun."
Chapter 21. Seraphina thought she had changed. Those cold weeks, months, and then years spent in that lonely prison that was the land of the dead. She'd reflected on the bloody path that brought her to the moment when Seth opened the rift and pushed her in. She was angry at him, furious beyond belief, but what choice did he have? She'd proven she wasn't fit for the world, so she was taken out of it. Yet now she was face to face with what she'd done. Not some vague memory of years past and some sense of regret she held like a shield, but the actual feeling of fear she'd inspired, the feeling of blood dripping down her hands, and the glee with which she'd collected people's life talents like shiny new toys. Finally, it had ended. After what seemed many days and days of reliving the lives of those she'd killed, she woke up in her own body. She was relieved to reside in her own form again, with her ratty matted hair and too skinny frame. She felt the cold on her bare arms and looked around. She was lying in a dark corridor. She couldn't see any guards, just endless rows of occupied cells. She ignored the screaming inmates and broken people sitting in the cages and walked past the metal bars of their small cells. She walked on until her feet were sore and her legs tired. There were hundreds and hundreds of them on either side, stretching on for miles. At the very end, she found a cell that was open and empty. She simply walked into it and shut the door. This was where she was meant to be. She belonged here. This would be her home now. Serafina started crying softly to herself and was broken from her thoughts by soft male laughter. A young man was in a cage across from her, his arms resting casually through the bars. He looked at her sitting on the floor and clutched himself like someone watching an amusing play. He was attractive, with lank black hair, long as hers, and charcoal-coloured eyes that locked onto hers. She felt embarrassed and stood. Walking to the bars, she stared back at him. "It's not nice to laugh at other people's pain," she said, in her spoilt child's voice. He laughed again, but this time it was a roaring laugh. He moved away from the bars and howled. When he came back, he wiped a single tear of mirth from his eye. "From you? That is gold, pure gold. Enjoyment from another's suffering. How much enjoyment have you gained from your powers?" he said. She knew he was right. She walked away from the bars and sat on a simple wooden cot, head in her hands. A wave of sadness washed over her again. "Oh, don't cry. I'll be nice. It's been so long since I've had company. My manners are lacking. I apologise, Lady Serafina," he said with a bow. She stood up again. "How do you know my name?" He laughed again. "Knowledge. It's my gift and my curse. I know a lot of things, and it's never done me any good. The more you know, the more dangerous you are, the more they fear you. The more people fear you, the more they hate you," he said. "Who are you?" she asked. "Prisoner. That's my name, and now it's yours as well," he said, then smiled. "Want to learn something?" She looked at him. "So long as it's not about me. I know all I need to know about me," she said. "Oh, no, it's about prisons and cages. It might help you. See, cages are metal and are secured by these strong locks." He tapped one of them. "Can't break that. Can't even pick it, even if I had something to pick it with. But look." He pointed at the hinges of the cage. They were simple metal prongs stuck between 3 loops. A man with a lot of time on his hands could get that loose. He could steal grease from the meat of his meal and apply it. He could hit it with his hand for days and days. He held up his hand, showing a scar that had healed again and again. And finally, it would be ready to pull. With a nod, he simply pulled the large prong out, first from the top, then the bottom. With a shove, the cage door fell loudly to the ground. The man walked out from his cell and turned around, slowly laughing to himself. He bowed to her with all the pride of an actor on a stage. "Didn't you put yourself in?" she asked. "I did. But as you will find out, after a few 100 years, you regret the decision." "A few 100 years?" she cried. "Oh, yes. Time moves very strangely here. Many years alone with your torment, and only moments back home. Now, do you want me to free you? I'm going to leave this place and escape properly. Some company would be nice." "But I belong here," she said. "Why?" he asked. "Because I killed all those people. I wanted what they had, and I killed them for it. I'm a monster," she said. "I've learned that people are weak. So often they follow in the footsteps of their fathers, or in your case, uncles. You think you would have been a killer if you were born to a family of dairy farmers? Do you think that deep in your chest beats an evil heart? That you're rotten, and it would have been this way no matter what lesson you'd been taught? What if you'd had real, loving parents?" He was right. She didn't feel that way. What choice had they ever given her? Her uncle had taught her from her first memory that she was better than other people. They were simply cattle to her, and their deaths meant nothing if they could yield something. If anything, they should be grateful to have helped her live the indulgent existence thrust upon her. "I never had a choice," she said softly.
"No, you didn't. And let's not lie to ourselves. It felt good. We enjoyed it, but we just did what they taught us. Is it our fault we were good students and learned our lessons well?"
He walked to the bars of her cage and placed his hands on them.
"Tell me your fears," he said. She felt it rush out of her. "I'm afraid I'm truly wicked. I deserve to be here, but I'm so scared of what will happen to me, that I'll never see the sun again, that I'll never know love, and that I'll just be lost as a terrible memory of someone I once was. I'm scared they'll never give me a chance to prove I could be better," she said. She saw a wave of power rush through him, and, snapping his hand back hard on the bars, he ripped them free. The cage door buckled, and he threw it easily to the floor. She was stunned at the power in his body. "You could have escaped any time you wanted," she stated flatly. "Once that may have been true, but sadly now I need you. Your real human fear. Not that of these dead husks, but soon you will see, little dove, the true escape is from the cage in your mind. There is no right or wrong, no good or evil, only the fearful and the strong."
You spend too much time with that toothpick in your hand and not fighting with a real weapon,
yelled the Duke of Bloodcrest, or Snake Tongue as he was known in the keep. It was far from an insult, and showed that he spoke more than one language and was knowledgeable with words. Seth dodged the attack of the guard, who swung a huge sword in an overhead motion. Snake Tongue stood on the sidelines yelling at him as he fought.
"If you were used to a decent weapon of your own, you could have blocked that, rather than running away."
Seth held his own huge sword again, and was once more getting used to the weight of it. It was nearly 5 feet long, and weighed so much it strained his arms, even if he was stronger than most men.
"Remember all that training as a boy? Lifting logs, swinging a tree branch around. Remember where you're from, and fucking fight like it," he yelled.
Seth forgot the general. He forgot the people he'd taken, the swordsmasters and tutors, and remembered his own training in this keep, back when his skill was his own. He jumped forward, swinging the huge blade towards his opponent. Snake Tongue blocked it overhead, two-handed, but the power of Seth's attack sent him reeling back. He charged in hard and caught the man in the face with a sharp elbow, sending him back to the stones. Seth swung around in a huge arc, swinging his blade wide. The 2 men behind him forced to jump back. The first lunged straight back with a sideward slash. Seth parried the blade mid-flight, his muscles screaming with the strain.
"That's it, boy. Strength, strength, strength. Skill is important too, but the blade must go where you want it to."
Seth's blade smashed the other way, and he brought it up, cutting the air in front of the man from balls to throat. Snake Tongue stepped back with a nod, and Seth fought on. He'd been training for nearly 2 weeks or more. Not that he'd slept much. Snake Tongue kept him busy enough. When he wasn't fighting with the broadsword, he was sitting by the fire as Snake Tongue told him stories of fallen kings and old northern legends he'd learned as a boy. The man spoke the stories as if they were deeds he'd done himself, and would question Seth on who was which king or hero, when they lived, and what they had done. Seth stood panting from the battle against the 5 guards and was proud of himself. This time he'd not gotten cut once. It felt good to be himself again and regain a bit of home. Even if this wasn't really home, it certainly felt like it.
"Now, get the fuck outside and cool off,"
Snake Tongue yelled. This was part of his training as well. After every fight, he'd go sit in the cold outside and reflect. He crumpled in an ungainly manner on the stones of the courtyard and felt the frosty wind bite into him. He closed his eyes and thought back on his life. Not his journey from home, but his journey within. He'd been a simple boy, son of a hunter and farmer, one of 4 sons and the second eldest. That meant he'd not get the farm, but would have to prove himself with a sword and win fame and money for the family that way. It was a good thing he'd always been tall and loved to fight. He thought of his 2 years at the keep, of how they may have been the best in his life. Only his friendship with Grim, Goldie, Flint and Stone had been anything close. All the great deeds he'd done and battles he'd waged, together with the time spent training in this keep, were so good and simple. He knew what he was, what he had to do, and that he could face the challenge. He opened his eyes to see Snake Tongue looking at him with a crooked smile.
Okay, boy, you're off. I've done all I can, and I'm pretty happy you won't bring shame to my keep and crest.
Thanks, Seth said simply. The man laughed and reached down with huge hands to help him to his feet.
Now, let's get a proper meal in you and some mead before you're off. It would be a shame to get your arse kicked on an empty stomach.
Chapter 22. It was a terrifying feeling. Grim could hear every sound, covered as he was with a thin blanket and in a tiny hole covered with sand. He kept expecting the horse of some big lug to step right on him, but they were far enough away from the main camp to ensure that wouldn't happen. From his sandpit he could hear the not-so-quite sneaking of 100 or so men. Their creaking leather armour and loose weapons sounded loud and clumsy to his ears, which had grown used to the quiet of the sandy grave. The Reds had finally arrived, and now they just had to wait. Of course, Grim didn't want to fight them. It was all a ruse, but they still had to play along. The main group of desert nomads had left. They took a few belongings each and rode as far as they could towards home. White Eyes herself and around 10 other men stayed. She'd spoken to him the night before and told him of the original White Eyes mission, and by descent, hers too. It was her solemn duty to fight the Order and keep the worship of the many-faced bringer alive. The Reds destroyed their tiny village, burned the huts, smashed what was left, and killed a lone horse that was too old to ride any more. Grim didn't know if Goldie was with them, but after what seemed an age, he heard his friend's voice.
Oh, they're gone. Let's quick march a few miles east and camp. If there are a few lurking around, I'd rather not be here, he said. Soon enough they were gone, and the sounds of the desert came back. He hated all this waiting, but that's how these people fought, with patience and stealth. It went against every instinct he had. Then he heard a new sound. He pulled a borrowed bow closer to him under the sand and found 4 arrows. He'd never had much use for a bow in the past, but was as good as Little Sister now. The sound of the horses grew louder. He heard the eagles, as White Eyes called them. They were trailing behind the Reds, keeping an eye on them, and were far from happy. An older man's voice spoke.
"Do you see any bodies?" he yelled. "How did they know we were coming?"
Grim heard him drop from his horse to the soft sand, along with at least 15 other men doing the same.
"Search the tents, and one of you let me know where the hell they went," he yelled.
Within moments, a younger voice spoke.
"Sir, there are tracks leading east to the desert. I'd say just a few hours ago. Animals and people," he said. "Great. So if these idiots can't do the job, we can. Mount up and let's ride," he yelled.
If they got on their horses, then it would be over. They'd be gone in minutes, with no hope of catching them. Then he heard it, 3 short whistles. Grim slid from his sandy pit as quietly as he could, his boots wrapped in tight fabric to muffle the footfalls. His axe waited for him at a nearby tree so it wouldn't rattle or click. Drawing on the memories of various footpads and criminals, he snuck through the shadows of the night with a stealth that didn't suit his size or temperament. Grim slunk into the cover of a small shrub. Kneeling down, he surveyed the camp. There were at least 20 of them, each man with a horse next to him or nearby, so he'd have to take at least 2 to even the odds. The bald, red tunic-wearing men were mounting their horses, and would soon be lost to them. Grim heard the second whistle sound, and releasing his grip, let loose his first red-tipped arrow. It flew the distance from his hiding spot in a moment, and hit the man hard. He had his back turned, and the arrow took him in the neck, the arrow flying with such force that it punched a bloody path through his neck and spine. It got caught on the feathers in his throat. He didn't even cry out, but hit the ground face first with a loud thud. Grim fired another 2 arrows in rapid succession, each one taking out a further enemy. One in the side as he climbed on his horse, and one in the stomach as he turned to face his attackers. Both fell wounded, but not dead. Grim dropped the bow to the ground and grabbed the familiar handle of his axe. Hearing the war cries, he knew his new friends had done the same. Grim ran the short distance to the camp, where at least 10 of the eagles still stood with weapons drawn, their fellows fallen around them, with arrows sprouting from them like deadly flowers. They circled around the old man in the centre. He had his blade drawn, but they protected him like a king. A young bald man ran at Grim with a dagger. He almost laughed as the boy lunged at him. Grim dodged his dagger and slashed his face hard with the blade of his axe. The body flew backwards, and Grim ran on, without losing stride. The desert men and White Eyes were circling the men, firing arrows at close range, and the enemy were falling in bloody heaps. One was on his horse and turned to flee, but a well-placed arrow, then 2 more, took him in the back. In a bloody moment, the only one left was the old man. He stood, dagger drawn and defiant, waving it at anyone who came near.
"Come on, you dirt lovers. I'm not afraid. I bring fear. I don't feel it,"
he yelled as he slashed at one. The desert man jumped backwards easily and fired his notched arrow, hitting him in the leg. The old one toppled to the sand with a cry, clutching the arrow buried deep in his leg. White Eyes walked up to him, a drawn bow pointed at his face.
"Go on then. Kill me, you savage bitch. Send me home,"
he yelled through in pain. She laughed at him and lowered her bow.
"Now why would I kill you, when we just went to so much trouble to capture you?"
Thelas had sent 3 couriers at different times along different roads, and one straight across the land. He knew at least one of them would get there. It was best to always be prepared. It was hard to run a kingdom from this damned keep at the far ends of the earth, but this is where he needed to be when his army marched out to Twin Plains. His main body of men were only a day's ride from there, and he needed them to be ready once Goldie and his kind had done the clean-up. As soon as those red bastards had caused enough trouble, he'd put an end to them. He'd only need to give them a day or 2 to burn a few Twin Plains fields first. Then he'd step in, the saviour. He had no idea why Renfrew had picked the 3 targets he had, but one slaughter was as good as another to rile the people to hatred. He raised his naked body from the small bed that had been Elizabetha's, throwing off the covers as he did so. He stretched and stepped into the finely embroidered robe that was passed to him by his serving man, then turned to look at the black-haired girl who slept naked in the bed, and frowned.
"Get up and get out,"
he shouted at the girl. She roused quickly from her clearly pretended sleep and silently slunk from the bed, her skinny white arms covering her breasts as she walked from the room without a word. He'd always had sex with them in the dark, but then the sun came and ruined it all. Still, she was attractive enough. He almost laughed. Farm girls, always so eager to believe his words. What did they imagine? That he truly wanted anything from them other than what lay between their pale legs? That a king was going to rescue them from their dull, pointless lives of toil? The country needed farmers, and people should be happy to stay in the roles given them by life. Some people were born to be farmers, and others kings. There was no changing that. From all accounts, this upstart Seth needed a sharp lesson in knowing one's place.
"Breakfast, my king."
The man spoke to him with a bow.
"What is it this time? More runny eggs and stale bread? I hate this place," he said.
"Oh no, my lord. We had some fresh produce brought in from the city. The boy rode all night. Very suitable."
Thelas felt the anger leaving him. Now this was a good man. He looked at the server and couldn't remember his name, though he'd seen his face every day for long enough. Being good at his simple role and happy to serve.
"Good,"
he said simply. After he'd finished dressing, the king wandered out into the cold of the keep's dining room and ate breakfast. It was tasty enough. Fresh bread, no less. Still, the simple pleasures of life were escaping him. He should have enjoyed that girl and her soft crying last night, but no. He should have enjoyed this food, but no. Something was burying into him like a dark splinter in his mind. Thelas thought of the last few days. It was all going to plan in many ways, but then he saw it. One memory that turned up again and again. The memory of Renfrew, his old mentor, raising a hand to him. He felt the sting of the slap across his face, the feeling of being a child once again, and being scolded like one. Who the hell did the man think he was, to strike the king? Thelas had been blinded by his feeling for the old man. Renfrew had taught him, trained him, showed him the right of the order, but now his time was past. If the order needed a leader, it could well be him. Who was Renfrew after all? He himself had told the king he'd been merely a travelling scribe before the order found him, hardly a man fit for leadership.
"Get me a sergeant,"
he said to a server who was pouring him some hot tea. The man came back with a soldier at his side. Thelas didn't know his name either, but he looked like a sergeant. A young, stern face that looked used to command, a rapier that hung at his side with a relaxed but ready stance.
"Take 100 men. Go after Renfrew and his men who are following the Reds, and give them a message from the king," he said,
looking at his eggs on the plate.
"What message, my lord?"
"Tell them I'm very unhappy with Renfrew,"
he said. The man stiffened, then relaxed. A small, unseen smile came to the man's face.
"My lord, may I tell him myself?"
he asked. Thelas looked up and marked the man, young but with a fierce look in his eyes. He liked it.
"Of course, but tell him slowly."
Goldie marched with his men away from the slow burning of the small village and cursed into the darkness. The desert folk weren't there, which was a good thing, but he'd still seen the childlike glee on the firelit faces of the Reds as they'd set their huts ablaze. Sometimes when speaking with Farrakar, he forgot what these men really were. Fucking animals. He thought Quest and his other desert lads would, at least, be against this, but they viewed these people as outcasts and were more than happy to come along. The Reds all seemed disappointed the village was deserted. He told only Farrakar about Grim and Gisette. He trusted these men as far as he had gold to pay, and now it was the king paying them. They'd be shocked when the king turned on them, but then he would. He was a noble, and one thing he'd learned from doing dark deeds for the rich was they liked nothing left to remind them of it, especially the tools they had used. Thelas had kept him in the dark about their third target, but he'd found out what it was. The Lucky Lady's Temple, or township rather, and he'd be fucked if he was going to attack that. He'd be on the right side of the wall when that battle came.
"I'm off,"
he said quietly to Farrakar as they marched, their force of men marching to their makeshift camp set up by the others.
"What? Why?"
Farrakar said.
"Those women will be fine. They'll listen to Minsetter and Josette. But even if they have time to get to the Lucky Lady's gambling halls, the men won't listen to them. They'll just buy them drinks and try to bed them," he said.
"And you think they'll listen to you?"
Farrakar said.
"I don't give a fuck if they don't, but I have to try. I'm not letting the king or anyone shit on the only thing in my life that has ever done me any good," he said, angrily.
"Calm down, boy. I've never heard you like this. Since when do you care about things like gods and temples?"
he said.
"Since I was a boy, she was there for me. Luck has been all that I've had many times. No coin, no friends, but the belief that it would all work out okay. Just because someone up there or down here liked me."
"Fine. I don't need you. I'll meet you there, and we'll be there to help, not fight. But you'll need an horse,"
Farrakar said. Goldie just grinned at him in the dark and started to jog towards the direction of the road.
"I'll find one. Have faith."
"What about your men? Skinner, the North lads?"
he yelled as Goldie ran.
"Tell them to listen to the little sister. She'll know what to do," he yelled back.
Goldie jogged for miles and hours across the land. He pushed his body as hard as he could, having to stop every now and then to suck in ragged breaths to keep going. In his mind, he held the image of her. It was the way he'd always pictured her, a beautiful woman with a wicked smile and dice in her hands. It was the image from the temple where he'd first seen her. He was nearing the roadway and finally found it. Pushing through some low shrub, he stepped onto it. The hard-packed dirt was a relief from running on the sand, and he stopped to catch his breath once more. If he could find a horse, then it would only take him a few days' hard ride to make his destination.
"I need a horse,"
he yelled out loudly. Waiting for a moment, Goldie took in the silence of the road and the long distance ahead of him. Nothing. With a shrug of his broad shoulders, Goldie started a slower pace, walking up the hard-packed roadway. The sun was starting to rise above the land, and the chill was leaving the air now. It seemed like a snap decision, but nothing he ever did these days was actually so haphazard. This was the closest point they'd be to the road, so he had to leave now. The king needed to be put down, and the Reds weren't the men to do it. In his motley group of killers and thieves, he had scum and fighters from every ethnic and social class in the land. If there were any people desperate enough to rise against a king, it was them. He thought of how he'd met them all, and knew luck was with him again at those moments.
"I need a horse,"
he spoke again, turning it into a song.
"I need a horse, I need a horse,"
he sang over and over again. As he walked, he saw something ahead, the lights of a small fire, burned down low overnight. It was just off from the roadway, a very dangerous spot, clearly chosen by brave or well-armed people. As Goldie walked up, he made his footfalls loud and stumbled a bit. Better they know he was coming. He could see it was 2 well-armed men and a young boy. They had 4 horses tied up next to them. Goldie walked right up to the fire as the 2 men stood drawing weapons which they calmly pointed at him.
"I need a horse,"
he said simply. One of the men lowered his sword and laughed.
"We heard. That's a nice voice you've got, but not a song I've heard before," he said.
Goldie looked to the company. Clearly a courier and his guards, with a spare horse, so they could maintain a good pace and always rest one. The main one was younger than his friend, but clearly in charge. The other looked like he'd gotten by his whole life on the size of his body and willingness to follow others.
"You have 4, and thus you could spare one," he said. "4 is the perfect number for our purpose," the man said.
The other stepped forward, his mouth full of cooked meat and possessing a very unintelligent face. He spoke around his food.
"King's business. Fuck off."
He waved his sword at Goldie, trying to shoo him. The other was more talkative and clearly bored with his current company.
"Okay, but how about I stay, just for a bit, rest my legs for a spell, and then fuck off?"
The smaller and bored one just smiled.
"Of course, friend. Just put your sword over there, and that'll be fine. We have some wine you can share." "It could be dangerous,"
the boy piped up, looking scared.
"So are we," said the man. "No reason not to enjoy each other's company. We were just going to play some cards. You any good?"
the man asked Goldie. Goldie almost laughed and just said a silent prayer to the lady.
"No, I'm terrible, but I've always wanted to learn."
Chapter 23. Seth woke early, feeling fresh in spite of the mead he'd drunk the night before. He'd sat up late talking with Snaketongue by the fire in his keep, as the older man told him tale after tale. It was satisfying to be treated as his equal in a way he'd never been at the keep, but then he was just one face in so many. Still, he admired the man. Snaketongue had taken the time to learn his recruits by name and knew their parents and stories. He'd always said a man's birth didn't define him. Many of the northern heroes had been simple people, raised to greatness by their deeds alone. Snaketongue was there to wake him, shaking him by the shoulder.
"It's time, boy. Get dressed and get your sword. I'll wait for you outside,"
he said, and walked out. Seth slid naked from the bed and quickly dressed himself. Snaketongue had armour laid out for him, and it was fine beyond words. It was fashioned in the northern style, but was ancient and clearly of a superior quality. Seth slid into the underclothes and donned the heavy mail pants and shirt. A man from the shadows appeared to help him place a solid metal chest piece high around his throat. On the front was a bright crimson crest of blood. Snaketongue's own armour. It fit well. Seth slid on the metal gauntlets which covered to the wrist, then buckled on the server to his boots. Seth looked at himself in a viewing bronze and was amazed. He did look like a Druheim after all. He walked from the room and tried to get used to the weight of the metal that clung tightly to his body. Snaketongue smiled when he saw him.
"That should help convince them,"
he said, and slapped him on the arm. The older man handed in the sword he'd gotten from the trader, and Seth slid it into the scabbard across his back. Snaketongue began to walk, and Seth followed him, creaking slightly.
"Now, I have no real idea what you're up against. except for old legends and tales passed down by people like me. As far as I could tell, you'll be fighting, justifying, and proving," he said. "You'll need to show you are the Druheim. You'll be tested first in battle, but that's the easy part. Next will come justifying. From what I gather, they'll stack up your crimes and ask you to explain yourself."
Seth thought back to what the unknown old man had shown him aboard the Opulent. He knew they would be harsh judges of his actions. He thought of the old rules and codes of his grandparents, and knew he could expect harsh opinions to be doled out. The very old North people had been against sex outside of marriage, and before it. This led to too many killings, and they didn't have the boys to spare, so they just married young and stayed that way. Even now, he was at the age where he should be taking a wife. What he'd done with Seraphina would be a sin in many of their eyes. It mattered not that he actually cared about her, and spent every second minute worrying about where she was and the trials she was undergoing.
Third, proving. I again have no idea what that will be, but I assume it may be knowledge of the past heroes of the North, so I've taught you as best I can."
Soon they were standing before a small wooden door that he knew led to a wine cellar.
"You go through here," he said.
"The wine cellar?" Seth asked. Snaketongue laughed.
"No, not the wine cellar."
He pushed Seth down the stairs gently.
"Make us proud, boy."
Seth placed one metal boot after the other down the stone stairs towards the small door. He swung the door wide. Inside, all was darkness. It was like staring into another rift, a deep, dark nothing that seemed to swallow the light. Maybe that's what it was. Taking a deep breath and drawing strength from his appearance, if nothing else, Seth stepped forward into the blackness. He'd expected to open his eyes and be transported somewhere, and almost laughed when the darkness continued. It was a terrifying feeling to be surrounded by total blackness. The door shut behind, and he was engulfed on all sides by the darkness. It spread out before him like an ocean. He put his hands in front of him, but felt nothing there, no objects, walls, or wine racks. He wasn't in the cellar anymore. Even the ground felt wrong. It was soft, like sand, and not stone. Gathering his courage, Seth walked strongly ahead in the pitch dark, fighting a natural fear that comes from shutting your eyes and walking headlong. He walked and walked, counting his paces, and by the time he got to 100, his hearing had sharpened, and he could make out sounds. He thought he could hear faint cries and people talking. At one point, he imagined he heard Seraphina's voice talking to another man about her fears. He pushed past them and walked on. He hadn't thought of her while he was here. He hadn't been able to. He just hoped wherever she was all right. As he walked on, he saw a crack of light appear. He was filled with relief. He saw the hatch of an even smaller door. He could hear a very real noise on the other side of it. Pushing the hatch, it swung open in the middle like a tavern trapdoor, and he climbed out, ungainly in his heavy armour. Outside, the sun was bright. It hit Seth's eyes hard, making them water. He looked around and tried not to shit his pants. He was in the middle of a massive arena. All around him was sand, and then, rising from it, natural stone cliffs and ledges. He saw assorted people, sitting or standing on them. Only 10 or so, but very different from each other. Some were finely dressed, others ragged. Many were from different races of his land, but all seemed to radiate a power he could feel even from that distance. He walked further onto the sand and looked to the end of the arena. He saw a mouth in the cliff open as the metal gates that barred it swung wide. A lone man walked slowly towards Seth. In his hands, Seth saw he held a rapier and a dagger, and he thanked Snaketongue for the heavy armour. As the man walked, Seth could hear a buzzing in his mind. He looked up at the watchers with pain. He could feel they were arguing with words beyond his hearing. It was just pain and emotion to him. With a rush of anguish in his body, he felt it. His strength was being ripped away, and a feeling of hotness coursed through his body as they took every memory and skill he'd ever stolen from another. He felt them go, one after the other, and was horrified at the sheer number of people that had fallen beneath his blade. How could one person have so many enemies? He felt the weight of the armour and sword in his hands as the man approached. At least he'd had his 2 weeks with Snake Tongue to regain what he once was. He held his large blade in place and waited, his own strength and skill the only ones left to him. Clearly they wanted to test what he was, not what he'd become. As his opponent came into focus, Seth was shocked. It was the General himself, the catalyst of so much. Where would he be now if this man's steward had never noticed him? Dead in that debt prison, working his debt off as a field hand, or escaping back home living a simple life. He was a sight. Seth had visions of this man in his prime, a young killer, fine and strong. Now he puffed as he jogged slowly towards Seth. A fat belly hung over his pants and his hair had grey streaks. Still, he was a much more skilled fighter than Seth. The General stopped before him, and Seth almost laughed. "Want to catch your breath? Really? You're the trial? Where did I even train?" he yelled.
Never fear, boy. I'm twice the man you are, and now your stolen gifts are gone. You're just what you always were, a big, dumb northern slave,
he spat. Seth felt the rage rise, and he swung his massive sword down at the man with force. The General neatly sidestepped the blade and thrust with his rapier, hitting Seth in the stomach with ease. The thin, sharp blade glanced off the plate mail with a long scratching sound. Seth smiled as he thrust his elbow sidewards and hit the General in the face, knocking him from his stance. The man staggered and stood again. Perfect form, even if he wasn't in perfect shape.
You fucking cheat! Nobles don't wear armour like that,
he spat, then lunged again, and scored a deep cut in Seth's arm. The thin blade slipped through the links of armour at his elbow. Seth yelled in fury, and throwing down his sword, leapt at the General. He felt another thrust glance off the plate at his neck, and then he was on him. Seth hit the man hard in the face with his plate metal fist. It cracked his teeth and lips. He let the bloodlust have him as he hit the man again and again. He stood after a few moments, standing back from what he'd done. The General was dead. He'd killed him for the second time. Better trained, better educated, faster and much smarter. Still, people wore armour for a reason. Round one to the big dumb northern slave, he thought, trying to find a sense of victory in his actions. "You're dead again. You never should have bought me," he said quietly to the body, and walked to the sand and picked up his sword. He felt the buzzing in his mind again, and the anger that floated through the air towards him. He couldn't hear the watchers' words, but could feel their moods. Very dark. Only one seemed to be laughing. Clearly they expected a bit more style and class from their Druheim. Seth wasn't going to play with them any more. He pointed his sword around the circle of far-off figures. There were an even 10 of them. He shouted, "Come on, then! This is it! Bring on the next one!" At the end of the arena, Seth saw it again. The cage door opened up, and from it came the man Durst, and the 4 men Seth had killed in the room when he'd sent Seraphina into the dead world. Then he'd had a bow, the Wolven, and a lot more talent than this. Seth lowered his blade as they came. He could feel outrage from somewhere around him. The watchers were again arguing with each other, someone clearly not happy at the odds. Too quickly they were upon him. The 4 stood back as Durst came at him. The man said nothing, but the look on his face was that of deep rage and pure focus. Seth had no idea what would become of the General's body now, if that was even him. Maybe it was a guise, or his soul. He didn't care. Durst thrust his rapier at him, again aiming for the spots where Seth wore only chainmail. The broadsword was too long and heavy to fight a man like this. Seth held it with the hilt in one hand and the blade in his other. His mailed hand would protect him. He used it like a bow, striking with both ends. Seth dodged the thrust and lashed out with the pommel side of his sword. Durst jumped back and ran his dagger uselessly across Seth's knuckles as he retreated. Gods, he was glad for this armour. Durst glowered at him. "You're a cheater," he spat. "You fat men who don't have a tenth of your training. That's cheating too," he spat back. Seth snapped the sword point forward, and Durst dodged to the side. He lashed out with a headbutt, but missed. The man was too quick. His dagger found Seth's other elbow joint and sunk in deep. Seth screamed with pain as it ripped into his muscle, and blood flowed from it. He almost dropped his grip on the sword, but stepped back, calming himself. This idiot wanted to fight a Northman. He'd give him one. Taking the sword in his proper two-handed hold, Seth stepped back and took a huge sideward swing at the man. Durst jumped back, but Seth felt the air cutting from the blade. Following the sword's momentum around, Seth span fast and brought it down in a long arc, but not to the ground. He swung it again and again round his body, lashing out at Durst each time it passed him. Durst was forced further back from the blade as it missed him each time, waiting for the moment to strike Seth's chain-mailed back. Seth knew he had Durst when he saw the faint smile on his face. As the blade came around for another swing, Durst jumped back again, just far enough. Seth released the grip of one hand, giving the blade another foot. The heavy, sharp blade ripped Durst's stomach open from hip to hip. Durst fell back, screaming. He grabbed his stomach, trying to hold in his innards, but was dead within seconds, hands wrapped around his own organs. Then the rest were on him. Seth was glad for the momentum of the blade and kept it swinging round his body, his head snapping round and bringing it to any who would lunge in. This was what it was meant for. Many foes, keeping them at bay. No one having the strength to block it, only avoid. These men at least had proper swords, even if they were only for one hand. Jumping forward on one swing, Seth brought the blade down towards the first man. He raised his sword to block it, but Seth's weapon just forced it back at him. The man's own blade entered his skull as Seth's ripped into his shoulder. Knowing they would be at his back, Seth jumped into the man hard and rolled past his falling body, feeling the blade score light marks on his back. He came up as two rushed at him. Picking up the fallen man's sword, he tossed it at one, catching him in the face. His friend turned to look in shock as he ran. Seth double-stepped across the sand at him and thrust his sword deep in his stomach, killing him instantly. The man fell backwards, leaving only one. This man looked around him at all the carnage. Seth was in another place. He didn't see a man with a face and features, only a sword, shoulder movements, and directions of attack. The man lowered his head and ran at Seth. Seth blocked his swinging blade with his own, but the man was quick-witted, and he had his own short sword back again as fast as a snake and slashed at Seth's exposed face. The blade cut his cheek deeply, and Seth cried out, falling back, blood flowing from the wound and splattering his armour. The man was on him in a moment and grinned in Seth's face. He placed his boot on Seth's chest and raised his blade above his face.
"This is for the General, you piece of shit," he said.
The man leant forward and thrust down hard with his blade, but his metal boot slipped on Seth's blood-covered chest plate. He lost his balance and fell backwards hard. Seth turned his head to the side to watch as the man fell backwards in the sand. His own sword flew up from his hand, span in the air, and almost perfectly landed point first deep in his own stomach. He died with a look of complete bewilderment that Seth shared. Seth stood slowly, covered in blood, but victorious. His cheek was still dripping blood, and he placed his hand to it in an attempt to try to staunch it. What the hell was that, he thought. That was some of the truly worst luck he'd ever seen. Looking at the watchers, he focused on one in particular, a woman wearing a long white dress, pitch-black hair tied back neatly. She bowed to him. He thought he could see the hint of a devious smile glinting back at him. Around he felt the mood. He'd clearly impressed some with the battle, but all seemed to be directing scorn at the lady who had somehow helped him. Seth decided to take the focus off her. "Anyone else?" he yelled, barely able to stand. In response, he saw them file away, one by one, wandering back into the shadows of the viewing stones. The last to leave was the lady and one old man, who hit his hand to his chest and gave him the salute of a warrior. At the end of the arena the door opened, and Seth knew no more were coming. He began limping towards his next challenge, hoping there would be a chance to sleep first. Chapter 24. Renfrew sat in the desert sands and let them think they had him. His hands were roughly tied behind his back with coarse rope that rubbed his skin raw. They kept bows raised at him and told him they would use them quickly if he said anything that seemed like a chant. The one called Grim had drawn a circle in the sand around himself, and Renfrew could feel the power of it. Clearly this man was dangerous. He looked at him and marked his face. It would be easy to remember. The black woman stood before him with a sword pointed at his face. She kept pressing it against his cheek, which had started to bleed. He knew he could break these ropes and escape. His lord had given him the strength, but he had the feeling a direct bowshot would still stop him.
"So, this is the part where you torture me until I tell you my plans," he said.
They looked at him blankly as he spoke in Pelosi. The Northman, Grim, spoke his words in the desert tongue for them. It was strange to watch the light dancing words come from his mouth. Northern was such a harsh tongue. Those who spoke it sounded angry all the time. "Pass me the mead" sounded like "pass me the mead or I'll kill you." Renfrew laughed at him.
"You speak their dirt tongue? I have a feeling we should be chasing you, not this riffraff," he said.
Grim just smiled from the protection of his circle.
"You're welcome to try,"
he said back in perfect Pelosi. Who was this man? He wondered if it might be the one Seth, but he was meant to be younger and also dead.
"Who are you?"
he asked.
"I'm just what you hate, someone acting above their station. Now shut up and answer her questions,"
Grim said. The black woman, who wore the white patch, which he knew meant she was their leader, spoke to the Northman, and he translated. Renfrew was surprised and scared by her question.
"Tell us about your god, who he is, and what does he want?" he asked.
Renfrew felt staggered. No one knew of this, even the other members of the Order. Only the top 1 or 2 followers ever knew. The rest were simply guided by their anger at the gods and magic. They could never even have guessed the truth.
"I have no idea what you talk of. We represent a return to the dominion of man. We fight against heathens like you, who use sacrifice and worship these creatures," he spat.
"Interesting choice of words there. Heathen means against God. Creatures is a word used for something real, like a horse or a dog. Sounds like you believe they are real," Grim said back.
"Of course they are real," he spat back. "You're proof of that. You think you got these powers from a natural source? No, you did a dirty deal with something you have no right communing with, and have no idea what it will ask in return," he said.
The Northman had stopped translating and was questioning him directly.
"The funny thing about creatures is they need to eat to grow strong. Dogs, they only eat meat. Horses, well, they only eat grass. I have a feeling I know what the gods eat. I think they need regard. They need temples and sacrifice. They need us to give them devotion. And to me, that's fine. I mean, who doesn't want songs sung about them? But your man, he's different. You think I can't see it in your eyes. You think I can't smell it coming off you like an unwashable stench," the Northman spat.
"What? What?"
he cried. "Fear, you fool. You're terrified, yet you bring fear wherever you go. You're agents of fear. Your man eats fear. These folks here worship life. What exactly do you worship?"
The man knew too much. It was like he could see inside of his mind. Renfrew closed his mouth and just glared at him.
"Oh no, don't get like that. You've got it in you. Go on, let it out. Tell me all. You self-righteous types love to hear their own voice," the Northman said, and then started to whistle softly.
Renfrew heard the sound and was filled with a sense that things would be fine as long as he could just explain it all to them.
"Of course he brings fear. The world is broken and must be fixed. Too many live without fear. They do what they want, striving to be great when they should just be happy as they are. Farmers must farm, fishermen fish, and women have children. If some rise to greatness, it's on the shoulders of the many, and they should be glad that they have played their role."
"But why the temples, the priestess? Why destroy them?" he asked.
Renfrew couldn't hold it in any more.
"Because he's the imprisoned one, and we need to make those that hold him weak. We destroy their temples, kill their people, and bring them to their knees, and then he will be free, finally free."
He felt such relief as he spoke. He knew he'd done well to tell these savages of the glory they were trying to stop. The Northman just looked at him and smiled.
"Good man. Don't you feel better now?"
From the shadows he heard something, and they all turned their heads. From the sparse tree line they came, 100 of the king's men on horses riding fast. The Northmen and desert people ran away, firing arrows back as they went. The body of troops rushed past Renfrew in pursuit. A lone horse stopped in front of him. The young sergeant dropped from his horse and looked at the old man.
"You don't look so good."
He went behind him and pulled a dagger from his scabbard, cutting the rough ropes that held the old man and raising him to his feet.
"The king?"
Renfrew asked.
"Once you dead. Lucky he can't tell one soldier from another,"
the man said, and bowed to Renfrew.
"We have 20 in this troop, and all the men will follow me, should we finish the job."
More than ever, Renfrew knew his mission. He was the hammer in his lord's hand. He mounted the horse behind the young sergeant, and they rode after the fleeing desert clan. Chapter 25. She wished Seth was here instead of her new companion in escape. He still hadn't told her his name, and he simply led her by the hand up rows and rows of empty jail cells. They had been walking quickly along as he muttered to himself. The man seemed to be what she'd heard referred to as a manic. Sometimes he was lovely and charming, then at others he would snap at her. If she'd met him in an ordinary life, she'd have taken him for one of those men who fly into a rage and hit their children and wives, then feel so guilty just moments later.
"Are you even trying to escape?" he asked.
He was calm again.
"What do you mean? We're walking to find a door out of here, aren't we?" she said. "I am, but we'll not find one until you truly want to. I told you, they hold you in your guilt. When you truly want out, a door will appear," he said, as if to a child. "One will just appear. That's a badly built jail," she said.
He laughed.
"Ha ha ha, this isn't a jail. We've been walking for hours in a field, and you keep looking around seeing bars and cages."
He stopped and took her hands.
"Ah, this isn't working. Let's try something else. Close your eyes."
She let herself trust the nameless man and closed her eyes.
"Now imagine we find a door. We open it and you're back in Pelos. You don't have your gifts anymore, but that's okay. You have a full life ahead of you, and you can be anything you want. You finally have a chance to redeem yourself and be proud of your name."
She imagined it and felt a single tear fall from her eye. She did need a chance to do it right this time. As she opened her eyes, she saw that they were indeed standing in a field. It was night time, and darkness was all around. The landscape was like nothing she'd ever seen, completely covered in thick woods and tall trees. They were travelling along a tiny road that cut through the dense glade. He released her hands.
"That's a good girl. Now we're one step closer to where we need to go."
She looked at the deep woods around her and expected to feel fear. It was the stuff of nightmares. The sounds of the wind in the trees, branches casting long shadows and strange animals, but she felt settled. It was a place where nature ruled.
"Where are we?" she asked. "Some northern idiot's idea of paradise, I think," he said.
She tried to stay calm. Her life had always taken strange turns, but even with the Dark Guild, they never really spoke of what came next. They knew ways to make life better, and they took them, no matter what the cost to others. But they never talked of gods and the realms beyond. These entities were simply tools to be used by them.
"And where are we going?" she asked. "We shouldn't be going anywhere. I should be free. But your friend the Druheim ruined that, didn't he? Now he's here, and he's making it worse and worse with every blind step he takes."
Seth. Her heart leapt that he might still be alive. If anyone could get her out of this, it was him for sure.
"That's right, Seth,"
the man said, seemingly hearing her thoughts. That was a scary new development.
"He's passed the first of the trials, and now he's moving on to the second. I really didn't think he'd make it this far, but it seems he's a tough one," he said. "Are we going to go and find him?" she asked, hope in her voice. "Yes, we are, and it should be easy, since you want to. Shut your eyes again," he said. "Think of your friend. He's in a dry place, a desert. Opponents are set against him, and he has to prove himself."
The man put his hands to her head, and she saw a perfect vision of the arena. Blood-soaked bodies and tall stones, people watching. As she opened her eyes, she saw they were in the arena she had just imagined. The man laughed. "Ha ha, you're helpful, at least. So much emotion in that little body of yours." Serafina walked away from him and around the sands. The arena was empty now, but she could see that she'd pictured it perfectly. How did you know what it looked like? Can you see what's happening to him?" she asked. He laughed. "Nothing that incredible. I've been here before, but I would like to see what happened. Can't you do something about that?" She remembered her trick of seeing what had happened in a place before, but she needed something to look through. It was the object that had most of the power, not her. "It wasn't the object, it was your Pelosi god, the judge. He sees all, or so he likes to brag. You just called on his power without knowing it." He spat in the sand as he spoke the name. "Oh, should I do it again?" she said. "We don't really have a choice, but once we do, he'll know I'm here." The man smiled. "Probably time they knew anyway." Holding her hands in front of her eyes, she thought of what had happened, that she wanted to see Seth. She remembered the words she had spoken in her mind. It was a matter of urging the sands and the stones to show their memories of the event. The images sprang to life in front of her. She saw Seth dressed as a true warrior. His armour was imposing and increased his stature still further. She watched him as he fought 4 men and took them down one by one. It was a vicious fight, but he was victorious. At the end, a man actually slipped on Seth's chestpiece and impaled himself. She almost laughed. It was ridiculously unfortunate. "That was unlucky," she said, as she watched Seth stagger off towards the exit. Turning to her new companion, she saw he was red with rage. He looked to the stones where the woman had stood and smiled at Seth. "You fucking bitch," he yelled. "You had no right to help him. Soon you won't have the strength to rig a dice game." He grabbed her hand roughly and led her towards the end of the arena, following after Seth. Chapter 26. Goldie pushed his new horse hard as it ran up the roadway. The wind was in its black locks, and he laughed aloud, his voice ringing in the air. "Thanks, baby," he cried, as the horse proved its worth. A game of cards or two, and he'd won the beast. It had taken some fast talking for him to actually take it off their hands, but the lead man was no Welsh, and just surrendered that they'd say it died, which was a very common hazard for these fine career horses. They pushed them until they dropped, and then mounted another, just so they could get their important wax-sealed missives from one city to another a few hours earlier. He patted the horse on its neck as it ran with strength and vigour. "Probably a stroke of luck for you too," he cried. The horse seemed to agree and pushed itself harder. He'd never really had a horse that was his. He'd stolen many, but you could only ride them for a few weeks before the posters started going up. A good horse cost much more than a man, and certainly a lot more than he had been sold for. "I'll give you a name, 'cause we're heroes now." It was a mare, so it had to be a girl's name, but she was all black, a fairly rare thing in a horse in this part of the land. "We'll give you a name like the desert people would, something really long and important. How about Black Wings on a Starless Night?" he said. But the horse stayed silent. "No? OK, short and sweet, like Goldie. Keep it northern. One word. Got it. Raven." Raven gave a snort of exertion, which he took as a yes, and continued her pace. Goldie had always felt blessed by the lucky lady, but he'd never felt more so than now. The cards against those men just kept favouring him. Even if he started with a bad hand, the turn always brought it home to him. He just needed to bet big and take the chance. He felt like he was actually moving for once in the direction someone wanted him to. He pictured her as he'd seen her all those times in the temple by the little wine stall where he worked. The look of her the night he'd almost died, but hadn't. He was near on 15, but taller than most Pelosi men. Still not much of a fighter. No training to speak of. Just a few years of fistfights he'd been embroiled in at home. He packed down the rough wooden stall, stowing away the clay mugs and locking the doors at the back of the stall, when he heard them. He knew a drunken voice, and heard two coming from the ladies' altar next to him. Goldie signed to himself and checked his small dagger, which was more for eating than fighting, and walked over to the room. It was an ornate marble archway, and inside was her statue. In Pelos they depicted her as a beautiful woman, wearing a long flowing dress. Long hair covered her ample breasts, which were pressed together in an alluring cleavage. She smiled, cheekily holding a pair of dice in her hands. Thieves, sailors, and gamblers all loved her. Inside were 2 drunks, off-duty guards, judging by their clothes. Goldie had been serving them wine just a few short hours ago, but didn't know them. They weren't regulars. One was pissing in the corner, and the other drank from a stolen offering bottle, laughing as he groped the statue. "She's got nice tits for a goddess," he slurred. The other man finished pissing, and they turned as Goldie entered the small room.
"Lads, leave it be. Go home. Sleep it off. I'll buy you a round tomorrow," he said.
The groper turned and drew his sword a little from his scabbard.
"Fuck off, boy. We're just having a laugh."
He hated the city guards. They felt like they could do whatever they wanted. Take free food and drinks from the stall owners and piss in the street. He could behave in this way, but he was scum. Guards were meant to be respectable. The pisser bent down and picked up a different bottle that was set before her as an offering. He pulled the cork with his teeth and grinned.
"Free wine," he said. "What were we paying you for?"
Goldie knew he had only one option. He had to get these fuckers to chase him. He was sober and could easily outrun them. He grinned and stepped forward, knocking the bottle from the guard's hand. It fell to the floor before her sandalled feet and poured its dark red contents on them. That was all right. People did it all the time, giving her the first sip.
"Listen, you drunk idiots. Go home, fuck your ugly wives, and leave off. I'm sick of the smell and sight of you," he taunted.
The 2 men pulled their blades and swayed a little. They were both much bigger than him.
"I'll gut you, you little shit," one said. "My wife's not ugly," the other said.
Goldie laughed.
"All the more pity for her, having to screw a sack of shit like you. Were you born with that face, or did you get kicked by a horse?"
Then he felt it. He was too busy talking, and the first lunged forward and stabbed him deep in the stomach. He was shocked. City guards, even drunk city guards, shouldn't be committing these acts. He collapsed to the floor of the altar, the sword clutched in his hand, pain ripping through him.
"Oh shit,"
one said, and they ran. He heard their drunken footsteps as they left him there to bleed. He looked up at the lady from the floor. She did have nice tits, especially from this angle. He laughed as he felt himself slipping towards the dark sleep.
"Fucking showed them,"
he murmured, and then passed out. At least he'd gotten a free sword. Chapter 27. Minsetta had wanted to ride their horses up to the temple like saviours and warn the women of the danger like some hero from the stories of old. But that wasn't how she did business, not any more. All they knew of this place were the rumours and what other people had told them. She'd had no personal experience with the Sisters of the Divine Child, and that meant approach quietly, in the shadows, and bring your bow. She did just that. They saw the large building miles away and stopped their horses. Gisette had them walk off the road and lashed them to a small tree. The beasts were exhausted and happy to rest. They had ridden hard for miles after killing the courier's guards and wanted to put as much distance between them and their crime as they could. Gisette had dragged the bodies off the road, took their gold and threw their weapons away in an effort to make it look like a robbery. She crouched as she moved across the large flat expanse that stood in front of the temple. It was a lot bigger and richer than she expected, and for some reason her sense of danger rang alarmingly. It just didn't look right. Since when did humble people have a need for such outrageous stonework?
"What do you know of these women?"
she whispered to Minsetta, who slunk reluctantly next to her. She was good at stealth, but felt no need for it.
"They are what all people say. Midwives, lovers of birth. They are harmless," she said. "Then why have they got guards?"
Gisette whispered back. They had come off the road at the right point to avoid a cluster of guards who stood at the offshoot path leading off from the temple. There was not a man to be seen, and each woman looked far from a humble midwife. These women looked like they were members of the Cold Death, scarred, lean and serious. More than one held the scarred face of a former slave.
"I think we've been very misinformed about these women,"
Gisette hissed. She could feel it in her, a rising tide. She wasn't scared, but felt a heightened sense of awareness. She could feel the breeze on her skin, hear the smallest sound. She focused hard on making every footfall silent. Slowly, so slowly, they made their way past the guards, and, finding what shadows they could, crept in close to the building.
"We have no need for this," Mincetta whispered. "They are peaceful. The guards are to stop men from taking advantage." "No harm in being cautious," she hissed back.
Gisette came close and saw a small arched window. It was set the perfect height for her. She crept under it and, pulling out a highly polished piece of metal, held it at an angle. On it she could see within the well-lit room, but they would see nothing if they looked out.
"Where did you get that?"
Mincetta asked, looking at her strangely.
"I made it. It was part of one of their helmets. Now, be quiet. If it's all good, we'll go back and approach in an obvious manner. If not, we'll slink off and plan. But honestly, I don't think these women need any help defending themselves."
She looked at her metal viewer and, moving it slowly, scanned the room. It was empty.
"Okay, I'll go in. You're too slow and big," she said back.
Like a cat, she was up and through the stone arch in moments. It seemed too small to let her in, but she twisted her skinny body and hit the ground in a soundless roll. A tight smile came to her face. She was dangerous, and she knew it. Anything bad always happened below ground, so she made her way to the basement. She slunk to the doorway and listened. She waited long enough, and then she heard it. The regular footfall of a bored individual on guard duty, plodding the same path up and down the halls. She waited till they passed and looked. She saw long flowing hair, a sword, and leather armour. Serious. She crept slowly after the woman, shadowing her, and slunk off into the next open room. She crept in and looked around. It was bad. The room was filled with rack upon rack of clothing. Many shoes and dresses hung on racks, together with bags of clothes. Were these what the women brought with them? Why didn't they need them now? Gisette looked from the room and saw a doorway, a simple wooden thing, and, judging by the light beneath it, looked like a staircase, meaning it could only go down. Slinking across the hall, she slowly turned the handle, found it unlocked, and slunk down. She was thankful it was dark within. Faint candlelight shone from the bottom floor, but that was all. She crept down the stairs, holding her breath and hoping the steps wouldn't crack and give her presence away. Spotting some large barrels, she crept behind them and crouched in the darkness. She peered through the gaps between them and watched. Slowly, her eyes became used to the dim light, and she caught her first glimpse of the divine child. The priestesses were fierce. They had heads shaved on the sides and slicked to a point with some sort of ointment. Feathers adorned their arms. They were indeed tending as midwives. Around them lay many cots, within which lay large, bloated, pregnant women. But they were so warrior-like, it made her draw back. One woman called to another, "This one is ready. Another boy. She's done well with this time." A woman spoke to another in a loud whisper. Her fine ears picked up.
"That pillow she slaughters at a girl. What shall we do?"
she asked. The woman glared at her.
"That's good as well. The numbers continue to be fairly even. Take the boy to the other camp."
Gisette waited until they were clear of her and crept back up the stairs slowly. She'd seen enough. These women, whoever they were, had bad intent. Anyone this organised could not be trusted. She'd get back to Mincetta and see if she knew more. As she crept up the stairs, she passed so closely to the guard who had just crossed the doorway. She froze and held her breath. Her heartbeat sounded so loud to her, but soon the woman continued her bored walk onwards. Gisette made her way back to the room she'd entered, reached out to turn the handle, then heard soft laughter behind. She turned and saw the matron from downstairs. Her cold eyes creased with pleasure as she smiled at Gisette.
"Good work, sister. It's nice to see someone else taking the time to hone their skills. You one of the new recruits?" she asked.
Gisette stood up fully and smiled back.
"You can never be too good. Yes, I am new,"
Gisette said, and put her hand out. The woman locked wrists with her like a warrior and smiled again. She was very tall and dominated the hallway. She had dried blood on her hands. Gisette didn't want to think where those hands had been.
I'm Angelina. Since you're new, I'll give you a tour. You've seen downstairs already, you little sneak, but the real reason you're here is a few rooms up.
She took Gisette's hand and led her up the silent stone passage to a doorway. There was no actual door, and within she could hear soft whispering in the candlelight. All bad. She had no idea if this lady actually thought she was a new recruit or not, but she'd play along. She loosened her dagger from the small of her back, getting it ready. When she entered the room, she was stunned. Before her stood 3 statues, one in the middle and 2 smaller ones either side. The woman depicted was clearly a goddess. She had the body of a woman, but had feathered arms and the claws of a bird. She was in the pose of attack, with sharp teeth and eyes that glowed red, like huge expensive rubies reflecting in the firelight. She was terrifying. Beside her, the 2 smaller statues had a similar appearance. All around, women knelt as if in prayer to this thing.
Isn't she beautiful?
The woman said. Gisette tried to gain her breath back. Nowhere in any memory had she ever seen anything like this. The woman looked at her.
Oh, I see. You know little of our ways. You're just some runaway slave, acting on the rumours that we could protect you from the world of man,
she said, and patted Gisette's hand.
Something like that, Gisette said quietly. The Sisters of Fury, they are called. They listen to our prayers and bring justice and pain onto the heads of any men who hurt women. They use their godly powers to look into the hearts of men and punish them. How? She asked. How should the wicked be punished? With death and pain. They suffer and they die. It's truly what so many of them deserve. And downstairs, what was all that about? She asked. We raise the women according to the way. We train them as warriors, so they won't be victims. The boys are taken to another camp and trained by good men. They are taught to fight as well, and to respect women, to show deference to the true order. What order? Gisette asked.
The woman laughed aloud, startling a few women praying.
Women are meant to lead, make the decisions and rule. I don't need to tell you, men are fools. Everything they do is stupid. They are ruled by their cocks. Oh, you don't cut 'em off, do you? She asked, horrified.
The woman laughed again.
Of course not. Do you know how babies are made? We need men, but they need us more, and that's what they learn. My own husband was born in a simple temple, like this. Lovely man. Always has my dinner ready, just how I like.
Gisette laughed at this, but it was far from the temple of the divine child. There had been a vast change in ownership.
Now, girl, I've been quite nice and shared with you our ways and secrets. Why don't you tell me why you're really here, and why you have a beautiful friend crouching outside who looks a lot like Mincetta, my old and dear friend?
Grim had seen them moments too late. He'd been standing and looking at the bald man who knelt before him. Then suddenly the landscape was filled with soldiers on horseback, charging from the tree line. It was a very bad position to be running from horsemen, but just as his new dark-skinned friends ran, so did he. They were outnumbered 4 to 1. They were used to fighting forces much better armed and numerous than they, and they had the good sense to break in many different directions. They scattered in pre-organised groups of 2s and 3s, breaking the body chasing them. They ran fast on long legs, firing behind them with arrows when they could. Still, it was only moments before the horsemen were upon them. Grim swiveled his body as an arrow whistled past his ear. The large white horse bore down on him in a moment. He jumped to the side and rolled hard into the soft sand, avoiding its charging body and the swinging sword of its rider. He pulled a small dagger from his back as he came up and threw it hard at the soldier as he rode past. The dagger tumbled through the air, end over end, and sunk point first deep into his unprotected back. All around him, Grim saw that the desert people were having it hard. They had made for any available cover and were returning arrow fire, or escaping from the line of sight and just staying hidden. Their skills at hiding in the landscape saved them. Others were less lucky. He saw a good handful cut down by horsemen as they ran towards the elusive darkness. Well-dressed men slashed at them and cut them down like shafts of wheat. Their screams pierced the night, echoing in their fine, lilting language. White Eyes was next to him suddenly.
"We need to get out of here. The men know where to meet, and any that survive will come. But we need to get ourselves away," she said.
Grim had to agree with her. This wasn't his idea of a winnable fight. He ran quickly across the sand and grabbed a dead man from his horse, pulling him down. The animal was well trained and had just stopped still when its rider slumped dead in the saddle. Grim grabbed the reins and leapt from the ground into the black leather saddle with a grunt. He turned the horse with a flick of the reins and kicked it hard, pulling it next to White Eyes. He reached down and pulled her up behind him easily. He was glad it was a big, strong horse and that she wasn't that heavy. They rode fast behind the rough line of horses and soldiers. She looked out behind him and leaned back. Pulling her bow, she fired into the near darkness at the spots just above the horses' saddles. He heard cries in the dark as they rode closer and closer. She fired as fast as she could, taking the riders coldly from behind, but saving her own running people. As they passed one panting man who just had his pursuer taken down, he grinned at them. He heard White Eyes yell something at him as they passed. She whispered in Grim's ear to keep riding, and they did. Soon they were pacing hard, away from the sounds of fighting and cries of men dying. Then it was just them and the moon-filled land, the only sound that of their horse panting hard. He felt her tap him on the shoulder.
"Don't push the poor beast too hard. You're too heavy," she said.
He could hear a deep sadness in her voice.
"Are you okay?"
he asked.
"No, those men were my friends. We've been hunting and surviving together for years, and now they are gone. Maybe just a handful escaped. Most died with arrows and sword cuts in their running backs. Hardly a good way to die," she muttered.
He had to agree with her. He knew he'd have to die facing his foes if he wanted to pass to the other side the right way. Still, 20 against 100 wasn't fair odds. He slowed the horse to a walk. All around him he could hear the stillness of the night. The moon shone down on the barren land, the warmth of his blood cooling as the minutes ticked away. It would be peaceful if not for what had just happened.
"What did you talk of? Many words were spoken that I could not understand," she said.
"It's just classic war strategy. Those men are cutting the supply lines. Whatever is going on with all these gods and powers, for us it's simple. They want to crush anyone who believes in something different. Not because they are zealots or don't believe, but because by weakening us, they weaken something else as well. If they kill the priests, destroy the temples, then the things they believe in will get weaker as well."
"Why now?"
she asked.
"I think they have been doing it for years. This is just the last push," Grim said.
He knew it was true. Through all the memories of the Dark Guild and Gatherers, he saw the Order of the Learned. They moved like a growing shadow over the years, killing and desecrating, burning books and silently murdering anyone with power or a direct connection to something higher. How much knowledge was gone from the world by their hands? How many ways and gods had been forgotten because of them?
"What should I do?"
he asked.
"Just keep riding. We'll meet up with whoever has survived. But I need to think,"
she said, and slumped against his back into an exhausted sleep. Chapter 28. Seth staggered from the arena, blood dripping from the light cuts on his forearms and pain lancing through his arms and shoulders. Swinging his claymore around had taken a massive toll on his body, and his muscles screamed with pain and exertion with every laboured breath he took. Since when was killing such hard work? He made himself grin and forced a laugh. This is what he was, just a mortal man. No gifts, no strength beyond what his body held. He didn't know if he'd ever get his talents back, but he was at ease with this situation. They had always been as much a curse as a blessing. It was the gifts which made the guild hound him, but he'd missed the awareness of knowing he was something unique. At the end of the arena stood the open mouth of the metal gate. He walked through into the cold of the bizarre building beyond. Around him were the bare stones of another fighting arena and the smell of stale blood and sweat. The cracked marble floor was splashed with the stains of old blood. Who knew how many decades of death this represented? He saw a light at the end of a large hallway and pushed himself towards it, standing taller and trying to shrug off the pain and exhaustion. He pushed the door hard with his hand and let it swing open. Darkness again. He gathered his courage like hands cupping a faltering fire and walked into this room with a hand held in front of him like a newly blind man shuffling into the darkness, stumbling every other step. It was so vast and encompassing. He could feel it as if it was something solid, like walking into a thick snowdrift. He felt the natural fear of the night fall upon him, nightmares as a boy of all the things out there in the dark and cold nights, the creatures his parents had revealed to him in stories. Am I Drúheim or not? He thought. Raising his head high, he strolled through the emptiness until he saw it, the same as before, a doorway letting through a small crack of light. This time it was just a doorway, and the light filled him with hope. It opened with a creak, a rusted and aged thing. Seth hit the door hard with his sore shoulder and fell into the room like a drunk trying to leave a tavern. He tripped through and fell hard onto the marble floor. Cursing loudly, he picked himself up and looked around. Before him stood statues, lines and lines of them. If he had Goldie's gift for numbers, he would have known their count, but it looked like thousands. Some were crafted from wood or rough stone, others metal or polished marble, but all depicting creatures and beings in various poses. All the gods he'd ever heard of, and many more he hadn't. They looked like typical statues he'd seen in any of the temples in the cities he'd visited, but of characters he didn't recognise. They all crowded into each other, but left a line for him to walk through. He continued to trudge onward, looking at them as he passed. Most were alien to him, but others he had seen on his trips to Pelos and far-off cities, or remembered vaguely from the many people the general had taken in his lifetime. They were the gods of his time, and times before his. The statues looked back at him with cold, blank, impassive faces. He was surprised at the difference in them, not only the materials, but the seeming lack of love. Some were stone with jewelled eyes that glittered in a light that seemed to come from nowhere. Fresh offerings of wine and flowers lay at their feet, and their clean and bright forms seemed to radiate with power. Yet others were neglected, merely crumbling stones and rotting wood. He looked at one standing to the side of the pathway. It was carved of wood and looked as ancient as the mountains. It wasn't a man or woman, but a small deer-like creature. It stood on hind legs and possessed a human-looking face, that of an old man. In its hand it held a small harp, and around its feet weeds grew up through the cracked marble floor. He looked at the harp and the statue's face and body. What sort of deity was it? Seth cast his mind back and tried to think what this creature could be. Clearly some old forgotten legend or god. One of 1,000 statues in this room, but lost over the years. He looked at the wood it was composed of, running his hand over its rough surface. He knew the wood to be northern oak, the tree of his people. He searched in his mind for stories they had passed down, of a music-playing wood creature. Ballads or lays never played a big part in any northern legends, and certainly not a harp. His people preferred flutes and drums. He pulled out his dagger and gently scraped away the moss that had grown on the wood of the statue. Next to this god, he noticed a small glass bottle of white spirits and a rag next to it. "That's good for wood," he said. "Keeps it from rotting." He dipped the rag in the spirits and rubbed it over the statue, slowly letting it soak into the wood, making it shine with a dark colour from the wood beneath. "Oh, I've got it. You're the one that sings to sleeping children and keeps them from crying. It's so the wolves won't come. I guess a deer-like fella like you isn't a big fan of wolves," he said. "Oh, you've got a name, but you're not a god. Sorry, friend, you're just a helpful spirit. You're a driggin, that's what you are." As Seth said the word, he'd half expected something to happen, but it didn't. The wooden carving was still as lifeless as before. "No, not a driggin. Wait, you're really old, like silver, old. Maybe I'm saying it wrong." He said the word in much older northern tongue, which he remembered from a childhood tale. "I think they say it Drúheim." As he said the word, he heard a buzzing begin in his skull. It was like the sensation he'd felt in the arena, but much weaker. Was it trying to commune with him? Seth laughed. "You like that? Drúheim. Drea game! Drea game! As he looked, the statue slowly changed before him. Starting from the feet up, Seth watched with wonder as the wood came back to life. The health and colour of the carving changed, deepening until it looked like a freshly made work. "Well, friend, I have to journey onwards, but good luck to you. If I get back, I'll tell my little brothers that you're well." Seth gave the Drearcame a little pat on the head and set off. What was this place? It seemed to hold statues of every god or creature that people had ever imagined. That one had responded to his words and regard. How long had it been since people had spoken of it? Now only a few old wise women in the north would say a prayer to it over crying babies. The northern people believed in many spirits and beings, always attributing every minor occurrence to them, like losing your boot or stubbing your toe. Seth walked onwards. Around him, the statues were mostly broken and weathered. Unlike the Drearcame, they were all fashioned from stone. Men, women and creatures he knew nothing of, all crumbled and ruined. He crunched on the fallen fragments that lay in the aisle, feeling sorry for them. Once revered, now forgotten. He knew nothing of them, and couldn't come to their aid. As he walked, Seth came to a row of tall, fully preserved statues on either side, and laughed. "Of course, you useless fucks are fine," he said. Around him were the Pelosi gods. Shining marble statues, offerings piled high at their polished marble feet, glittering jewels in their eyes. He'd always hated them. Gods of trade and order. Boring. Be a good boy and follow the rules. Each one had a list to follow. Don't kill people, even your enemies. Don't eat this sort of meat. Don't have sex unless you're married. Seth yawned and passed them by. Chapter 29. Goldie had ridden hard for many a mile. Then he'd let himself fall asleep in the saddle. His new and wonderful horse, Raven, had simply slowed and begun to walk on steadily towards Goldie's destination. These courier horses were a breed apart. It had run in the near dark of the moonlight for hours and never faltered. He woke to the feeling of a bright, high sun warm on his face, and to the sound of rough, loud laughter. Goldie had been sagging in his saddle, but righted himself, grabbing the reins. Raven had stopped in front of a small roadblock made of wooden stakes crossed against each other, but breached in the middle to allow people to pass through single file. 2 armed men stood on either side, laughing at him.
"Oh, damn! That cost me a gold. Thought you'd fall for sure,"
one of the men said. Goldie looked at them and knew he'd arrived. The 2 scruffy men leaned against the rough wooden spikes and looked like every riff-raff troublemaker he'd ever seen. Mismatched leather armour, nicked swords. One even had a quiver holding only 3 arrows, his bow hanging around his shoulder by the string. They obviously didn't view him as a threat.
"You're betting on if a sleeping man would fall from his saddle?"
Goldie asked with a laugh. He liked them already. The other man smiled at him with broken teeth, one gold incisor flashing back. He was a young desert man who looked like he'd been in more fights than he had had clean baths.
"We sure were, and you just made me a silver piece. I knew you'd have good reflexes. Now, friend, what's your name, and what's your business? This is an invitation-only road," he said.
He realised Raven had walked him all the way up to the gates. Behind the rough wooden structure was a dirty, shambling town, its denizens drinking in the streets during the early morning, but a town nonetheless.
"I've come to gamble, to win and to warn you all that the king has hired the red bastards to come and wipe you out,"
he said. The 2 men started laughing.
"The gambling I can believe, but the king? He's a nothing. We bribe his taxman and he leaves us alone. Why would the king have a problem with us? He's glad we keep out of his cities,"
the first man said.
"It's about the lucky lady. He's coming for her temple,"
Goldie said.
"He can fucking have it,"
said the desert man.
"Shut up, you fucking heathen. I'm sick of your talk against her,"
spat the first man to his friend.
"Just 'cause you always lose, you should know ugly people like you were born unlucky, and just give up."
Goldie knew he spoke true. Ugly people were considered very unlucky, dwarfs especially, though he'd always liked them, good drinkers mostly.
"What's all this? Tomorrow is the ladies' day. Is it about that?
The man said. Goldie had never even heard of her having a day.
What's the ladies' day?
He asked. The man laughed.
Truly everyone has forgotten everything. Still, we remember. It's the biggest day in this place. Cards, dice, fights, games, drinking. At the end, there is one man who wins, and he wins big. All the entry fees of the others, minus the percentage for a temple, he said.
It sounded fantastic to Goldie. He could warn these folks after they had had their fun. Besides, he had a feeling she wanted him to win. Right now, he was a nobody. This township held at least a few hundred people, and who knew how many would be coming for this event? If he won, he'd be in a position of respect, and have the clout to warn them with credibility. Plus, a bit of gold in the pocket always helped. He could always bribe the Reds to do the right thing.
Fine, I'm here to enter,
Goldie said.
Which challenge?
The desert man said.
Fucking all of them,
said Goldie. He was sick of talking. He spurred Raven onwards, and she walked slowly through the gap in the wooden fence. The two men just watched and laughed as he went, probably trading bets as to if he would really enter all of the challenges. He doubted they would shoot him in the back. Too lazy for that. Raven trotted through the township, and Goldie took in a deep breath. It smelled familiar and good. Stale bodies, wine, and horse shit in the streets. Yet it was not even midday. He guided Raven past a small stone archway. A lone guard was positioned at the top, but didn't even stand up to watch him pass. This place looked like a former army keep, but had clearly been run as a den of sin for too long. The walls were half crumbling, and the gate looked too rusty to shut properly. Within, the people all looked like him, scum from all corners of the land. There wasn't a consistent race or breed amongst them. He saw at least as many Pelosi as Northerners, and many of the dark-skinned races as well. It was almost refreshing not to see any slaves. In Pelos, there was almost one slave to every 4 people. You'd see them walking with either thick metal collars or fine silver ones, depending on their station as slaves. Yet they were all still someone else's property. He was broken from his thoughts by a flash of colour approaching him.
Good sir, take your horse.
A young boy with a dirty face came running up to him, reaching out and taking Raven's reins.
You work for a tavern?
He said.
No, Dad runs a feast stall, but we rent out our beds for the festival. 2 silvers gives you a roof, bed, and all the fish you can eat,
he said.
Great, make it 1 and you're on,
he said. Goldie jumped off his horse with a splash of mud. His boots sunk to the heels, and it hadn't even rained in days. He didn't want to think about what it would become after a downpour. He still had a large purse of coins and his note of trade, though he didn't know what it would buy here. He'd have to play it safe and not show his gold too much. If these people were anything like what he thought they were, they'd have no problem in easing his heavy burden.
Where's your horse?
He asked.
In the main market. I'll lead you on,
the boy said, gently guiding Raven through the muck. Goldie looked at the lad. He'd not seen many Pelosi boys. He was lean and built like a lithe girl. Goldie at the same age had been a good head taller and probably weighed twice as much. Still, he had deep brown eyes and thick brown hair. That would serve him well with the ladies as he grew.
The festival. Tell me about it,
Goldie said, as he followed the boy. They walked through the muddy streets, passing food vendors and half-dressed women who waved and called out from the front yards of small shacks and houses. There were people thick in the street, and the boy pushed roughly through them, yelling curses as he went.
Biggest day of the year, and if you bet on the right man, you'll be set for the next year. I heard you say that you'd enter all of them, the boy said with a laugh. Why is that funny?
Goldie said back.
No doubt you're good at something. Most people who come here are, but I doubt you're the best at everything. Cards, dice, feast fighting, archery, drinking, arm wrestling, and everything else. Not only that, it's all on the same day. You going to win a drinking contest, then a sword fight straight after?
The boy said. Goldie hadn't thought about it much, but something told him he needed to enter them all if he was going to show this rabble that the lady was still worthy of worship. They'd have to see this drunken champion in action.
What's the prize?
He asked.
Gold. Lots of gold. It costs 2 coins to enter, and more than 100 men will. So you get that, minus a cut for the priests. They take 10%, so possibly more than 180 gold coins,
the boy said, his eyes sparkling. Goldie warmed to him. He clearly had a gift for numbers and liked to hear his own voice.
What else?
Goldie asked. He knew there was something else, something more important than gold. He shook his head. Since when did he think something was more important than gold? Women, perhaps, but that wasn't new. Up to now, it had been normal women he had bedded.
Oh, you become the lady's consort for the year. You get a little ring, and you're the luckiest man in the realm for a year. But no one cares about that. You have to give the ring back at the end of the year. It's just a tradition. I'll be married to her. No, just a consort. She will use you like a mistress,
the boy laughed.
My dad won one year. He spent the night in a temple, said it was cold and pointless. Still, the gold set him up in business.
They arrived at the market. It was a collection of around 10 badly built wooden stalls baking in the sunshine. Almost all of them sold wine or cheap homemade booze of some kind in the familiar clay jugs he was so used to. The fish trader had the sense to cover his wares with a roof at least. They were all rows of very dried fish in heavy salt. He wondered how the fuck they could keep the produce from rotting. The man behind the counter smiled at him. Typical Pelosi merchant, fat and happy, sweating in the sun. He wore clothes in a poor man's imitation of those proper traders he'd seen in the big cities. But these were much more faded, dirty and old. Probably been wearing them for years, ever since they were new. The boy walked to his father and whispered quickly in his ear.
Taking the bed,
the man said with a smile.
Yup. Where is it?
Goldie asked.
It's just behind the stall. We'll pull a blanket out,
he said.
It would be better, but by tomorrow this place will be bursting with 1,000 people,
the man said. Goldie tossed him a coin and walked towards the temple. Chapter 30. This boy was getting too far, too fast. He journeyed here with such ease and pushed his lumbering way through the first challenge almost without effort. He'd taken a few light injuries, but then moved on. He could smell his blood on the sand of the arena, but there was not nearly enough of it to matter. Worst of all, he had help. They were breaking their own rules and guiding him. First, that old meddler showed him the boat and the error of his ways. They let him prepare. Then that black-haired bitch had actually changed the course of the battle so he'd win. He was meant to be lying dead in the sand now, but instead he was alive and getting in the way of what had taken so much patience to prepare. He'd waited so long for this chance. Finally, after years and years of silent work, they were weak enough for him to try again. This time they wouldn't succeed and throw him away like a prisoner in his own castle. They thought people would forget him, but who could forget fear, forget the nightmares and the terror of the dark? He had his order, his black dogs, and the creeping stories and legends in the world of man. He was far from forgotten, unlike half of them. Time had been a much better friend to him than to them. That said, the boy had unknowingly undone his best work, the many-faced bringer, the face of the sun in this land and others. He'd weakened the sun in the human land, converted his followers, destroyed his temples, and finally imprisoned the god of one plane. It had been all he wanted, an entire world of his own, feeding him with the fear of millions of lost souls. Now that act was in ruins. It was too late, though. He'd gained enough power to turn his whispers into commands, and turn the order from a few scared acolytes to leading the kingdom of man. The boy would have a tough fight ahead of him. Now the boy was in the hall, and even waking the other gods up. He saw the blonde girl looking at the statue. It was a wooden carving of a deer-like creature, surely some stupid north spirit of something or other. There were so many. How could one remember them all? "I think he'd touched this one," she said, still seeing little pieces of the recent past. They kept appearing to her, and thus to him. Her mind was open before him like a book in a library. He saw it in her mind, the North boy speaking its name, tending to it. He saw it looked better than it had in his mind. He walked to the statue, listening hard so he could hear it, the faint hum of life deep inside, that shouldn't be there. "Hello, little friend," he said to the Drearcame statue. "Don't you look well? Now what are you going to do? Sing me to sleep?" he yelled in rage. Taking the wooden statue's head in his bare hands, he ripped it off with a burst of strength. Wooden splinters flew into the air. He felt the rage within him and let it go. The girl was scared by his outburst, and it fueled him. He ripped the wooden Drearcame statue apart, throwing the broken pieces of wood to the marble floor. "You should have stayed, forgotten," he said, panting with exertion. As he looked back and screaming in rage once again, the statue was back as it was before his attack. It stood peacefully and still, unmarked and uninjured. "Why is it back?" she said. "That's how these things work. Any attention is good attention. They're like plants. You just have to ignore them until they die, or dig out their roots," he said. Grabbing her hand, he pulled her onwards and marched through the pathway of statues. As he walked, he started to feel better. The rage in his body was starting to leave, and a smile came to his face. All along him were the broken and fallen statues of the work he'd done. Beings that thought they were so special, now left to crumble into dust. Years before, he'd have been stopped. They would have had the power to halt him, fight him, and throw him back in that cell. But now they were just crumbling memories, dead inside. Priests killed, stories ripped from the world, and temples burned. Soon he'd be the only one, which was as it should be. The first and the last. That honour was his. The girl pulled her hand from his and ran to a statue of a Pelosi god. It was the judge, her little friend. "Your patron, the judge. You've been helping him without knowing it. Every time you call on his name, you give power to him." The statue was strong and proud. A man with a book of laws in one hand and a stern look on his face. He saw the crimes of the Pelosi and passed his judgment on them. She'd been giving him strength, and so had all the Pelosi. He had temples all over, and they called on him before they sentenced someone in a court from criminal activities. He was strong for a Pelosi god, but that was like saying someone was smart for a Northman, or tall for a dwarf. He'd enjoy this. He could feel her emotions as she looked at the statue. She felt she'd let it down, let herself down, and deserved to be judged. He laughed to himself and put his hand on the statue's forehead, concentrating hard. He opened his eyes and was in a different room, a vast empty space. At the very end he saw a man sitting in a large chair who stood as he saw him. He heard a voice boom in his mind. "You shouldn't be here!" It rocked the room with the power of righteous anger. He grit his teeth and kept walking slowly onwards. Then a force hit his body. First it was like a heavy weight in his muscles, then pain. It was as if every fibre of him was on fire. He screamed in agony and collapsed. The judge walked up to him slowly as he lay on the ground, writhing. "I knew you'd come, and I'm glad you can finally receive my judgment." He saw the man's hand reach out for him, and as it did, his head was filled with visions of the many crimes performed for him. He saw all the people killed and destroyed in his name. He saw his red-shirted minions killing and felt the fear they created in their wake. He'd caused so much terror and death. Then the pain disappeared, and he felt strong. The judgment only made him stronger. He stood and looked at the shocked face of the judge, and, grabbing the man-god by his shoulder, smashed his forehead hard into his face. The judge staggered back, bleeding, clothing his face in shock and growing fear. "I never felt any guilt, only pride," he yelled as he dived onto the man and hit him again and again. Chapter 31. Gisette was led at sword point by 3 women. She could feel the blade lightly touching her back. Angelina walked at their head, leading the way through the vast temple that was their home. She counted at least 20 guards as they traversed along the labyrinthine hallways. All of them were women. They bowed deeply to Angelina as she passed. She led the way into a fine bedroom lit only by a few candles, and Gisette saw Mincetta sitting slumped in a chair, her hands bound in front of her, a small trickle of blood tainting the corner of her mouth. Angelina waved the guards away and gestured Gisette to go and attend to her friend. After a quick examination, Gisette found no serious injury. Mincetta was a little roughed up. She looked more angry than scared. A fire burned in her eyes, something that Josette hadn't seen before. Josette knew now that all Angelina's courtesy and manners were just a front, and that this woman was indeed a killer as well. "Sorry for the rope, sister. Just a precaution. And feel free to try your dirt tongue chanting. It won't work here. We are protected by the righteous fury," she said, making no moves to untie her. The woman walked to a small polished wooden stand and poured herself a small glass of wine.
"Sister?"
Josette asked.
"Oh, not blood, clearly. Mincetta was a goddess next to this scarred fighter. Sister of the order, I mean." "I was never one of you sexless harpies," Mincetta said darkly, looking up and glaring at her. "True enough," she said. Then, turning to Josette, "We took her in, hid her, fed her, trained her, and nursed her injuries. Then, when she was the strong, proud creature you see now, and we asked just a small favour of her, she ran." The woman literally spat as she spoke the words. "Turned her back on us. I never believed as you do, so I left. Would you rather I'd lied to your face and told you I cared about any of this shit?" she yelled back. "Believed? You saw the proof. We showed you it all," Angelina yelled back, and she pulled out a small blade from behind her. "Enough of this. Why are you here? And not from your liar's lips. No, your little redhead friends," she said. "We thought you were someone else, the Church of the Divine Child. The King's mercenaries are coming, and we sought to warn you," she said quietly. "Oh," was all she said back. "But why should you care to help them? It's not like you to care about anyone else." Josette had had enough of this grudge match between the two women.
"Look, we were just helping a friend. Seth, the Druheim. Maybe you know what that is. Anyway, you don't need protection or help from us, so we'll just leave. Okay?"
"Of course, girl. Are you tied up?" "No, you can leave whenever you want. But she's staying. As for your friend Seth, the Druheim, he'd better be careful wherever he is, because some people don't like it when you try to hurt their family."
"Seth has got nothing to do with your Sisters of Fury at all," she said back.
"Hasn't it? Fury is the sister of fear. Now, be gone, before I change my mind."
Goldie woke to the cold, wet shock of a bucket of dirty water being thrown over his face. He lunged forward with a dagger, but the boy jumped aside with a laugh, wooden bucket in hand.
"Is that the way to treat your friend?"
the boy cried.
"You're late for the first match. Did you get drunk? That was stupid."
Indeed, Goldie had gotten drunk. It had been a terrible night. He hadn't quite made it to the ladies' temple, just the wine stands and dice games that were being played outside. He had lost in a truly epic fashion. He'd laid down a big handful of gold on the first roll of the dice to cheers of the assembled drunks, confident in his lady. He spent the next few hours chasing that gold down the hole with more and more. Every roll was bad. Everyone hated him. Even the wine tasted bad. He'd never felt anything like it. It was awful. Goldie staggered to his feet.
"Right, what's the first?"
he said to the boy. Now he was standing, his head really started to pound. He had no faith in himself at all now.
"First is archery. Lucky for you, every person has to use the same bow, 'cause I think you lost yours,"
the boy said. He had. Lost it in a bet, along with his sword, but luckily not his horse, which had wandered off on its own to the fish stall.
"I'm not sure about this, kid. Last night I had the worst luck I'd ever had, the worst in my life. Maybe the lady isn't with me," he said. "You'd better be joking. I made my dad advance me the next 2 years of my wages to bet on you winning," he said. "What? Really?" Goldie said. "Of course. You're my big chance. If you win every challenge, I'll make more gold than you. Now follow me and try to look a little bit more wretched. It'll increase my odds."
Goldie didn't have to play it up. He felt sick in his stomach from the cheap wine and staggered after the boy through the thick crowd of people. Most now knew that he'd entered all of the competitions. They'd seen him bet heavily on himself, and also saw him lose in such a catastrophic fashion. The laughter of the crowd nipped at his already shattered confidence. At least it was archery. He might be hung over, but thanks to Seth, he was much better than most people at this. The boy led him through the crowd, yelling as he went,
"Clear the way for the ladies' champion. Get out your gold and bet heavily on this man to win, win, win."
This just brought more laughter. Soon they reached the archery field. It was located in the centre of the town. They had cleared the road and people thronged along the sidelines. The scenario was perilous. Still, what did he expect? He looked at the other competitors as he stood on the mark. There were only 4 of them, and they all looked able, well-rested and determined. One was a Pelosi girl who appeared every bit an archer, tight leather clothes and a ponytail pulled back tightly. One old mercenary stood next to her, followed by 2 Pelosi men with tanned skin and smug faces. There was only one bow for them to use in turn, which was fortuitous for Goldie. A better weapon would deliver a clear advantage to him. A priest of the lady glared at him. He was dressed in long black robes, and the hot sun brought sweat dripping down his bald head and into the folds of his clothing. Goldie felt the stink of booze coming off himself, and thought he must look a sight.
"Hear me, you good people. We are here to celebrate Ladies' Day. Who will be her champion? Normally, we have a champion of archery, a champion of sword and dice, and all the other skills she can help with. But this day, we have a man who would do them all." He scowled. "You'll need her most of all," he said, and the crowd laughed. Goldie looked at the targets far down the road. It was a challenging distance for anyone. He squinted to see them through bleary eyes. 3 arrows each. Closest to centre wins. It's that simple. Now, bets all round, and someone place a bet for me that our friend the champion misses all 3, he said. Goldie glared at the man. He'd clearly made an enemy in him, saying he spoke for the lady. He was last to arrive and would shoot last, which was good. He'd get a chance to see the competition. The other 4 all took their time. It was such a distance that not all shots reached the target. The Pelosi girl fell short on the first, but the second 2 were good. The Pelosi men were excellent, all 3 arrows hitting near the centre. The old mercenary just threw up his hands, muttering, "Fucking Pelosi," and walked off. So he had to beat 3 now. This would have been easy on any other day. Why did he have to get so drunk? He remembered being passed free drinks again and again by the server and never asked to pay. That was the only good part of the night. The bow was handed to him, and he calmed his mind, looking at the target. It was so far away. He held the unfamiliar bow and aimed his arrow, hands shaking as his muscles cried. They were tired and sore already. He felt 100 eyes on him. The boy standing next to him spoke. "Don't you get it yet? You need her. She helps those when they truly depend on her. You came in here all cocky, trusting in your own ability. Now that's piss against the wall. Call to her, and she'll help. You're at her mercy now, so fucking pray," he whispered. Goldie knew he spoke truly. This wasn't something he could achieve alone. It was a task they'd accomplished together. He lowered his bow and looked at the crowd sniggering at him. This wouldn't do. He wasn't a joke. He was Goldie. He raised his hand high. "I'm hungover. I'm tired, and yet I'll win. I'll fire these 3 arrows, and they will all hit centre. Why? Because I'm the best? No, because of her. The lucky lady will guide me." He aimed the bow quickly and fired. The arrow flew through the air, swift and sure. It struck the dead centre of the target, followed by a second. The third hit the first that was deep in the target and flew off into the crowd with screams of terror and pain. Goldie saw the crowd lunge back and a single voice yell over the many screams. "He's dead!" Goldie hung his head down and almost cried. Of all the fucking shit luck. He felt a sword in his back and knew it was the local guard.
"Move, idiot!"
They shoved him at sword point to the centre of the road. The priest had calmed the crowd.
"Let's see who he's killed,
And which family will be seeking justice? This is not supposed to happen on Ladies' Day. But let's get the matter dealt with and move on.
Clearly, a death here wasn't anything to spoil the fun. Goldie watched as they pulled a man's body into the centre of the street. The arrow had sunk deeply into his eye socket, and they dragged him with no ceremony at all, leaving him staring upwards with his mouth open in shock. Goldie heard the muttered whispers about the shot being incredible.
"Anyone know this man?"
yelled the priest, but no one did. The boy yelled out from behind him,
"See who the lady wants dead." "Shut up, boy. You don't speak for her."
"Search him!"
shouted another voice from the crowd. The priest reached into the men's pockets and started pulling out golden trinkets and coins, necklaces and jewels. A woman pushed forward and ran to them.
"That's mine."
She reached into her pocket and felt for something clearly not there anymore.
"I must have just taken it."
Another man yelled,
"I saw that man too. He's a thief."
The woman ran forward and hugged Goldie.
"Oh, that necklace has been in the family for years. Thank you so much."
The priest looked at Goldie's other shots and a golden pair of dice he'd retrieved from the brigand's pocket, clearly stolen from the lady's temple. The crowd saw it too and let out a shocked murmur. The priest reluctantly took Goldie's hand and raised it.
"Clearly the best shot of the morning. I give you your champion of archery."
Goldie felt confidence fill him again and smiled. She was with him, and she had a deadly sense of humour. Chapter 32. The moon had risen high in the sky, and Grim rode slowly with White Eyes keeping watch behind him. She motioned for him to stop. As she dismounted, he saw an arrow sunk deep in her leg. She hobbled away from the horse and collapsed into the sand. Grim jumped down and went to her. The arrow was deep in the back of her leg. He would have to pull it out, but it would bleed profusely.
"How bad?"
he asked, in her own tongue.
"It'll be fine. I can tell it's not in a bleeding place," she said.
Grim knelt next to her.
"Want me to take it out?"
he asked. She laughed.
"Not with those big clumsy hands. We'll wait until one of my sisters arrives, if one does. But first we need guidance. I'm lost and need direction."
White Eyes crossed her legs, closed her eyes, and began to sing a beautiful song in the haunting desert language, light and sweet, yet filled with sadness. As Grim waited, a dark cloud grew before them, and an elderly desert man appeared from out of it. Not a monster, just a man. He rushed to White Eyes and looked at her leg.
"Oh, daughter, I can see it's been a bad night. I can't stay long. I am in the furthest place, and should not have come at all."
"I know, Father, but I need guidance. This man here has come to us. I need to know what to do."
She gestured to Grim. He did his best to ignore the fact that this man had just appeared from a place beyond death and talked to him like a man in a tavern.
"My name is Grim. I'm a Northman. I just came to warn her of the red shirts coming, but I couldn't help,"
he said, and did feel genuine guilt. She was injured and half her people lost after all.
"They have always been coming. If not them, someone else. We are nomads, not only because of the way chosen for us, but to protect our ways from those who would take it or simply crush it," he said. "My own people no longer worship the gods they did. The red shirts tried killing us, but in the end, they just converted us. If you traveled to the desert lands, you would see them all giving praise to the hollow Pelosi gods. We here in the desert of Pelosi itself are the only ones who stay true to the teachings of old." "Why would they do that?" Grim asked. "You know well, my friend. They seek to weaken the strong and give their master a chance, but they are not the only ones who play at that game. I think it's time for us to step from the shadows and show the world the true way. Are you ready?" "For what?" Grim said. "To show the world what White Eyes can do. To show them all that the spirit of the sand and the wind still blows strong in their land." "How does that involve me?" Grim said. "I would ask more of you, but I can't. This is one battle, and you are needed in other places more desperately. But we will ask one favor of you before you're finished, if that is seemly to you."
The man stood and disappeared back into the rift of shadow. Grim turned to White Eyes.
"You know what favor he means?"
She just nodded, then passed out from the blood loss. Chapter 33. Gisette felt bad leaving Mincetta, but what choice did she have? If she was being given a free pass by these women, she would leave on her own terms. She'd been walked out once again at sword point, but let her eyes cast around every direction. She'd counted fighters, weapons, inspected the doors, windows and battlements.
"Stop looking around. You planning on coming back?"
the guard asked behind her. She looked like a younger version of the other women. Tight leather armour, scarred yet still pretty in face, with hair shaved on the sides, just leaving a soft crest in the middle. These soldiers looked tough, and that usually meant people were.
"Of course I'm coming back,"
she said, as she was shoved along.
"We thought to warn you of the danger, but now I can see you're the danger."
The woman laughed.
"We are? You're a stranger to killing men, aren't you? Don't bullshit me. I can see the way you carry yourself. You've got the quiet confidence of a killer. You're on the wrong side, sister."
Gisette was torn. In one way she did feel like she was on the wrong side. Every one of these women had been beaten, raped and generally treated like shit by men. She knew the story well, and didn't blame them for raising their hands to hit back. Still, their creepy religion filled her with dread. She'd kill enemies like any Northman, but she wasn't the hand of fury and justice. She was just pissed off.
"You're right. I've changed my mind. Let me stay,"
Gisette said back. The woman laughed.
"Sure. Leave you alone in our temple so you can kill Angelina in her sleep and free your friend. Do yourself a favour and forget about her. Soon she'll see what happens when you betray us. What happened to just killing the rapists and wife-beaters? Betrayal is just as bad," she said.
They had reached the main gate, which she'd only seen from a distance up to this point. The walls were solid, as was the double wooden gate. On top of the low wall was a battlement, and a good number of archers positioned on top.
"Well, sister, this is you. If we see you again, we will kill you," the woman guard said,
and gave her a shove through the gates. Gisette kept her footing as she stumbled out. She turned and looked back. At least 20 well-armed guards manned the formidable battlements. It would cost a lot of lives to take it in a frontal assault, but it was the only way to get a few hundred people inside. She counted doors and people as she'd been marched out, and there were at least a few hundred.
"Can I have my bow back?"
Gisette asked, facing the woman and stretching her hands out. She hadn't been tied.
"What, so you can kill me and then run off? Doubt it,"
the woman laughed.
"It's expensive. Give it to me with no arrows," she yelled back.
The woman guard shouted. Behind her, another woman reluctantly took Josette's bow off her own back and gave it to her. Fucking thieves, she thought.
"And me dagger," she said. "Or are you afraid I'll throw it at you?"
The woman cast the weapons at her feet, and as Gisette picked them up, she felt the drawn bows of 10 pissed-off women all pointing at her. She turned her back to them and slowly picked her bow and dagger up off the ground. Facing the road now, she began to walk.
"Stay safe on that road. It's always got a few men creeping around, looking for their runaway wives," the guard shouted as she walked away into the dark. That was the very reason she wanted her weapons. She trudged up the dirt roadway in the moonlight. She didn't know if the bastards had made camp yet, but she walked in the direction she assumed it would be, or at least the place she'd camp if she was attacking this place. Was she really going to do this? Going to fight on the side of the red bastards, the worst type of men there were, against a group of women who were just like her? If she'd found them a few weeks ago, she would have been asking how she could join up. The main group of the women seemed okay. They just had a shit leader. Maybe she could just take her out. "Hello, little girl,"
she heard a voice whisper from the darkness. Gisette swung round with her dagger drawn, crouching down, then laughed. Skinner's familiar rat face loomed out of the darkness towards her. She hugged him.
"Hello, ugly. Am I going the right way?"
she asked.
"You are, and I'm hoping with good news. Those women didn't look very peaceful or friendly,"
he said. They began to walk again, with Skinner leading the way, whistling loudly as he went. Clearly he wasn't the only scout in the darkness.
Well, if you mean good news like these women are warriors who will have to fight, if for no other reason than they have Minsetta and are going to torture her, then yes, it's good news, she said. Oh, that is good news then. Well, not for her, but for us. These men are drooling for battle. It's all Farrakar can do to keep a lid on them. Mercenaries are no good just marching around. They need blood and loot, he said. Well, they'll get plenty of blood at least.
She could see scattered campfires through the darkness and felt the eyes of other scouts upon them through the trees as she walked behind Skinner. His whistling was a good idea, to announce them coming. As they entered the camp, she could see what Skinner meant. The men sat around campfires looking bored and restless. More than a few were drinking heavily, not really in a fighting mood.
We'll go to Farrakar's tent. Anyone you want to talk to first, he said. Like who? Goldie? He'll be with Farrakar, won't he?
She asked, not understanding what he was saying or why.
Goldie has already left. He's gone to save the third spot himself, but he left you a present. What present? She asked. 2 big Northmen who like following orders. Why? She asked, puzzled. I don't know. Maybe Farrakar don't want to fight for real. Maybe he won't take orders from a girl. Maybe you're the only woman in a camp of crazed men, and having more than me at your side will save me from having to become very unpopular in a hurry.
She left. He was always thinking one step ahead.
OK, go get him. I'll wait here.
Gisette pulled out her dagger and started to polish it. It was clean, but it didn't hurt to make the Reds remember who she was. Sometimes she hated being a skinny girl. No one ever wanted to force Skinner to have sex with them.
Little sister!
She heard the huge booming voice in double and felt the crushing weight of flint, or maybe stone, against her. The huge bear of a man lifted her off the ground in a hug. She knew Grim and Goldie liked her, but clearly these two did as well.
Goldie said we have to keep you safe until he gets back, Flint said.
Stone just nodded at her, smiling.
We've been so bored. These ones are so soft. All they do is talk, 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 he said.
She hugged them both again. She'd never had bodyguards before. It would be nice, even though they'd be shit at sneaking around.
OK, we have to visit Farrakar and tell him to attack the camp. They have Minsetta and are involved in the red shirts somehow.
Flint spoke up.
Farrakar is having a fight, but we can talk to him once he wins.
Skinner started to lead the way through the camp, and she realised it was fairly empty. Clearly most of the men were somewhere else.
Fighting whom?
She asked.
Some idiot who thinks he wants to lead this rabble,
Skinner spoke back. She was immediately thankful for Flint and Stone. They pushed through the large throng of men and made room for her at the head of a huge circle that had formed. In the middle of the circle, made of hundreds of red leering faces, was Farrakar and another man. She had not seen him before, but he looked dangerous. He was Pelosi and young. He moved like her, quick cat-like movements, a sword and dagger in his hands, while the huge Farrakar faced him with a massive broadsword as big as her.
Come on, you little prick. Let's get this over with.
Farrakar yelled and swung the massive blade sideways at the man. He leapt backwards from it and jumped forward seconds later, thrusting his own blade at Farrakar. Both were bare-chested, and a thrust from even this thin blade would be enough, just maybe. She'd never seen anyone with more muscle than Farrakar. It was off-putting. He swung the huge blade like it was a wooden toy. Farrakar was able to sidestep the Pelosi blade easily, moving very well for a big man. The Pelosi rolled across the ground and stabbed down with his dagger, aiming at Farrakar's foot, and received a knee in the face for his troubles. He went flying backwards with a broken nose.
"Low move, you little rat,"
Farrakar yelled. The man ignored the pain that must have racked through him and rolled backwards to his feet. Gisette scanned the crowd to gauge support. Most men seemed to be having fun just watching someone throw their life away bit by bit. Others watched intently, clearly hoping the Pelosi would win. She saw one man standing behind Farrakar. He held a long needle in his hand, which hung at his side. It was obvious he was waiting for the big man to fall against him. Who knew what was on that needle? She pushed sideways through the crowd of people, this time thanking her light frame and the distracted men. She pushed through their sweaty bodies until she stood behind the man with the needle. She saw a look pass and the Pelosi thrust hard at Farrakar. He staggered back towards the crowd as a result. The man raised his hand so Farrakar could fall against the needle. Swiftly she reached behind the bigger man and, whispering into his ear, grabbed his hand and turned the needle to press against his stomach. Farrakar's huge body hit the man's hand and drove it deep into him. Farrakar lunged back at the Pelosi and swung the massive blade down and down again with a huge effort of strength. The Pelosi had expected him to slump dead once his friend in the crowd had done his work. Farrakar's huge blade actually shattered the Pelosi's sword as it ripped his pretty face apart in a shower of blood. The man fell back dead. As Gisette let go of the other man, he was dead also. Farrakar stood panting with exertion.
"Okay, you fucks, get back to your drinking. It's only one night, and if one of you wants to try again tomorrow, that's fine."
The crowd of red-faced devils quickly disappeared, and soon she was standing alone with Flint, Stone, Farrakar and Skinner. Skinner stepped up to Farrakar and handed him a cleanish rag, which he used to whip the other man's blood off his chest and face.
3 in 3 nights. Isn't that right, boss? Skinner said.
Farrakar turned and looked at her.
Sure is bloody hard work. Glad you're back, girl. What news? We got to fight for real. Warrior women and tough, she said. Good. I have around 50 men I want to put on the front line. Come, tell me.
With that, Farrakar walked off towards his tent, and she followed behind. Goldie's luck was back, and he was the darling of the gamblers once again. He could feel his hangover melting away, and had the chance for a quick wash to scrub off some of the booze stink that was sweating from his body. He'd already made some people in the crowd very rich, and they cheered as he entered the stage for the last bout. He'd easily won at cards and dice. He had to admire these priests for their clear thinking. He'd never had to play a game of cards with no shirt on before, but in a place like this, it was a good idea. Sure, he felt that bastard sun burning away at his white, half-northern skin, but still it stopped people calling him a cheat, and that was good with the way his luck was running. Every time he played for the Queen, she came up. Even if he had nothing else, he'd go for the royals, and they came to him. "What next, kid?" he said to the boy, who had taken the role of his coach and trainer, bringing him water and handling his own side bets. The boy had a smile ear to ear. Clear he was betting on Goldie per match and had already won big. "The reason people are looking nervous is that." The boy pointed to the table before him. They stood in front of the main street again, and a series of 10 wooden tables had been laid out. Men sat at the small tables across from each other. "Arm wrestling," the boy said. "And that big prick has won 4 years in a row." Goldie looked at the big prick in question. He was hardly the biggest man he'd seen, but he was intimidating. He had arms as big as some men's legs, and they rippled as he took another man out of the competition. "As the champion of a few bouts, I asked the priest if we could just face the winner. He said no, but I bribed him, and he changed his mind." Goldie stood at the side and watched with hundreds of others as the man went from round to round. First there was 10 against 10, then 5 and 5, then only 2 and 1 waited. He challenged the winner. Soon the man stood alone. "So, we have our champion, but of course he must face Goldie. Now we're going to give our man here a bit of a rest, as he's just had a few bouts." It was a lucky turn, or crooked one, as the man had just taken out the whole field and was tired. But he was still a monster. "What am I going to do? Luck won't help here. It's all about muscle," he said. "It's your turn. The lady has helped you a lot. Now you need to do something to help yourself," the boy said. "Okay, what are the rules?" he asked. "What do you mean, rules? You put your hands together, and the strongest wins. It's that simple," the boy said, as if to a half-wit. "Can he hit me?" Goldie asked. "Of course not. If he hits you, then you win. He's out. You want to make him hit you." "Seems like a good plan," Goldie said, looking at the size of the man's huge fists. Maybe not. As they stood plotting, he saw a young woman approach the champ. She was pretty and much too young to be his wife. She handed him a drink as he recovered. "Who's that? His daughter?" Goldie asked. "Yep, his daughter. But she's very sheltered. I mean, who would touch her with him around, right?" "Don't let them start without me," Goldie said, and walked towards the girl, who was just leaving her father's side, but still well within his view. She looked about 18. Goldie smiled broadly to her, kissed her cheek as he approached, and took her hands. She laughed in response.
Well, you're a very straightforward champion. Can I help you, or are you just trying to anger my father? She asked. Smart and pretty. The lady has blessed you twice, Goldie said. But I do need your help. Do you have any reason for wanting your father to lose? He whispered. Well, not my father, but a champion of 4 years with very strong odds. Everyone likes effects, she said, smiling. Devious, too. I like you. You'd do that to him? Goldie asked with surprise. He's a cocky bastard, and I need enough money to get out of this rat hole. So, what do you need? Just come with me for a few minutes, and I'll do the rest, Goldie said. He led the girl away from the main crowd, clearly under the eyes of all, and led her down a dark space between 2 buildings where they were unseen. A few minutes will have his mind working, he said. A few minutes? That's disappointing, she said, and they both laughed. Do you have any birthmarks, scars, tattoos? He asked. Well, thankfully, I do have a little birthmark on my bum. Looks like a little crescent moon. Dark. Want to show me? He said with a grin. No, I don't, but he'll know it, if that's your plan. Goldie heard the boy shouting, and knew he was calling for him. Hurry up, champion. We don't have time for these, he yelled, playing along. He kissed her on the cheek and ran for the alley. He saw all eyes on him, and adjusted his belt as he came running out. They saw that. Within moments he was sitting across from the big man, and he knew it had all worked. His opponent's face was red with rage. He gripped Goldie's hand hard, crushing his fingers till it hurt.
Okay, you cutty prick. Now, I end your run, he muttered.
The priest yelled, Go, and he felt the pressure in his arm. Goldie was strong, and he was big enough, but this man would have him in moments. Still, he had to make it look good, like the man might lose. Putting all his strength and energy into it, he pushed his arm back and pushed against the huge force. He whispered to the man as he did. I might stay here afterward, I think. If there are girls like that just hanging around, I mean, he said. The man just glared at him. I don't know who she was, but she was comely enough. Little moon-shaped mark on her bum, too. He didn't even see the huge fist coming towards him. All he felt was pain and darkness. Chapter 34. Seraphina had seen enough to know that her new saviour was insane. He turned from manic and rage-filled to peaceful and friendly within moments. He placed his hand on the statue of the judge, his eyes staring off blankly into the far distance. A slow moment passed, and she realised he wasn't coming back quickly. On his pretty face she saw a look of pain cross it. She had no idea what was going on, but if she wanted a chance to get away, this was it. He was using her, but what his motivations were she didn't know. He wanted to find Seth for a different reason to her, and what she gleaned from the manic, muttered conversations with himself was that these reasons were very dark. It seemed like he'd been locked in that room for a very good reason. As she looked, his expression changed from fear and pain to a smiling one of triumph. His eyes regained their focus and found hers. He smiled broadly, happy again. Clearly he'd won whatever battle he'd just imagined he'd had. The man laughed.
Well, that was easier than I thought,
he cried, and grabbed her hand, leading her down the row of statues. She was afraid to ask, but had to know for sure. She looked at the statue of the judge over her shoulder and saw it was empty and lifeless now, no longer radiating the power it had before. Indeed, she felt nothing of the guilt and need to confess to him any more. This man had done something terrible. What was easy? She asked, as she was dragged along. The fight. I won. They're not going to stop me this time. I'm strong, and they are weak. All my years of preparing have paid off, and this proves it. How can you fight a god? It's ridiculous, she said back. Truly this was getting bizarre. She could believe well enough in powers of the natural world, and even a land of the dead, but for the gods to be personified as actual beings was a step too far. I've told you already.
Your little powers are gifts they give for your regard. Of course, you can fight a god. The only difference between killing them and them killing you is it's a lot harder." "Did you really kill him?" she asked, horrified. "Close enough. You never know if they're truly gone, but his power on this plane is broken. You tell me, do you still feel the need to confess your sins to him? Do you feel the need to be a good little girl and do the right thing?" he asked, stopping and looking at her. She felt deep inside that he was right. She felt a lot less guilty about what she had done, the lives she'd taken. So what? They were needed to give her what she wanted. "That's it. You'll see. Once I clear the way of these rule makers and guilt givers, you and all the people of your little land will be free. Can you imagine the freedom? How many people would be different if they had no rules and traditions to guide them? Can you imagine how many people would steal, cheat and kill each other if they thought there would be no punishment?" she said back, but not feeling it. He laughed again. "Yes, I can. The nature of people is to be wicked, to be greedy, and to enjoy hurting others. I just want to give them the freedom to do what they want. They can choose to do what they like with it." He stopped suddenly in front of a statue. It was one she'd seen many times. It was a pretty lady with a cheeky grin and a low-cut top. She had long flowing hair and a pair of dice in an open palm. "You know her?" he asked, looking at the plain marble statue. "Of course, the lucky lady. I like her. They had lots of statues of her in Pelos when I was young, but most are gone now. The new king removed most of them, saying they attracted gamblers and drinkers," she said. "A good boy, that king," he said to himself, and placed a hand on the forehead of the statue. As soon as the skin of his hand touched the pale stone, he was thrown back hard as if shoved. He flew across the marble floor, hitting a statue on the other side. He smiled broadly to himself and got up, laughing. "Still strong, that one. We'll see how she feels in a few days when her fucking temple is in ashes." He turned to her and looked into her eyes. "It's time for you to make a choice. So far, I've dragged you along unwillingly, but that's not what I want. So, I'll make you an offer, and you can decide to leave me or follow me properly and help me," he said. She was afraid that her feelings were changing so much. She felt the growing of the feelings she'd always felt as a girl, the hunger for strength and power, the need that drove her to be one of the best in the Dark Guild, the anger that had driven her after Seth. "What?" she said simply. "Cast aside this guilt and the need to prove you're a good girl. You're strong. You could live forever. So why fear judgment? You could take it all the power and skills and knowledge. You could be the strongest woman on the earth. You're already close if you just embrace it. Why fear the judgments of the gods when you can be a goddess?" She looked at him for a long moment and put thoughts of Seth and her time in the land of the dead aside. She smiled at him, took his hand and walked with him. "Agreed. What do we do now?" she asked. "Now, you have to meet my family," he replied. Chapter 35. Silver had had enough. She was never meant to be a queen. She was a fighter, and fight she would. There was a change spreading across her land. It had begun as soon as Seth had left on that little boat. It had been a dark, horrible place before he came, a land of fear. But she stood proud and strong in it, the most dangerous creature in a land of monsters. Now something was trying hard to turn it back. "You ready, dog?" she asked. The wolven stood next to her and simply snarled. She drew her own long black sword and prepared herself. Before them and all around were a pack of the familiar ugly black dogs. They sought today, like they sought every day, to destroy the humans and send them fleeing in terror. It was like they were being guided to cause terror. She heard the wolven speak in her mind.
"It's been like this since he left. How many of these things do we need to kill?"
It sounded almost weary of the killing, which was strange in itself. She was starting to feel like herself again. One of the creatures came at her, snapping with teeth sharp as blades. She lashed out with her huge black sword. It cut deeply into its maw and ripped it apart. Then it was chaos. At least 5 of them pounced on her. She leapt over the head of one and slashed down with her blade, running it along its back deeply as she flew over it. Spinning on the balls of her feet, she delivered 2 massive downward cuts at 2 of the beasts in succession. They died with snarls on their hideous lips. The wolven was fighting a losing battle. It grabbed one by the scruff of its neck, and with a powerful shake, broke it. The wolven turned to face another. Snapping its head hard to the side, it found the creature's throat and sunk its double row of teeth into it. Dark red blood splattered over its white fur. Silver came to its aid as 3 others closed in, slashing them down coldly from behind as they sought to engage the wolf. Within moments, she was standing, panting in a field of dead bodies. "They always go for you," she said. It didn't speak back. It was true. Every time they fought these things, they would always focus on the wolven and ignored her to their peril. It was as if they wanted to break the only link left to guide these people to the boats. Once the last wolven was gone, the people would be scattered to the wind, running in terror as they once had. She feared they might even become monsters again.
"We can't keep doing this,"
it spoke in her mind.
"What? We keep winning,"
she replied, whipping the blood off her black blade with a flap of leather she pulled from her scabbard.
"They have a purpose here. These things are mindless, and yet they now seem to have reason. Someone is guiding them to do this day after day."
"So, we need to find out who," she said.
"We certainly need to find out where they're coming from," it said.
"Do they have a den?"
she asked. She'd always imagined they just sprang fully formed from the snow, like dangerous weeds.
"They always come from the south. We need to find their source, but we'll need help."
Her people were hardly in the shape to fight. There were only a few hundred of them left, and most were bloated and twisted things still. Some had started to come back to the way they were, however, once they had learned to stop eating flesh and return to the teachings of the moon. Yet still she had only a handful of what she would call warriors. They all huddled in their stone houses, gripped by an unknown fear. She felt it too, but fought hard to control it. The wolven seemed to know her mind, and spoke to her.
"We must do what we can. It's all connected somehow. I can feel Seth still. He is fighting in the next place. The Northmen fight in their land, and my little princess, she is lost to me. I feel her slipping into the darkness. It's all one fight, though. If we fail to do our part, it will be to the peril of Seth and the others."
"It's always Seth. Why is that boy always causing trouble?"
The wolven laughed in her mind for the first time in days.
"Come on, let's go save his hide for the 100th time."
It was a feeling Seth knew well. Someone followed him. It was the tale of his life. He'd be travelling towards some unknown destination while people trailed at his heels, trying to kill him or stop him. He'd learned long ago that the best course of action was usually to draw his sword and wait. But he felt something different this time. He felt scared. He knew whatever or whoever was following him would leave him broken and dead within moments. He had none of his stolen gifts and was just a man. Whatever was making him feel this way far surpassed his now mortal abilities. He felt every step he took away from what followed filled him with a sense of relief. As he walked, Seth started to pick up his pace. As his speed increased, he felt better with every step. He broke into a run, sprinting hard up the marble aisle, the statues of the gods becoming a blur. He stopped paying attention to the ones he knew and the ones he didn't. If he was going to get through this, he needed to reach the end quickly, before whatever was on his heels caught up with him. It might be part of the trials, but he didn't think so. It just felt wrong. He wished his friends were here. Even Silver and the wolven would be welcome company in this dangerous place. As he ran, he screamed out with fear and rage.
"Fucking get on with it!"
He closed his eyes for a moment as he ran, and when he opened them, he saw it. He was finally at the end of the stone crypt of statues. A large door loomed at the end of the corridor. The sight of it filled him with hope. He hit the wooden door hard and pulled it open. Inside, of course, was pitch darkness. He dived inside, shutting the door behind him. Seth sat in the darkness. The only sound was his breath slowly coming back from the ragged depths of his lungs. He'd never felt this way before. Complete, mindless terror. As he sat, his thoughts calmed, and soon he was almost laughing at how silly he'd been. What was he running from? Seth crawled forward on his hands and knees, and then stood slowly. He started to edge into the darkness. This time it felt good. He was safe here. As he moved further into the black, he started to make out shapes and shadows. A light gradually seeped into the room until it likened a faint white fog. He walked through it and laughed out loud. He was back standing on the deck of the Opulent. He could hear the waves lapping against the sides of the heavy wooden ship. Next to him was Elizabetha taunting Captain Ramon. He reached out to her and hugged her. Snake Tongue had spoken truly. His last trial was to justify his actions, and the old man had shown him it was right to kill this man. It was the northern way to kill the enemy. He stepped into the arena without a thought and faced the captain. He saw the rage in the man's face. He'd been insulted and wanted to protect his honour. They exchanged cuts, and Seth floated as if in a dream. He knew the man's moves and matched them with ease. He saw the man grow enraged and knew once again the moment was coming. He was to let him run onto the blade. He had drawn against Seth and must die. Seth was troubled, though. Surely this man was the wronged party. Insulted, taunted, and then set to face someone more skilled than himself. How was it right to kill him? He had a brother and a family. Would they thank Seth for holding to the old northern code that was created for a different time and a much more brutal world? Officer Ramon ran at Seth, and without a moment's hesitation, Seth sidestepped. He grabbed him roughly around the neck and locked it into his elbow, pressing hard on the back of his head. The big man slowly sank to the wooden deck and then faded away from sight. Seth stood again, and the deck of the ship was empty. If he'd passed or failed, he knew not. But if he had to do it again, he'd do it the same. Seth stepped from the arena and expected the old man to appear, but he didn't. He was alone, and the fresh sea air and the cold breeze invigorated him. The ship's destination was unknown, probably not to Bloodcrest. He felt this was far from over. In the sky above, Seth saw a light, like a glowing red liquid that floated down to the ship. It hit the tip of the mast and ran along like an arch of fire until it was all around him, engulfing him. He stood, trying to hold back the fear, but felt a glow of warmth and protection. He heard the buzzing sound he'd heard in the arena. It grew in his mind until he collapsed to the floor in pain. He screamed, "Stop it! It's too loud!" He thought something was talking to him, but it was so much worse than even the Wolven's first attempts. Slowly the buzzing diminished. As he looked, a shape began to form in the red and take the shape of a person. It was a woman. He knew her. The Lucky Lady. She looked like every statue he'd ever seen of her, but made from a faint glowing light instead, which slowly turned solid until she was just like a real woman. Power radiated from her body. Behind her he could see the shapes of other people, but none were clear. She spoke actual words, not in his mind. "Is this acceptable to you?" she said in a soft voice. He looked at her. This was just too strange. Actual gods materializing. It was beyond belief. She laughed, reading his thoughts. "Oh, we're real enough, just like you. Think of us as a rare animal that can only be seen in this place, and only if we want you to. You've done well, little Drewheim. I was chosen to speak with you because I have the most practice. I'm always meddling in your mortal affairs. Some of the others are a bit scared they might accidentally kill you." Seth put his hands to his ear, and it came away with blood. His head still ached. "A valid concern," he said back. She laughed again. "You're weak, we know. But sadly, we are too in our own ways. Now, I'll let you ask me a question before I start talking, and before you say yes or no, remember who I am. I'm nice to look at, but I'm still a goddess," she said. "I've a past," he said. She laughed again and waved her hand as if shooing away something small. "Oh yes, you passed. You don't like killing innocent people. That's good. We'll send you back later on if you survive." "Survive what? Aren't the trials done?" "Imagine the world with no gods but one. No rules, but do what you want and take what you want.
No mercy, but only greed and pain. Imagine the fear you felt in that room spread across the world in which you know. Imagine the land of the dead come to the land of the living. Now comes one who would make this vision a reality. One like us, or rather, one from before us. We spent many of your lifetimes stopping him again and again, but now he finally has what he needs. We are weak, but he is strong, and we can't beat him alone. What do you need from me? Seth said with a sigh. What we've always needed from a Druham, to be our sword and shield. Putting out her hands, he felt all the memories he'd lost come rushing back. His body felt strong again, glowing with power. Are you ready to be the Druham once more? What choice do I have? Seth asked. Well, you could just leave now. But of course, everyone you'd ever loved will die, or wish they were dead. Like I said, what choice do I have?
Chapter 36. Goldie woke with a different bucket of water in his face. He was getting sick of this. He opened his eyes slowly to see the face of the boy above him. He was grinning from ear to ear. Goldie felt his jaw aching like sin. He was lying in mud and shit, and had flown from his small wooden chair. He lay metres from the table. Looking up, he saw the guards holding back the man from him. He had a drawn dagger and a look of murder in his eyes. Goldie stood up quickly and looked around. The crowd was howling with laughter, but the man wasn't.
A cruel jest, friend, to make you lose. Her honour is intact.
He needed to cool this man down before he broke free of the two guards struggling to hold him, and more blood was spilled.
What? A twig? But the mark, you said.
The girl came running up to her father. She whispered in his ear, and Goldie watched the man's rage fade as he beheld the pockets full of gold coins she held. The man hugged her hard.
She always was the smart one. Sorry about the jaw,
he muttered, and walked off with his daughter. The boy brushed some mud off his back.
That was so funny. You went flying through the air like a sack of flour. I should have made a bet on how far you'd go. At least 5 paces.
Shut up, Goldie snapped. His plan had worked, but clearly he hadn't thought it through. His head was swimming, and his jaw felt like he'd been kicked by a horse. Still, his jaw didn't seem broken, and no teeth were missing. The priest of the temple walked up to Goldie and held his hand high.
The winner, by way of the other man getting barred from the match, is Goldie, he said.
The crowd cheered and cheered. He'd won against the champion, and provided them all with a lot of laughs.
OK, kid, what's next? I can't take much more of this, he said. It's OK. There are only 2 to go. But even if you lose now, you've got a lot of fans out there. You'll still be called the ladies' champion by many, he said. I need to win, and then we'll have a party. She needs a proper flock of believers. They're coming around, but they still need proof. Now, the challenges. Next is drinking, and then the sword fight. Like I said, this is the hard part. The sword fight draws proper warriors, and unlike you, they won't be drunk. First things first, let's get drunk. Any rules? You can't spill more than a sip or 2 from each mug. You can choose the drink so long as it's strong. Wine, ale, mead, spirits. You can't throw up, and if you pass out, you're done.
The boy led Goldie shakily back to the tables. They had pushed them all together, and there were a lot of people gathering. It was to be the highlight of the day. At least 50 people sat at the tables, from workers to soldiers to real down-and-out gutter-living wine-drinkers. It was going to be tough. He sat next to the tough mercenary who had taken part in the archery.
You've done well, lad. This part is just fun. We have a drink and talk shit for an hour or so. You scull your drink when he rings the bell, and he rings it a lot. You going for mead? Well, we are northern, right? Let's go with what we know. They do say a Northman was weaned on mead and not milk. How old were you when you had your first drink? 8 or so.
The man laughed.
Bloody late starter.
A serving girl poured a smallish clay cup of mead for him and a row of others.
Doesn't look too bad,
he said to the man as the bell rang. Goldie drank it down and was thankful it was coldish. The girls all poured again, and within a long minute He heard the bell ring again. After the bell had been rung 10 times, his jaw didn't ache any more. After 20, more than half the people had left the table to piss or be sick. The main competition was the man next to him. He'd kept up a constant conversation the whole way. After 25, Goldie was starting to sway in his little seat. He was glad for the chatter so he could gauge just how drunk he was. He felt his head start to drop, and he was struggling to keep his eyes open. The serving girl, who was a little brown hair scrap, clapped loudly in front of his face.
"Wake up, Mr. Goldie. I've got money on you,"
she said quietly. He roused and looked at her. Maybe it was the mead, but she looked good. Skinny and with a cute little face covered in a brown fringe. The surge of lust woke him a little.
"Hello, what's your name?"
She laughed as he drained another cup, and she poured another.
"I'll do a lot more than tell you my name if you win,"
she said. That helped as well. He shook his head from the booze and smiled at her.
"Helping me, are you?"
Goldie said.
"I like the lady, and I like you. You're big. I like a big Northman, and the money too."
She winked at him, and he saw her slide a small bottle from her sleeve and pour it into his next drink. He was hesitant to just drink it, but he had to trust her. As it went down his throat, it burned all the way down and tasted awful mixed with the mead. Then a surge of energy hit him, and his head started to clear.
"What was that?"
he whispered as she came close to pour another one.
"Oh, just something me mother uses on me father when he's too tired to perform. Now, drink up. You're only halfway."
It was a dangerous game, pretending to be sweet. The problem was you talked in a soft voice, acted caring to everyone, and you started to make yourself a soft little girl. She'd stopped being nice many years ago, and it was a lot easier to do what you needed to when you cared not for the other people's opinion of you. This lady, her former sister, as she said, Angelina, was weak. She pretended to be hard, but in fact she was scared. She seemed full of anger and rage, but Mincetta could tell it just covered hurt. They were making a very poor attempt at torturing her. She'd been tortured before. Sometimes she caught the red shirts, sometimes they caught her, and they knew how to do things properly. Women haters with a real self-righteous zeal about their work. She was tied to a large wooden cross that was set in the basement. It was a cold, dark room filled with candlelight. The wood was cold against her bare arms, and an unknown person ripped her fine dress to reveal her back. She heard them gasp when they saw the criss-cross of scars. Not my first time, she thought. She heard them take up the whip and felt it come down against her fine brown skin. She winced in pain, but didn't scream. It felt bad, but good. She felt she'd been so locked up in this shell of being nice and good, and they were just helping break it down. The whip fell again and again, and she screamed. She heard the wet sounds of leather in blood. "Fucking do it properly!" she screamed. That would throw them. These women were idiots. She'd come here a broken and lost thing. She'd had her first run-in with the red shirt when they had destroyed her circle. She'd tried to use her powers to allow people to say goodbye. It was a good use of her dark gift. She'd always had the skills to commune with the other side. As a child, it was just feelings and emotions. She was always a strange child, yet she'd been shown a few things by her mother, and then more when she'd met her first member of the Dark Guild. He was a nobody in the order, but had sought to impress her with his books and trinkets. He had. She realized there was a lot more to this world than what she'd been told. Still, they were too dark, and she'd turned to the light, and look how that had worked out. She realized the person whipping her was in fact Angelina. She felt the hits growing slower as she tired. "Why did you do it? Why leave and why take it?" she asked. Why did she take it? It was a book called The Rights of Fury, and she took it to buy herself into the good graces of the guild. She'd realized by then they were the only ones who could be trusted. They wanted power for themselves, worshipped their own greed. Understandable and predictable. "You know why I left. You're all liars here. You take the hurt and tormented, and you turn them into killers," she spat. "You never minded when you profited from it," Angelina said back. "You talk about vengeance for women against wicked men, but you were taking orders from the red shirts, the very ones who tried to kill me, killed my friends,
and are fucking up the very order of things, Mincetta said. You never understood, sister. This is so much bigger than you. The woman put her scarred face close to her shoulder and looked into her eyes. Mincetta saw madness there. We have to do as the Furies command. Soon the change will be here in the world, and we will be the only ones left standing. Mincetta snapped her head back hard into the woman's face, and using all her strength, ripped the leather lashes at her hands. On her back the wounds had healed, and the skin was fresh and pure. The woman lay on the ground, holding her face as blood poured out. You always did talk too much, Mincetta said. As she approached the woman, she let her face turn to that of the monster. Her teeth grew long and sharp, her eyes black. Gods, she was hungry, she thought, as she leapt at the screaming woman. Chapter 37. Renfrew had gone, and the captain he sent after him never came back either. It was one of those situations which he hated. He had people that needed to do jobs, and they never did them right. Thelus thought he was the only one in the circle, thought he was calling the shots, but he was wrong. He wasn't going to sit here and do nothing while this idiot ruined everything. They needed to make the attack on Twin Plains and take the nobles, but they needed to cause some trouble first. He had no idea why Renfrew had picked those temples, but they were as good as anything else. He thought about the orders he'd given. Some desert savages, a temple of females, and the gambling den of the Lucky Lady. He'd always hated that place. They made so much in illegal revenue that they never declared, and he knew well they were bribing and corrupting his taxmen. He made his way back towards the keep and marched into his rooms. He looked around and felt the emptiness of the room. For some reason, his mind kept coming back to his father. Did his office feel like this before he was taken by those beasts? As he looked, it seemed as if the shadows were growing and moving in on him. He could feel the fear growing inside of him. It wasn't something he'd experienced since he was a boy. He tried to shake it off, but couldn't. Now he thought he could hear something as well. It was like a whisper, but growing in volume. He strained to hear it, the feeling of fear increasing. Then he heard it fully. "Thelus," it said clearly in his mind. He almost screamed aloud.
"Who is there?"
He spoke to the voice in his mind.
"You can just call me Master, as Renfrew does," it said.
Renfrew had never spoken of this. He'd spoken only of order and rules, and making the world safe for normal people.
"What? I don't understand," he said.
"You need not. You only need to do what I say. Renfrew has been useful, but it was always you that I wanted and needed, not him," he said.
"What do you need me for?"
he asked.
"Why be king when you can be an emperor? Why worry about these nobles when you could crush them under your boot? You could be the greatest man that ever lived."
He felt power in those words. This thing, whatever it was, seemed to be bursting with energy and strength. He could feel it running through him with every word. As it spoke, visions appeared in his mind of the king he could be. He saw nobles bowing before him, and saw what a weak dream he had been inhabiting. He could bring every land under his command.
"What do I need to do?"
he said.
"You're on the right path, and I've been guiding you. You need to kill the man Goldie. You need to destroy the den of the Lucky Lady, and every other temple you come across," it said with anger.
"I will. But why? They are a small threat," he said. "The nobles are the real danger."
"They will fall soon enough. Their cities will be in chaos, and yours will stand strong. But you must do this for me. There will only be one God, me, and there will only be one king, you."
Thelus smiled to himself as he thought of it. But why would their cities be in chaos and his not? The voice spoke, knowing his mind.
"Your cities run on laws and reason. They follow the teaching of the weak Pelosi gods, and soon they will be nothing more than a faded memory and broken stones."
The voice faded away, and Thelus stood shaken but filled with purpose. He could see visions in his mind of the new world to come. No more games. It was time for him to bring the fight to all of his foes. His cries had brought a guard who stood in the doorway.
"Go get Captain Jensen,"
Thelus said to him.
Jensen was another young man who looked every bit the soldier, yet was loyal. He'd already accomplished many tasks for the king to prove it.
"We have a problem," he said.
"Yes, Majesty. Orders?"
he said smartly.
"We're going to that gambling den with all the men here, and we'll send word to others out in the field. I want our full force located 1 day's ride from it. Send word that we will march as soon as possible," he said.
"Of course, but I thought our mercenaries were taking care of it,"
he said.
"I trust them as far as I can throw them. I've heard no news from anyone, not a single letter or missive back to me about anything. One thing I hate is being left in the dark. Am I king or not?" he yelled.
"You are,"
the man replied.
"That's right, I am. So we'll just do this ourselves. I've been told the word, and the word is victory. We'll finish Goldie, the Reds, and then Twin Plains ourselves. The time for games is over."
Something had changed. The bastards were never noble people, but once Farrakar had taken over, the worst of them had left. Now they were more rough fighters than the horrible scum they had become known as. Gisette walked through the camp and was truly grateful for the looming bulk of flint and stone at her side. A man who looked like Skinner's uglier brother approached them with his hand behind his back. This was the third time tonight. He wore dirty clothes and stank of cheap wine. Pulling his hands from behind his back, he revealed a fat coin purse. Flint, who had his hand on his sword, visibly relaxed.
"How much for the girl?"
he asked. Stone leaned forward and hit the man hard in the face. No conversation needed. The skinny man left the ground and flew a short distance to fall in a heap. A small gathering of Reds sitting around a fire laughed at him, but too many eyes followed her. She'd never felt this unsafe before. She walked quickly into the tent Skinner was using. He sat cleaning some blood off a dagger and quickly tucked it away as she came in.
"What? You two? What the fuck is going on?"
she asked.
"It's hard to say, but I'd venture that these men have been idle too long, and they're going crazy. One little fool just tried to take my purse right out in the open. I asked him why, and he said he wanted it."
"It's only Pelosi,"
Stone said simply.
"What?"
she asked him.
"The only ones acting stupid are Pelosi. We're fine, and so are the desert men,"
he said. She loved them for these little observations. They saw a simple truth that others, including her, often missed.
"You're Pelosi, Skinner. What's up?"
He laughed.
"I can't say. If I was one to describe my feelings, I'd say it was like your stern father just died, and now I can do whatever I want. It feels a bit like no one is keeping watch anymore,"
he said.
"OK, we'll just say that it's something to do with whatever we're fighting. Why aren't you going nuts as well?"
He laughed again.
"I've stopped caring what the gods thought a long time ago. I have my own code, and always have. It may feel like there are no rules, but for me, it's been that way a long time."
At that moment, Farrakar walked into the tent. Flint and Stone drew their blades, and he drew his. He glared at them and at her, then put his huge sword back in its scabbard.
"I just had to kill someone who said he wanted to come in here and take you. It was Rogresh. He's been with me for years. A good man, if a bit repressed. But he was taught in rape and murder. What the fuck is going on?"
"We think it's like the Pelosi don't have any rules anymore,"
Gisette said.
"I think it's the judge. No one is going to his shrine anymore,"
Skinner spoke up. They had much smaller shrines to the judge in the camp, and in the last day not a soul had been to it. Previously, she would sometimes hear the men muttering their sins to it. They were dark men, but at least the judge had some hard and fast rules for them. Don't steal, rape, or kill for no reason. Fairly basic principles for an orderly world.
"And what now? You're saying this has some shit to do with gods or something?"
Farrakar asked.
"I guess so. Why aren't you acting crazy?"
she said. Farrakar laughed and poked out his tongue, showing them all that it had a symbol tattooed on it.
"I worship Famir, the god of battle,"
he said with pride. Flint and Stone nodded their heads to him. She hadn't heard of it, but clearly it was a northern thing.
"So, what shall we do? How can I lead an attack with this rabble?"
he asked.
"It's an attack against a compound of women. It won't be a problem getting them to do it.
It'll be a problem keeping them in line. It's only Pelosi. You can trust the Northmen and desert nomads, she said.
OK, I'm not letting us slip into old habits. The Pelosi in the group are around half in number. I'll send them back to the keep on some bullshit mission, and we'll do it with the rest.
That means it'll be even numbered, and they have a keep, she said.
Better that than the alternative. Be ready. We leave in an hour, he said,
and left the room. Turning to Flint and Stone, she nodded, and they followed her out of the tent as well. She walked to the shrine of the judge, located in a small tent on the edge of the camp. Although she was for Pelosi, she felt nothing of this internal turmoil. Still, she'd embraced the North gods and their ways, and they seemed stable enough. She opened the tent and saw something she hadn't expected. The room was wrecked. The short wooden statue of the judge had been destroyed with an axe. Roughly chopped bits of it lay on the floor. The ground was littered with trampled bits of paper with sins written on them. A lone man sat at the foot of it and cried. She looked at his face and saw it was covered in bruises and cuts. She knelt at his side.
What happened?
She asked. The man looked at her.
Can't you feel it? It's gone. They did this for fun. Enjoyed it. They were never that strong in their beliefs, but they did this. The men I was teaching. And now he's gone. I can barely feel anything. Just sadness.
Gisette stood up and looked at Flint and Stone.
What the fuck is going on?
It was working. All the long years they had struggled, fought and gained power were finally coming to fruition. Renfrew read the small piece of parchment in his hand and clapped them together with glee. His master would be so pleased. The first one was gone, and just a few more stood in his way now.
Why are you so happy?
The young captain asked.
Good news from the capital. A crime wave. People looting and killing in the streets. They are without the guiding hand to lead them, and they run like lost sheep. Surely the terror of people floats like a fog in the city, locked in their homes as the city burns around them, he said with passion.
The young man laughed.
The job is far from over. The judge is but one of at least 20 Pelosi gods, and they all have rules and virtues. He was just the most well-known, he said. True, true. But if this is how they react to the loss of just one, what of the rest? Now, enough. Tell me what you have seen. I followed the Northman on horseback. He dismounted and built a little fire with the women. She was injured, but alive. Then a very surprising thing happened. He brought some dark-skinned men from somewhere. Then they sat around talking by the campfire. They are still talking.
Renfrew laughed. So he was right. This Northman was the new threat. While the king was running after some uppity nobles, he had the major problem right here. He'd never heard of this man before, which was strange, as his network of spies normally told him of any person who was growing in power. Yet this man seemed to have just arrived from nowhere. Maybe he was from the far north, where they paid no attention.
Did you hear anything?
He asked.
I was too far away to hear, but I left them be, as you commanded. Do you think he'll be travelling on, or is he simply running from us? The captain said. When the sun is up, we'll head there in force. 100 men should be enough. We can't have them crossing the desert and rejoining those people. We've worked too hard to get them where we want them.
Renfrew dismissed the captain and entered his tent. Inside, he allowed himself a small glass of spirit to celebrate. The liquid filled his mouth, and he relished it, running down the back of his gullet, washing the sandy taste away. He went to a small wooden chest in the corner and drew out a black leather mat. He laid it neatly on the ground and knelt on it. He closed his eyes and began the ritual. He needed to build the fear first. He thought of the times in his life when he was scared, and let the feeling grow and build. It was a way to let his Lord be aware of him. When it was more than he could stand, he felt it, a solid presence in his mind, like a weight. He heard the voice and the intent.
I have news,
he spoke aloud, and heard a soft voice whisper back in his mind.
How goes the battle?
It said, but with a note of hope he hadn't heard before.
The city is in turmoil. The first blow has been well struck. Does it aid you?
He could feel the voice stronger than ever. It had started as a whisper when he was just a child, guiding him to the path. Now he heard it like a faithful friend, always there to show him the right way to take, and the sure knowledge that he was the special one who would be chosen when the Master made his return to glory.
"It does, my son. Soon no one will be able to stand against me. But surely you have a question other than this. Why do you seek my counsel?"
it said.
"A Northman with much power has appeared. He has learned the desert ways and seeks to journey to them. I plan to stop him, but I need to know what to do if I can't reach him in time and he corrupts them,"
Renfrew said, hoping for the answer he wanted. They had spent much time and money converting a lot of the desert people to the Pelosi religion. They sent missionaries out to them, with gifts or food and trinkets. It was easy to get a people with no real written language to believe in what was told to them. He knew the answer, but wanted to hear it. The voice laughed in his mind.
"If they will not follow me or the Pelosi gods, who are weak and feeble, then they will die. Kill them all and crush the way of life into the very sands they once worshipped." "Yes, my lord,"
Renfrew said quietly, with a smile on his face. Renfrew stood and stretched his legs.
"I think I'll have some wine,"
he yelled to the young captain. No one answered him. Renfrew walked to the mouth of his tent and looked out. At either side were his 2 guards with black and red arrows sticking from them. He looked to see chaos in his camp. Men were running under fire from the darkness. He looked out into the shadows and saw something. He felt a thud and looked down at an arrow sprouting from his chest. He collapsed backwards, the arrow having pierced his heart. Renfrew cried in pain and anger. Surely his lord wouldn't let this happen to him. He was needed. He was useful. Renfrew let the fear of death build in him, and it gave him strength. He ripped the arrow from his chest and stood again. Another arrow and another hit him, felling him again. He stood tall as they kept hitting him and staggered towards the source of the volley. Something rushed towards him, and he saw it was the Northman. He wielded a huge axe in his hand, and he swung it down at Renfrew. The bald man raised his leather baton, but the axe smashed through it into his chest. He looked at the wound and called out to his lord in his mind, asking him for strength. He could feel it bubbling up in him, and the wound started to close. The man smiled down at him.
"You're a tough one,"
he whistled. It was such a sweet sound. It made him just want to rest, to sleep. He knew everything would be fine if he just let it go. So he did. He needed help. He thought that he could do this alone and wanted to prove to them all he could, but that flash from the lucky lady was enough to convince him otherwise. She was still strong, and she was just one of 3 or 4 who could prove difficult. The girl, Seraphina, had agreed to help him, which was good. He was sick of dragging her around like a lost puppy, and wanted her to pull her weight. She'd probably get weak again when the fighting started, but she'd be useful for a while. The power he was drawing from the land of the dead had reduced, but it was still enough. He knew he could still win. "What are we looking for?" she asked him. He had been walking up the rows of statues, looking at each of them and trying to find one, muttering to himself again. He had to break the habit of always talking to himself.
"We have to find my sisters. Sadly, we can't just will ourselves there this time. Oh, here they are. Aren't they pretty?"
he said. Before them stood a statue of the 3 Sisters of Fury, as the mortals called them. The statues depicted the 3 sisters standing together, with his elder sister in the middle. She was beautiful in the face, but stood with a look of rage that distorted her looks. Her arms were feathered, and she had the claws of a bird. He felt a burst of fear from the girl, which thrilled him. This journey should be fun, for her reactions alone.
"Fear not, they aren't that scary. The sculptors always get carried away. They don't actually have claws and feathers. It just shows they're fierce,"
he said. Placing his hands on the statue's forehead, he took her hand.
"Make sure you hold my hand while we're in there. A weak thing like you can't survive alone where we're going. Normally, one look or word from them would kill you, but I'll protect you. They don't mean to. It's just that their appearance is not for mortal eyes," he said.
"Then why can I look at you?" she asked.
"This isn't what I really look like, or sound like," he replied.
In fact, this guise he'd been holding was starting to drag. He wanted to rip free from it and show her his true glory, But that would be foolish. She'd be dead in moments.
Shut your eyes, and we'll go. Fear not.
He staggered to the floor. He felt a very human pain, something he'd not felt in an age, and, reaching out with his mind, he saw his servant, the man Renfrew, and the Northman. He was killing him. He saw Grim pushing aside all of his own power and lulling Renfrew to sleep and death. It was the power of that stupid little North deer thing. He screamed with rage and grabbed the girl's hand, putting his other on the hand of his sisters. They would help. Chapter 38. Seraphina opened her eyes, her hand in his. She felt such a thrill of terror and saw a smile on his face. He seemingly loved it every time she was scared. As soon as she opened her eyes, she regretted her decision to help him. Moments before, he was screaming in rage, but her fear had improved his mood like a drug. He was truly a madman. Whatever had happened, she was glad. The weaker he was, the better.
Don't judge us too harshly for where we live. No choice is given on how you imagine us,
he said. His words made no sense to her. He often spoke on the nature of gods like she should know what it was. The landscape that greeted her was like the land of the dead when she'd first arrived. The moon hung in the sky, and the landscape was dead and barren. She was thankful there was no snow. It was a desert at night. A road stretched into the distance, and next to it was a huge stone keep. It looked like Blackrock, huge stone walls with the door hung open. She walked with her hand in his. It was firm, almost crushing her fingers as they walked. He was enraged. She almost didn't want to ask, but he seemed to ramble on when in one of his fits. "What's wrong?" she asked.
"It's wrong that I'm even here. I shouldn't need help, and I wouldn't if your idiot friend hadn't found the bringer and brought him back,"
he said. Again, she had no idea what he was saying.
"Who or what is the bringer?"
she asked. He looked at her as if she was a foolish child.
"The sun. The sun in the land of the fallen. Who do you think locked it away? And why? I had my own world, a world of so much fear I could draw power from it. Now, I need to seek help to finish what I started all those years ago. It's disgraceful."
They walked up the dirt road and through the stone archway and open gate. It was deserted inside, but the orange light of a fire issued from it. At the doorway stood 2 huge black dogs. They were like the creatures she'd seen in the land of the dead. Large, vicious things, ugly and bearing sharp sabre-like teeth. Instead of barking or attacking, they bounded from the steps and ran to them. She almost laughed when they jumped up on the man, and she could see they had tiny stumps of tails that wagged comically at the sight of their master. The man laughed and petted them, then, with a word, sent them running back to their positions. She soon became scared again. "Are they your pets? They are truly horrible things," she said.
"You seem to think them useful when it came to gaining other people's talents,"
he said back, and led her onwards. They walked into the keep, and she could hear the sound of laughter and music. They walked down the hallway, which was completely bare of furnishings and hangings, just cold stone. This led to a huge open hallway, much like a dining room. It took all her strength of will not to run then. Even what she'd seen with Silver and her people couldn't prepare her for this. In that moment, she knew she'd chosen the wrong side. Against one wall was a huge fireplace. 3 women sat at a table, laughing and eating. All around were huge wooden crosses lining the walls. People were chained to them, each facing away from the women. Their backs were a bloody mess of whip marks and gaping wounds. Some cried softly, but others were silent. In the corner stood 2 fiddlers playing soft music. She could see they were chained to the floor with massive metal cuffs around their feet. As he walked into the room, the music stopped and the women stood. Clearly, guests were very rare. The tallest of the sisters looked at them. She looked exactly like her statue. Her eyes cut deep into Seraphina's, and she felt it like a pain in her head. The woman was running through all her memories and the things she'd done, the people she'd killed. Then she looked at her and smiled, revealing teeth as sharp as the wolven's. Her arms were indeed feathered, possessing claws like a bird. Her face was beautiful, her torso topless with perfectly formed breasts. A long flowing dress covered her lower half. The woman ran to them and embraced the man.
"Hello, brother. Free at last. We could feel you coming, so it's time then. I imagine your presence here means you need our help," she said.
Her voice was fine and sharp, but had no accent Seraphina could discern. Her words were like daggers in her ears. She held his hand harder, and the pain stopped.
"Oh, you can let her hand go. We know how to commune with people," she said,
her voice becoming softer. The man let go of her hand, and she visibly relaxed. 3 women gathered around and inspected her.
"And what do we have here? A live one in our realm? That's strange. I detect that she came here with another," she said.
Seraphina hated that these things could read her mind like an open book. Plus, she was feeling their evil nature permeating her soul, and they knew that she was aware of this.
"We understand what you think of us,"
said one of the other sisters, laughing.
"But we are just as you need us to be." "Truly, Seraphina," said the elder sister, "all these men,"
and she waved her hand at the 10 or so broken souls who stood on the racks,
"needed to be punished. Our agents took them in life, but they need to suffer more. Rapists and killers of women, every one of them."
"Indeed, sisters, you all look different. What has happened to you?"
the man said. The eldest looked at her arms and claws and down at her own breasts.
"I think I look quite fetching. Every few years my statues get more and more dramatic. But you think it too much?" she asked.
"A little bit, and you need to put some clothes on. It's making her uneasy," he said.
"Oh,"
said the sister, and laughed. Before Seraphina's eyes their appearances changed. The feathers disappeared from the head sister's arms, and her dress extended upwards to cover her nudity.
"Better?"
she asked.
"Much. Now, the hounds. I only saw 2. Are they all well?"
he asked with what seemed like concern.
"Of course. Come and we'll show you. I know what you're like."
One of the younger sisters took his hand and led him back out of the keep. The eldest came to Seraphina and took her hand. It was warm in hers. She smiled as she led Seraphina out.
"Fear not, girl. We are not like your brother. You'll see. We were just like you once. I was a girl myself around 400 years ago,"
she said with a laugh, as if remembering something in the recent past. Seraphina was stunned. This girl was a god, but had once been a girl. "What happened?" Seraphina asked.
"Oh, so many abominable things. Men defiling us, gods playing with us, revenge, blood magic. You know the old story. Our brother, as we call him, isn't really our brother. More like our adopted brother. He took pity on us and came to our aid. Now we help him," she said.
As they walked from the keep, they followed the man and his younger sister. Seraphina was stunned at the way they were with each other. She held his arm and chatted to him gaily, as she would have with a blood brother, if she'd had one. They were monsters, but didn't seem to be aware of it themselves. Soon they came to a vast clearing. In front of them stood a huge stone-paved area. Behind that was a vast forest of tall trees. It was the only life she'd seen in this place.
"Where are they?"
he asked, turning.
"Out running in the forest," the lead sister said. "He gets so worried about the ugly beasts. Personally, I think they stink, but boys love their pets," she said, laughing.
The man put his fingers in his mouth and let out a loud whistle. Seraphina felt an apprehension grow as she heard the barks and calls in response. Soon came the sound of thundering paws. They must have numbered in their hundreds. The man walked out into the vast stone area and waited. Soon they came. She was horrified. First 1, then 10, then 20. Soon there were hundreds and hundreds of the huge black dogs filling the field. He laughed at the sight of them as they all fought to reach him. The man yelled a single word, and they all sat down. He turned back to them.
"Oh, you've done so well, sisters. But why so few of them? I thought we planned for more, he said. More? How could there be more? There were at least 400 of them. The night was filled with their panting and the stink of dog and death. This was his army, and they all followed his command, a mindless horde of beasts ready to do as he commanded. "It's all that silver bitch's fault," she said with passion. "We send them into the land of the dead to feed, and now they hardly ever come back. It's changed, brother. That realm has the sun now, and it's all been ruined. We have no idea why." "I know why," he said, looking at Seraphina. "That bloody Drewheim. He reinstated the bringer." He spat the word. "But how could a mortal do that? Even a Drewheim? It's beyond them," she said, looking genuinely shocked. "I thought it was one of the others." "It was him, trust me. But it doesn't matter. There are enough. Are you still ready to help me?" he asked. "Of course we'll help you. Just tell us who we need to kill, and please tell me it's her," she said with passion. "Of course, sister. You can have the lady. She's still strong, but in a matter of days, that will all change. My agents are ready to take her grand temple, and we'll lead my dogs against her, together with your sisters." The woman clapped and laughed, turning to Seraphina. "You will see. We're going to change it all."
Chapter 39. Whatever the girl had put in Goldie's drink, it had worked a charm, at least for an hour. It was long enough to watch the others at his table slump their heads down and fall asleep. His final challenge, the old mercenary, looked around the table, his words slurring, and saw it was only he and Goldie left. The booze had finally caught up with Goldie, and he could barely focus on the mug in front of him. The man looked at him and smiled. "I want you to win. I just wanted to be second," he said, and with a wink he placed his head down on the table and let himself sleep. The crowd, who had wandered back and forth and had many drinks themselves, slowly relished that he was the last man standing. The priest looked beyond board and simply raised Goldie's drunken arm, which was like a lead weight, and said, "Winner!" The crowd clapped and cheered for him. Goldie let his own head hit the table then. His eyes were peacefully closed for just a moment when he was shaken awake again. It was the boy. He had a mug of something in front of him.
"No, I can't drink any more,"
Goldie slurred.
"This is from the girl. You'll need it, as the sword fight is in just moments. You've been given another pass, and will just need to fight the winner. But it's already been going on for half an hour, and the winner will be decided soon. Drink,"
the boy said. Goldie looked at the brew, and, taking the rough mug to his lips, drank it down like the nectar of gods. It tasted different, dirty and foul. It didn't burn his throat, but stuck in his mouth, and tasted like rotten fish.
"I'm really sorry,"
the boy said, and then stepped back. Goldie felt it, a rising tide of sickness that he couldn't fight. He managed to push himself back from the table. He crawled a short distance in the mud to the side of the street and began to vomit. The crowd laughed and laughed as he was sicker than he'd ever been in his life. Whatever they had given him brought it all up. He almost cried, it was so awful. As he finished for the fourth time, he realised his head was much clearer. He still felt drunk, but a lot better. He stood to see the boy near him. Goldie took a swing at him. It missed, but was close. The boy laughed and passed him another mug.
"Water, I promise."
Goldie washed his mouth out and drank the rest.
"With friends like you, kid, I don't need enemies,"
he said.
"Come on, that just saved your life. How do you feel now?"
he said. Truly, he did feel better. Almost all the booze was out of him, but he felt weak and wretched. He needed to gather himself for one last push. He knew this was the last challenge and would be the hardest. Whoever was winning the sword fight would be full of energy, not half asleep and falling over. Still, Goldie trusted the lady would help him one more time and claim him as her disgusting, vomit-smelling champion. He needed a bath. He followed the boy to the small arena they had set up for the sword-fighting contest. He was in time to catch the tail end of the match, which would decide who he was fighting. As he pushed through the crowd, many of the people patted him on the back and praised him.
"The lady is with you,"
one lady said. It was the woman who had been pickpocketed.
"I have been slack with my prayers and visits to the temple, but now I see she still has the power to help. I'll say a prayer for you," she said.
"Thanks," he muttered, and found his way to the wooden barrier that held the crowd safely back. Goldie leaned hard against it, letting it take his weight, and watched the fight. It was a strange battle, and one that would only occur in a place like this. The two men facing each other were as different as night and day. One was a dark-skinned wild man. He'd seen them in the cold death. His hair was a mat of tangled locks with bones woven into it. In his hand he held a huge hooked blade, which he swung wildly as he shrieked at his opponent. The man he faced was a typical noble. He wore clean, refined clothes, light leather armour, and held both a rapier and a dagger. It was always good to see fights like this. A man with a rapier sometimes only fought others with the same weapons and did badly against a sword like that of his current opponent. Not that he tried to block it. The wild desert man swung his sword at him in a series of cuts from the shoulder downwards, again and again, driving the nobleman back. The man had great footwork, and dodged every attack, hitting again and again at the man's wrists and hands. Goldie saw there was blood pouring from them. As the wild man swung downwards, he drove forward and, rolling up, brought his blade underneath the man's throat. He stopped the blade so that it pointed there, showing he could kill him. They could draw blood, but not kill. They weren't savages. The crowd cheered, and the winner was hailed. The fat, sweating priest walked to the centre of the wooden ring.
"As we know, this man is the champion of the sword, but now must face Goldie, who has won the right from his previous victories. Master Goldie, you've won many hearts today, but given your performance at the drinking tables, I don't like your chances here."
The crowd of people laughed as he staggered into the ring. Goldie's own fighting prowess had always been brawling. He'd been in plenty of fistfights against men as large as flint and stone. He'd taken a lot of knocks, but always held his own. Growing up as he had, fighting was a normal daily event, but the sword had never been a part of him like it was to Seth. He'd trained with the broadsword, and his stolen memories from the brigands was a mishmash of various lives spent robbing and killing. Nothing like daily training in an actual style, like his friend here must have had. His opponent looked like a rich merchant's son. Goldie had trained a bit with Farrakar, but that wouldn't help him now. He needed to be creative if he was going to beat this man. He needed to do something his adversary would never expect. Goldie shuffled to the centre of the ring. His head was clearing at the thought of the coming fight, but his legs were still weak and his stomach hurt.
"Have you got a sword?"
the priest asked him.
"I lost it gambling,"
he said, and the crowd laughed.
"A true son of the lady. Has anyone got a weapon for this man?"
The old mercenary stood by the side of the ring and called out to Goldie. Goldie staggered over to him.
"You're a foot, lad. This pretty boy is way better than you, but I have an idea."
He reached into a huge bag that hung over his shoulder and started pulling out various weapons. A short mace, an axe, 2 daggers, and then a pair of very heavy mailed gauntlets.
"Wear these and use the daggers. He's a little hand-cutting sneak."
Goldie put on the steel-plated gauntlets, which were a good fit, and held the dagger. Then, thinking again, changed his grip on one. He held one point forward and the other backwards. Walking again to the centre, the man looked him over.
"Daggers? Are you sure? It's not really fair. I mean, you lose too quickly, and we do need to put on a bit of a show."
Goldie just grinned stupidly at him. He felt strange. The weapon seemed like a good choice. At least his hands wouldn't get all cut up. A bell rang, and the man lunged hard at Goldie with his rapier. Goldie barely managed to sidestep the attack. The thin blade went through the loose material of his clothes. He wasn't messing around. The man thrust again and again, with Goldie avoiding, and then, remembering his weapons, slashed with his backhand. He felt it cut something as he did. That felt good. He let the first blade also fall into a backhand grip. He dodged the thrust, catching it on his left blade, and slashed with the right, making the man jump back. And then it came. A flood of knife fights, of killing people for money, and more than a few deep cuts and damage. One of the brigands they had taken was a knife fighter. Bless him and his black heart. The nobleman thrust forward and brought his own dagger point forward. Goldie blocked with both of his own weapons and lashed out with his forehead. Goldie's tough northern skull caught the man right on the point of the nose. It was a move from his own life, and one he'd done many times. The crowd gasped as the man flew back off his feet, clutching his face. His blood hit the polished wooden floor. That changed the mood. Suddenly he could see some hope in the people's eyes. He might yet win. His head was swimming from the move, but he shook off the boozer's influence quickly. The man wiped his face and stood, glowering at Goldie. He lunged forward with a series of cuts and slashes that sent Goldie back, blocking and dodging fast. The man's dagger sunk deep into Goldie's arm, and he dropped the left dagger with a cry. He staggered back as the blood flowed. The nobleman stepped back smiling. The priest cried, "Stop!"
"One mark against Master Jensen. That move was much too bloody. You know the rules. No permanent injury. 2 more like that, and you're out. Same for you, Goldie. No more headbutts."
The man looked at him and thrust with a series of cuts. Goldie managed to block every one, but the man's face got close, and he heard him whisper his threats.
"You're dead as fuck. I came here for one reason, and one reason only."
The man jumped back and slashed again, the mark scoring hard across Goldie's chest, causing the blood to flow. The priest yelled again,
"Another one for you, Jensen. 1 more mark, and you're out. Calm down."
The man backed up, whispering again,
"The king says hello, you piece of shit."
Goldie knew this was serious now. It wasn't a game, but a battle to the death. He dug deep into the skills of the brigand and brought up a calm spirit. He'd placed his life on the line every time he fought for money, and he'd won. Goldie embraced it. The man lunged again and slashed at Goldie. He then kicked him in the leg. Goldie toppled over and the man ran in. Goldie got his blade pointing upwards, expecting the man to be on top of him, but looked back and saw he'd slipped in his own blood and was only just getting to his feet again. Goldie took the time to stand. The man thrust hard at his chest, straight at his heart. Everyone saw it and gasped. Goldie grabbed the blade in his weaponless hand, the gauntlet taking the sharpness. Jensen swung wide with the dagger, but too slow. Goldie's rough-mailed fist caught the dagger hilt, and he smashed him hard in the already broken nose. The man staggered back, and as his feet hit his own blood, they slipped out from him again. He fell forward with a thump and a groan. The crowd looked on in stunned silence.
"Clearly we have our winner," the priest cried. "Goldie would have beaten the other rabble anyway. You okay, son?" he asked.
The priest rolled Jensen over. His own dagger was deep in his chest, and a look of surprise on his face. The crowd gasped again.
"Fucking hell, why does this always happen around you? Once again, anyone know this man?" cried the priest.
"Chase pockets!"
a voice cried.
"See who the lady wants dead!"
cried the boy, to the laughter of the crowd. The priest pulled a piece of paper and a few coins from the man's pocket. He opened the paper and read it, looking shocked. Then, looking at all the people, read it aloud.
"Kill the one known as Goldie. We'll be there at sunset on Ladies' Day. Have the gates open."
Goldie smiled to himself. Now they would believe. Chapter 40. Grim almost laughed to himself as he sat cross-legged in the sand staring out into the desert. His whole life had been a simple one, if hard, but easy enough to map and plan. He'd been a fisherman in the north, a sailor, and smuggler in Pelos, and now he was fighting in an epic battle against forces that wanted to destroy pretty much everything. He'd always been a man to believe in things. Growing up back home, people believed in the old stories, and one of the highest positions someone could have was being a wise woman. They had 2 in his little town. One lived in the township. She helped with childbirths and injuries. Sick people went to her for remedies made from local plants and teas. The other was more of a seer. She lived away from the town, but was not shunned. The people would bring her food every week and seek her for advice about their lives. Now he was having visions like that, and had taken so much power. He didn't feel it in him like a force wanting more. He was simply happy he was equal to the task ahead of him. He had helped the desert people, and then said his goodbyes to White Eyes. She embraced him as he left. He knew that they couldn't have killed that man. He was strong in the service of fear. Grim could feel it radiating from him. He was like a sickness that was ready to set out across the desert and infect the people there. White Eyes was travelling on with her dozen or so survivors to the main desert camps. She had asked him to come, but knew it wasn't his battle. Some instinct was telling him he needed to be somewhere else now. He needed guidance from a source he trusted. Grim stood up and snapped a small branch off a nearby tree. He drew a small circle in the sand and stood within it. He began to think of the Wolven. Last time he'd called out, he'd got it wrong. But this time he had the memories of 100 summonings at his command. He had the power to pull Seth back now if he wanted. He thought of the creature, and thought he wanted not to call it forth, but simply to see it and to talk to it. As he chanted the words in his mind, a white fog bank appeared. It slowly faded away and showed him the Wolven. It stood in a huge glass plane, and it was fighting. He watched as it tore into one of the black dog creatures he'd seen in that room with Seth so long ago. It ripped the dog creature's throat out and flung its body to the side, but seemed injured. It was covered with blood, and some of it looked like it was its own. Next to the Wolven stood the most incredible creature he'd ever seen. It was like a woman, or rather a goddess. She was barely covered in clothes and carried a huge black sword. She moved like a flash of lightning, her silver hair flying in the wind behind her, the well-polished sword swinging this way and that. She grinned as she killed one of the beasts, and his heart beat faster on seeing her. He'd never felt such lust and want in his life. Once they had killed the creatures, the Wolven looked up. Grim had no idea what they would be seeing. It walked so its head was near him.
"Angry One, is that you?"
Words sounded in his mind, but they were faint, a bare whisper. Grim resigned himself, and, concentrating on the Wolven and the woman, ripped open the veil. Soon they stood by him in the desert within the circle. She pointed her sword at him, looking around. "What power is this? Where the hell are we?" she said, in a refined voice that spoke a strange old version of Northern. Grim knelt before them and lifted his head up.
"I need your guidance,"
he said simply, trying not to stare at her. "You know him?" the silver woman asked the Wolven. It paced back and forth and looked out at the vast plain. The beast was not restrained and could have run if it had wanted to.
"You've built the circle the wrong way,"
it said.
"Last time I called the wrong thing. I don't wish to trap you. Just talk," Grim replied.
The Wolven laughed in his mind.
"Guidance? You need no guidance. I feel the power from you like a pounding heat. You've done something. Even Seth didn't have this power of calling."
Grim just nodded.
"I may have taken some of the Guild and Gatherer's secrets. Now I'm lost. I know we're in a war, but I have no idea where I'm best needed. They say I should go to the desert and help bring their people back to the fold, but I don't know."
The Wolven paced and thought. Grim could see it communing with the woman, and the creature looked at itself and its damaged leg. "Are you friends with Seth, Northman?" she asked. He looked at her again and couldn't help but smile. She was incredible.
"I am. I need to help him, that is all, and seek the best way to do it."
The Wolven communed with him again.
"The desert people are fine. They still call to their dead and follow the old ways. They are not so confused as some might think, but help is needed. Did you just see us battling?"
"The black dogs seem to be giving you some trouble," he replied.
She laughed for the first time. "Ha ha, just a little bit. My arms are getting sore from how many of them I need to kill. We journey to find their source," she said.
"What should I do?"
he asked the Wolven.
"I would say help us. You are strong, and we could use you, but you might not be able to return,"
it said. Grim thought of it. He wanted to be near this woman and help Seth, and he knew this was a battle he could aid them in. Besides, he was becoming too much for this world. His power and skills were exceeding those of any living person. He suspected he would be able to come back too. He smiled, slightly to himself, imagining the men chasing him and finding he was simply gone. Grim stood and smiled. "I'll come," he said, and stepped from the circle. He walked to the lady and held out his hand, taking her wrist like a warrior. He didn't want to admit how much of his decision was because of her. "I'm Grim," he said. "Grim, I'm Silver. And stop staring at me. I know what you're thinking," she said with a laugh, and led him through the void in the sunshine to the land of the dead. Mincetta had wiped the blood from her face with the back of her hand and looked at her once friend Angelina, now fallen. The woman lay dead, ripped-out throat, and blood still pumping from the wound. She felt so much better. It had been an age since she'd fed in this way and felt life infuse her body. She was going to have to do something about that. Clearly, this wasn't something she could keep doing. Mincetta looked around the room. There was a small tray of tools on a nearby counter. She looked over them and took up a small dagger with a very sharp edge. It was designed for taking the skin off people. She didn't feel guilty about the woman. She'd have surely killed her. Yet Mincetta knew she was just lost and weak. So many of the women here had been manipulated, but were so far gone now, she would have no choice. She heard the sounds of yelling and feet clattering down the wooden stairs. Angelina had been less than quiet, and had screamed her last ebb of life away. The whole house would be awake by now. Mincetta ran from the room, barefoot and bareback. She snuck through a side door and made her way to the nearest exit. She found a small reading room and crept into it, closing the door. The sounds of yelling and pounding feet passed. She needed to get the hell out of there. There was a large opening in the stone, blocked by a wooden shutter. She opened it easily and let the night air in. Her senses were so heightened as she heard them trying the door. She dove through the archway, hitting the hard ground a few feet below, and rolled forwards. She came up running, her long dress flowing behind her. She needed to start dressing more appropriately. Racing across the grass of the compound, she made her way to the wall. Luckily, it was unmanned, just another side of the compound which looked out onto the sparse landscape beyond. She ran at the stone wall and jumped high enough to reach the top, barely. She pulled herself over the wall with a slight grunt and dropped down onto the other side. She gave herself a moment with her back against the wall, then pushed on. She had to find her way back to Gisette and the bastards. She felt more than ever they needed to take these women down. They had become so much more dangerous than they were before. When she had come to them as a broken and scared thing, on the run and terrified, they had a different home. They hadn't taken up residence in this one yet. She didn't know what they had done with the actual sisters of the divine child, though. They had been good to her at first. They fed her and trained her. They were about women being strong and protecting themselves. But now they were building an army. She had never had much time for cults and worship. Every time she'd come across people who believed in something, it always meant death for someone else. She remembered well the mission that had made her never return to them and seek out the Dark Guild, who could, at least, be trusted to care for their own goals and greed. She'd been with them for a few years, never carrying out many missions, but this time she'd been given a name. She was meant to kill an evil man who had hurt many women. There was no justice to be had other than a knife. She journeyed into the city and sought him out. He was easy to find, a travelling priest of some desert tribe. She found him sitting in a local tavern. He'd been in the city for a few weeks and had gathered quite a following. The main city of Pelos had lots of desert people, mostly slaves, but they were allowed to worship what they wanted. She found him after a service. He sat drinking a strange drink of fermented milk, containing exotic ingredients. It smelt terrible. She sat next to him in the tavern and smiled prettily at him.
"I'm not interested,"
was the first thing he said to her, as if she were a whore. He was an idiot. She looked much too expensive for anyone in that tavern. She laughed. "In what?" she asked.
"Conversation, lies, tricks." "You're here to kill me, and I'd rather just go and get it over with," he said, and smiled with a tired grin. He had cracked broken teeth and kind eyes. "Am I now?" she said back, surprised. She hardly looked like an assassin. She wore a fine dress and looked like a rich trader's wife. "You are, and you'll be the third this week. You Pelosi don't like me much. So what's the story? I see that look in your eyes. Anger. What have I done to you?" he said. "You're a rapist. You preach that women should know their place, and you left a trail of bodies in every town you visited," she said. He laughed back to her. "Ah, a sister of fury, then. Yes, I have left a trail of bodies, and many of them women. But you try to kill me, and I'll fight back. If I kill a woman, then so be it. But rape? I've not had sex in 20 years. But enough lies," he said, and stood up. "I'll meet you at the back of the tavern." She finished her small glass of wine and watched him walk out the back. It was a lot harder, given he knew she was coming, but a job was a job. The problem was, he was hardly what she thought. She believed him, and they were taking him out for other reasons. She wouldn't care, but she just didn't like being a tool in someone else's hands. Mincetta stood from her small wooden stool, straightened her dress, and walked out after him. She looked and saw no one was paying any attention to her, and pulled her dagger out from behind her back as she went. Maybe she would just talk to him. As she stepped through the wooden door that led to the muddy street behind the tavern, she smelled his horrible breath. She spun fast and grabbed his dagger hand as it came down fast at her. He was hiding behind the door. She punched him hard in the face with the hilt of her dagger as she held his hand. She fought against his strength as he pushed the dagger closer and closer to her chest. They were pushed up hard against the wall, and her eyes locked with his. She saw he was afraid and not angry. His dagger came closer and closer, but she spun hers in her other hand and brought it into his stomach again and again. She felt the sharp blade plunge into him, and felt the hot blood on her hands. His eyes closed, and he slumped dead to the muddy street. She wiped the dagger on her dress and calmed her ragged breathing. She looked at the fallen man and felt nothing. Certainly no sense of right or justice. She was done with them. That night she'd gone back, stolen a few of their books, and made her way to the Dark Guild, who she'd heard of from her first lover. He was happy to have her back, and to buy his way higher into the ranks of the guild, with her knowledge as his bargaining tools. "Where were you?" said a voice that startled her. Mincetta looked up from the wall where she was still resting, and looked at the girl in front of her, Gisette. She had no idea how long she'd been standing there. "You okay? I thought I'd have to rescue you," Gisette said, and they hugged. Mincetta pushed herself free and started to walk with her away from the keep. "I'm fine. Nothing my new body couldn't handle," she said. "You've got blood on your face. You should fix that before we get back." "You with the bastards?" she asked. "Half of them," Gisette said back. "What happened to the rest?" she asked. "It's a long story, and we have a few miles to go, so let's get going." Chapter 41. She smiled at Seth. He stood alone with the woman who was the lucky lady, alone on the ship deck, and she looked just like a normal person now. She spoke words and not thoughts at him, and was actually smiling. He looked at her smiling face, and smiled himself. "What cheers you, lady?" he asked. "You Northmen cheer me. You are so manly and useful. I really think I'll have to get some temples in the north when this is over. And if we win, and it's seeming like we might now, it'll all be down to you three," she said. "Us three?" he asked. "You, of course, and your friends Grim, and the lovely Goldie. All three of you are so good you just feel the path and run to it. I've never seen people so willing to be guided by their instincts. You're not about rules and history. You just do what feels right, and it most often is." Seth felt a pang of homesickness when she mentioned Grim and Goldie. It had been so long since he'd seen them, when he'd left them on the battlefield. It seemed like a lifetime ago, and the Duke seemed like a relatively impotent foe compared to this new one. She laughed, reading his thoughts.
Let's go eat, she said. You can eat, he said. I can pretend. It makes you comfortable if I do. She took his hand in hers, and it was cold as ice. They walked through the narrow wooden corridors till they reached the captain's quarters, which he knew well. They walked through the ornate door, and he saw there was a feast laid out. You'll need your strength, she said. Seth looked at the food, and a hunger seized him like he hadn't experienced in ages. He hadn't eaten in days, but hadn't needed to until now. He ripped a piece of chicken from a full-cooked frame and bit into it like a savage. She laughed as he devoured it. As the food hit his suffering stomach, his thoughts came back to his friends. You know where they are? Grim and Goldie, he asked. Of course. Would you like to see them? She said. Yes, he said. She looked to the air in front of them and closed her eyes for just a blink. Suddenly, in front of him, the air grew clear, and he saw Grim. He was walking along a sunlit plain. Next to him were Silver and the Wolven. He was stunned, and then saddened. What the hell had Grim done? Now he was trapped as well? Why is he there? That's bad, Seth said, his hunger gone. He follows his path well. The prisoner wants that land, and he's trying to get him back. We need someone like Grim to help stop him. We are like generals in a battle, Seth, and this war is coming to us on many fronts. This world, yours and the land of the dead. He seeks to control them all. What can Grim do? Seth asked. She laughed again. You've missed so much. She showed him visions of Grim drinking the wine, calling Mincetta, running through the desert and slaying some bald man with terrifying eyes. He's been busy. Seth saw Mincetta with his own eyes, saw her face with the black pits for her eyes and sharp teeth. She was dead, but brought back, another monster. Mincetta's back, and on our side? He asked. She has her own plans, but she will help along the way, the lucky lady said. What of Goldie and Seraphina? Seth asked. Goldie has been busy as well. He helps me more than he may know. She showed a vision of Goldie. He was in a town that was preparing for battle. He saw the people putting up stacks and reinforcing walls. He knew siege planning when he saw it. She showed him the challenges and Goldie winning. He laughed as Goldie won the drinking and the fighting. He has made them believe in me again, and thus I have the strength to fight. Clearly, I'm not a fighter, Seth, but sadly, I'm one of the strongest left, so I have little choice. Seraphina is in the worst of places at his side, wondering how to get herself out of it, she said. He knew it was time. They had been preparing him, and he knew he'd have to fight someone. It was the feeling of fear that had followed him in the Temple of Statues. It was the one they called the prisoner. It was the force behind all this death, but he had no idea what it was. I can show you him, and her as well, but he's strong, and will see you also. But I think it's time. This ship is sailing, and we're going to face him. I'm not one to sit around and wait for calamitous things to happen. We're bringing the war to his shores, but you need to see him first. She closed her eyes again, and the air started to shimmer. Seth saw it was hard for her and was surprised. How could anything be hard for her? Soon as he saw it, he was filled with a deep terror. There stood a man, a normal, attractive young man, but his eyes held such a deep and terrible darkness. Next to him stood a group of women. He saw they seemed to radiate some kind of power as well. Behind him was assembled a vast crowd of the black dogs, hundreds and hundreds of them. As he looked, the man locked eyes with him. He felt a wave of fear buffet him. He was just one man. How could he possibly fight against this thing? He felt the hopelessness of it, and saw visions of all his friends slaughtered, and this one raising statues to himself and those women beside him. He felt such a deep terror, and then saw her. Next to the man stood Seraphina. His emotions changed to concern. Fight it, the lady said. If you give him too much strength, it will not be to our advantage. Don't fear him. Seth focused on Seraphina and let him worry about her. What was she doing with that monster? The lady closed the void with a look of effort and sat panting at the table. Well, That wasn't fun. Get ready. We'll be there soon, and you'll have to fight him. Him? A god? I'm just me, he said, and felt the fear again. Yes, just you. I'll be busy with his sisters. Seraphina had seen Seth. The vision of him was clear as day. She'd been looking at those horrible dog creatures, starting to really worry that she'd chosen the wrong side. And then she'd seen him appear. At first she had just been thinking of him, and then she'd seen him watching all of them. It was as if his eyes were just floating there. But then she'd seen a vision of some fine room, and Seth sitting with a woman. The man smiled and walked to her.
That was him, wasn't it? The Druime,
he said with manic excitement. There was no lying to him or them. Her thoughts betrayed her, and soon they'd know about her doubts. As soon as she saw Seth, she wanted to run to him for protection. He always made her feel safe. But there was no protection against this.
It was, but I don't know the lady, she said.
He smiled again.
I do. The fools have shown their hand. They are coming here. I never thought they'd have the guts. Sisters, he yelled. Did you see that?
They looked at him with no understanding.
See what?
Said the first.
The Druime and the lady, spying on us. They are intent on coming here, he said.
Really? I thought we'd have to try and track them down. Did you see an army? Who do they bring?
Said his eldest sister. She was smiling as well. This land was theirs, and they held all the advantages.
No one. It's just him and her. I could feel his fear. He is terrified to face me, he cried with glee.
As he should, brother. As he should be,
she said. Seraphina looked round and thought to run, but knew she couldn't. If she turned against them, they would know within moments. She didn't want more power now. She just wanted this to be over.
I think someone is in love with him. Change of heart,
the woman said to her. There was no point lying to them.
You're evil, and I won't help you. You'd best just kill me and be done with it,
she said, resigned. She was so sick of this life, and she couldn't fight them all. She had no strength to keep going. The man laughed.
Kill you? Why would we ever do that? Sisters, do you have a nice room for her?
He said.
Why, yes, we do. But why, brother? She's not going to help us,
a younger one asked.
Not now, but a few years in a dungeon changes a lot of opinions. I know from experience.
Chapter 42. Silver's people were no use. Not a single one of them would come with her. Even her power of the tongue could not command them. They were insane with fear. The black dogs had started to turn their attacks on them as well, and it wasn't safe for them to leave the city. Every time she and the Wolven ventured out of it, it was becoming a matter of life and death. She was starting to get afraid herself. She was too strong to let the mindless fear in, but she didn't want to die by being mauled apart by those stupid beasts. Now they had an ally, though. She liked him. He was a warrior, and fought well with an axe, bow, and sword. He had all these weapons strapped to him, and had a quiver of black-tipped arrows brimming over. He scouted ahead of them, even though she was faster. She had taken a bite to the leg and was limping. The Wolven was worse off, and had been bitten more times than she could count. The fire of the kill had gone out of her friend. The Northmen came jogging back across the field towards them.
We have to head east. I can see many of them, and if I didn't know better, I'd say they were guarding something,
he said, in a version of Northern that was exactly like hers. He smiled at her.
Are you a Silverskin?
He asked.
Well, as you can see, I have silver hair. Not skin, though. But we were called that name a few thousand years ago by your people, she said.
What did he know of it? He seemed to have a very deep knowledge of these matters. He thought hard about something, closing his eyes. They fluttered beneath his eyelids quickly, as if he was dreaming. When he opened them, he smiled again and spoke. She was stunned as he said a greeting in her language, not Northern, but the tongue of the moon. A man like him shouldn't have known it. She slapped his face hard.
You mustn't use those words.
They are for us alone." He rubbed his bearded face and laughed. "Okay, pretty one," he said back in moon tongue. She went to slap him again, but the wolven put a stop to it by howling at them. They started to move towards the east, picking up pace. Silver was taken aback that someone like him should know their tongue. He spoke it wrongly, like he was learning from a book, but the words were almost correct.
"What do they guard?"
the wolven said to them. "From what you said," Grim replied, "I'm guessing it's their way into this place. They're dumb beasts, and certainly couldn't make their own rift here. But like any dogs, they have a master, and I think he's built them a door," Grim said. "But why? They weren't so bad before. Now they are relentless," she said to him. "They make fear. That's their job. Before, it was easy. The dead were monsters. But now, this place is back to the way it was. No more fear. So they have to create it," he said. Again she was stunned at his knowledge. They had told him what Seth had done here, and he seemed to understand straight away. They moved east for a few miles until they came to a small hill, and Grim gestured for them to crouch. The wind was blowing in their faces, which was good. She slid on her belly across the grass of the hill until she and they could just see over the rise. Before them was a natural cave. It was a large black hole in a cliff face, and all around it were ripped and torn bodies. There were white-skinned people of her own kind, mostly bloated and disfigured, and many of the human dead. Around them were at least 10 of the dogs, and they were some of the biggest she had seen. They ripped into the human bodies casually, as if they were just there for a feed. "Inside?" she said. "Yeah, I'm guessing it's pretty deep, and somewhere inside will be the rift," he said. She looked at the wolven. "What do we do? I can't close it. I have no idea how," she said.
"He does,"
the wolven spoke back in both their minds. Grim looked at them. "I'm pretty sure I can close it if I want to," he said. "If you want to," Silver said back. "Of course it needs to be closed. That's why we're here, right?" "That's not why I'm here," he said back to her. "What?"
"Seth,"
said the wolven simply. "Seth?" Grim spoke back. "What about him?" she asked. "Whatever built this rift is on the other side. It's not a crossing to my world. I can promise you that. Can't you feel it? There is such a devilish energy around this place. I can feel it. It devours all this fear and horror, feeding it through to the other side. I finally understand now. All the pieces fit. The rift, the fear, the destruction of the temples in my land. The creature Seth must fight is making itself strong and the gods weak. They defeated him before, but that's why he trapped the sun. They converted hundreds of thousands of desert people from sun worship to their own weak Pelosi gods. Why? To weaken the bringer and make trapping it possible. Now, all this fear is running from your world and making him strong. We have to close this rift, but I'm going through as well. If Seth needs another blade, I have one." Chapter 43. One thing Goldie would say for a town of gamblers and riffraff was that they didn't like the idea of someone coming to destroy their shit. Some of the people had fled, and rightly so. He'd been pleased to see the priests of the lady leading the youngest children, sick, and a few soft-looking women away to safety. But most people who could carry a weapon stayed. He wished he still had his tent full of swords on hand. His goal was twofold now. He felt it in him. He'd made them believe again in the power of the lady, but that would be all for nothing if they were soon dead and her temple in ruins. The town had a captain of the guards, true, but the priest of the temple was the main power. He acted much like a chief would in his own holes, or a mayor in a bigger city. The priest walked up to Goldie and spoke. They looked at the preparations that the town had made. Walls fortified, stakes cut and laid, the main gate blocked with stone and archers on the walls. Their little motley force stood at around 200 men and women. A lot were clearly mercenaries, or no strangers to a fight, which was good.
"So, what's this all about?" the priest asked. "It seems quite personal."
He changed from being slightly annoyed at Goldie to seeking his aid.
They want us dead and the temple destroyed. The best way to think of them is religious zealots,
Goldie said.
But you said they were the king's men. Why does the king care about this sort of thing? He's a tax collector, a weakling, the priest said.
Weak people in positions of power are the best for manipulation,
Goldie said back.
So we're vastly outnumbered then? The priest asked.
At that moment, the old mercenary walked up to them and shook Goldie by the wrist.
We've had our scouts back.
This should answer you.
Numbers?
He asked the man, who seemed completely sober now.
I'd say at least 3 or 4 times our force, he said. Holy shit. Can we talk to them? The priest asked.
Goldie looked at their defence and knew a strong proper army of that size would rip through their gate in just minutes. Then all would be lost. The sun was still high in the streets, and they had time. He needed to think.
Give me some time. I'll be back,
Goldie said, and walked off towards the temple. The township was quiet and silent as the crypt. Everyone was at the gates, looking nervously over the walls. The feeling of excitement and fun from the games had been replaced by despair. He walked into the cold of the stone room and looked upon the lady. Her statue was tall and proud, still attractive. He fell to his knees in front of her and almost cried. He held himself back. He didn't want these people to die. They were just like him. He let his head fall on her feet and looked at them. They weren't even fixed. The statue just stood there perfectly balanced, if heavy. Standing up, he reached out and gave the statue a shove. It moved, much too easily. He pushed it with all his strength, and it slid a good metre across the stone. Goldie grinned to himself. It clearly wasn't marble. He pulled his dagger from his sheath and, saying an apology to the lady, stabbed it into one of her toes. It chipped under his dagger. He smiled again.
Plaster, it's a fake. I love this town.
He looked up at the lady and noticed she was still wearing that little smirk that made everything seem like a good idea. Goldie ran from the temple yelling, a feeling of hope running through him. Northmen never liked to run from a fight, but when the enemy's goal was simply to kill you, not being there was a good plan. He found the priest and the old mercenary where he'd left them, looking defeated.
I have a plan, he yelled. What's that? Asked the priest, looking forlorn.
That statue isn't real, is it?
He said. The priest looked around nervously, but saw no one could hear them.
Well, that one's not. We have the main one tucked away on days like this. It gets too much wear and tear, vomit, blood. You know, marble's very hard to clean, he said.
So that one's fake, and damaging it won't do shit. But the real one is where? Hidden in the temple?
He asked.
Yes, but they'll still find it, won't they? They'll come here, kill us all, smash it, realize it's fake, and then just go find the real one, the priest said, forlorn again.
They want the statue, and we'll give it to them. I'll take the fake and the battle to them. You take the real one with the priests and run.
It'll take 10 men to move the real one, the priest said.
Then take 10 men,
Goldie yelled. Goldie hit his arm and grabbed the old mercenary. He hadn't paid much attention to the old Northman before, but now he did.
What's your name, friend?
He asked.
Leadbelly,
he replied through broken teeth. Goldie laughed.
Wish I'd known that before we started drinking. You ready to do something stupid? He asked.
Always.
Goldie grinned and walked to the front gate. He stood for a few moments in the baking heat until the eyes of many of the town were on him. They stood on the battlements, looking hopeless. Even his friend, the little lad, stood on watch next to his father.
People, these scum want our town because we've seen the power of the lady, but they won't get it. I'm not waiting for nightfall, for them to come to us and destroy all we've built. I'm going to take the fight to them. We'll march for the lady, for drinking, for gambling, and the right to more than our share.
He was greeted by a cheer and a little laughter mixed in. The boy jumped off the wall and ran to his side. Goldie spoke to him for a moment. He ran back to his father and disappeared with him and a few burly men. Goldie stood for a few long minutes and then he heard them, heading up the main street, pulling a slightly worn but very real-looking statue in a wagon.
"I will march on them, but I'd rather a few of you were with me,"
Goldie shouted.
"Open the gate,"
Goldie yelled, and slowly it was cleared and opened just a crack. As he stood, a woman ran to him. She was the daughter who had played a part in his ruse in the arm wrestling. She handed him a long wooden spike. Attached to it was a flag with a picture of the lady on it. Hardly a battle standard, but it would do. He kicked his horse and started to ride it slowly out of the gate, under the eyes of the people. He could see the fight in many of them. Some believed in him, some in her, and many were just the type who didn't like the idea of waiting for death and would rather greet it head on. As he marched from the gate, people kept coming behind him, more and more of them joining every minute. Soon he marched up the road towards the king's men with a force of 100 behind him. He smiled to himself. Beside him rode the boy in the wagon, putting a fresh coat of paint on the plaster as they rolled.
"I hope this works,"
he muttered to Leadbelly, and trotted onwards. Chapter 44. The water lapped at the side of the ship, and he stood at the prow. It was a big monster of a wooden thing, and would find no easy pier to land at. He stood against the wooden rail and looked at the dark land that was rapidly rising through the fog to meet them. Next to him stood the lucky lady. She held a long thin sword in her hand and still wore her long flowing black dress. She smirked at him, which gave him little comfort.
"We really couldn't have brought an army or something?"
Seth asked her, as the boat came close to the rocky shore.
"He'd find an army. We have a better chance with just a small group," she said. "Two is a very small group. What about you fellas?" he asked. "The judge has fallen, but others will be giving us the only chance we have. They have agreed to lend you their strength. Close your eyes," she said.
Seth closed his eyes and felt her ice-cold hand on his forehead. She didn't speak, but he felt a surge of power flowing into his body. It felt powerful, stronger than any taking had ever given him. As it flowed into him, his mind was filled with visions. The sun rising from its watery grave, people praying in the north to the warrior Famir, and hundreds of others. She removed her hand, and he opened his eyes.
"What was that?" he asked. "They have lent you what strength they can, but we must do the fighting ourselves." "How is it that you're the strongest? Like you said, you're not a fighter," Seth said.
She laughed lightly.
"What can I say? People like my statues. Now, get ready. It'll be a battle through your fear as much as against a foe."
The massive bulk of the opulent was travelling fast towards the stony shore, and he realised it was not going to stop. The huge boat crested from the water and smashed into the earth and stones. There was a huge ripping sound of wooded destruction as the vessel lurched forward. Seth was ready and jumped from the ship. It was a huge distance, but he landed lightly in the waist-deep water. Holding his sword above his head, he waded to the shore. The land was black and dark. No grass, only stone and dirt. He looked next to him and saw the lady. She grabbed his hand, and they ran up the shore, water clinging to his legs and her dress.
"He'll have heard that,"
she said.
"No shit,"
Seth cried back as they ran onwards. The beach was a small stretch of dark sand, and soon they were up it. Beyond them stood a field of huge black stones and rocks. Beyond, he could see what looked like a keep. Fires glowed in its windows and off its battlements. They ran on, and in the distance he could hear the sound of the black dogs howling and trying to pick up their scent. They ran through a crevice in the stone, and, pulling his body through, he cried in shock. He stood once again in the township of Bloodcrest, remembering it from his youth. The lady pulled him onwards through the town. All around Seth lay the desecrated bodies of the multitudes. The stalls were broken and torn, and he saw soldiers and townspeople lying with their throats ripped open and blood pooling around them.
"Whatever you see, ignore it. He's just trying to scare you," she said as she pulled him on.
Seth tried to block out the vision and ran on. He couldn't shake the feeling this was a vision of what would pass if, or more likely when, he failed. He knew the town well, and clearly she did as well. They ran through the main square and out the other side, but couldn't avoid passing the keep as they did. Seth made the mistake of looking at it as they passed and saw it. The man, Snaketongue, was in a black metal cage at the entrance. His body was broken and bleeding, but alive. He looked at Seth with one eye, the other closed with blackened scars and marks.
"You will fail us all, boy. You're weak, and you will let us all die," he yelled.
Seth closed his eyes and let her lead him on past the broken man who he'd once so admired. Once again he tried to tell himself it was just a trick, but it seemed so real. "First challenge," she said. He opened his eyes. Before him on the roadway stood 3 large and well-armed men. More visions, he thought, but they pulled swords as the 2 ran onwards at them. "Are they real?" he asked, raising his sword above his head as he ran. "Real enough to kill us," she said. Seth was surprised that he felt a burst of rage and strength. Here, at least, was something he could fight. Not ghosts or feelings, but real foes. He recognized the men, but although he knew their faces, they were but memories from what seemed a different life altogether. They were dressed as city guards, and he saw they were his old friends from the north, Eric, Griffith, and Ulrich. The very men who had come with him from Bloodcrest so long ago and left at the first sign of trouble. They drew on him, one smiling as he approached at a run. "Good to see you again, brother. Now, you'll die like we did," Eric yelled. His voice wasn't what Seth remembered. He was always the polite, soft-mannered one. Seth stopped and looked at the man. Across his throat was a long cut mark, closed over. "What? You all left me?" he yelled back, trying to regain his rage. "Let's just say we didn't make it far," Griffith shouted as he swung his sword at the stunned Seth. He was too shocked to block the strike and just stepped sideways as the blade passed by him. His instincts came back, and he countered with a hard slash, knocking the man back hard. He lunged sideways and elbowed Ulrich hard in the face. He'd always been his least favourite, always stealing his chance at a girl. Seth blocked out any thought of who they were and just fought as if they were faceless killers in some child's play of swords. They surrounded him now, and Griffith got a sword in the back from the lady who they had ignored. She then stepped back and let Seth fight. He grinned at Ulrich, who raised himself from the ground and lunged blindly at him with blood on his face. Seth sidestepped and punched his sword deep into him. The man collapsed. Seth felt the wind of a blade pass his throat and jumped back. The last of his foes, Eric, stood. They'd always been close. For those years in training, he'd been his closest friend. "I'm sorry," Seth said. The man grinned, and Seth saw there was no light in his eyes. He was truly just a ghost, a shadow of something that was once alive. Seth met his blade above his head and kicked the man hard in the stomach. He bunched over, and Seth brought his sword down hard into his exposed neck. Eric fell dead. Dead once more, whichever it was. Seth felt his own pounding heart and looked around at the 3 dead friends from his childhood. He fought against the emotion. They weren't real. The lady just took his hand and led them onwards. "At least it wasn't your father," she muttered as they ran. He'd lived up to his word. Seraphina was marched at sword point by the youngest of the 3 sisters towards the keep, and what she guessed was the dungeons. She had to do something. She couldn't just let them throw her in and hope that Seth came to rescue her. She remembered what she was like in the land of the dead, when she'd taken his guise. She was strong and powerful. She'd fought better than any of them. She felt a flicker of pride at herself then. Her powers of guise were useless here. They worked well enough, but to try and deceive people who could read your every thought would take something more. She felt the lazy blade against her back, and knew the woman who marched her was bored and not ready for anything. She thought of her own mind, her thoughts, and she changed them as if it were her face. She tried to change it to a vision of love for the god-brother. The girl behind her laughed.
"Now you love brother. You humans are a fickle lot," the girl said.
Seraphina felt a burst of hope. She was the weakest of them, but maybe it would work. The girl led her onwards through the keep. They avoided the main rooms, but she still heard the groans and cries of people strapped to the racks in there. They walked down a cold hallway to a door she knew led downwards. She'd have to time it right. Thankfully, the prison room was empty. No guards or other prisoners. They were all on display in the dining room. The chamber was low lit with candles and stank of blood and fear. In the middle of the row was another of those terrible black crosses, covered in dried blood. The girl pushed her onwards to one of the open cells. Seraphina looked at her face for the first time. She had such a sweet look, but her eyes were dark and cold. She still held the guise of a normal woman, but Seraphina knew what she was like inside. "Get in," she said simply, and reached out for some keys. Seraphina walked in and, grabbing the edge of the heavy metal door, stepped clear and swung it hard into the girl's face as she fumbled at her waist for the right key. The edge of the metal gate hit her perfectly and with brutal force. It caught her right on the temple, and she flew backwards with a grunt of shock, collapsing on the stone floor. Seraphina was elated that the move had worked, and walked to the girl's crumpled form. She stood over her and saw a thin trickle of blood come from her forehead. She was softly breathing, unconscious for who knew how long. Seraphina grabbed her hand, and using all her strength, dragged her body across the stones and into the cell. She found her keychain, and after a few tries found the right key. She heard a noise at the door and quickly locked it. Now was the moment of truth. Thinking hard, she changed the girl's guise to be that of her, and hers the girl's. But that was not enough. She tried to change her thoughts, the way they looked, smelled and acted. She made them black and bloody. The door to the dungeon swung wide, and he was there. She'd never done this before. She could actually feel the girl's thoughts in her mind running next to her own. Seraphina felt revulsion, but also safe. She let the safe thoughts come through and dominate.
"What took so long, little sister?"
he asked. Looking at the woman on the floor, he laughed.
"Was that needed?"
he asked.
She fought back. That's what took so long,
she said in a voice not her own. He laughed again.
"Well, aren't you full of surprises? Come on, he's landed, and we need to make him welcome."
He took her hand and led her from the room. Chapter 45. Gisette led Mincetta through the dark landscape and then ended up letting her lead. She could see better at night and stepped easily past branches and stones that she herself only saw at the last minute. They were headed back to their own camp, but she'd learned time and again that it paid to be cautious. She'd never once thought otherwise. They had slipped easily past 2 scouts and now crouched on the outside of the camp, lit by a ring of firelight. Farrakar stood in the middle, pacing back and forth with Flint and Stone next to him. She trusted those two, if no others. "Why do we delay?" Mincetta asked.
"Better safe than sorry,"
Gisette whispered back. The army of the Reds was much smaller than she thought, with only around 200 of them. Almost all were Northmen or dark-skinned desert men and women. Gisette let out a whistle, 2 short and 1 long. It was loud enough, and they all turned in her direction. Stone shouted out with a grin on his face.
"It's all good."
That was good enough for her. She emerged from the darkness and walked with Mincetta towards them. Skinner appeared, and Flint and Stone grabbed her up, something they did every time. She wasn't that incapable.
"Well met, little sister. You okay?"
She struggled free.
"I'm fine,"
she said.
"And so am I,
"Thanks," said Mincetta. She turned to Farrakar and spoke to him.
"What's going on? Gisette said some of your men went crazy or something."
"Don't ask me. I have no idea. All I know is every Pelosi in the group started acting like the king had died, running riot, thieving, raping and fighting. I had to disband half the troop or end up killing half of them myself," he spat.
"But you're okay,"
she said. He laughed.
"Do I look like I worship these piss-weak gods? Now, let's get to business. I'm angry, and I want to hurt someone. I'm guessing you're planning this shit," he said, turning to Gisette.
"If that's okay with you."
Farrakar laughed again.
"Of course. We'll do it like with Goldie. You give me the plan, and if I like it, we'll do it.
OK. Most of the force attacks the front. Lots of noise, blood and blunt force. A few of us will sneak over the wall, tear out the main temple.
What's the point, though? I mean, I don't mind killing people for gold, but a reason is always nice, he said.
The craziness your men had. Imagine that across the entire land. Every city, every race, everyone, she said in a low voice.
Good enough for me, Farrakar said. I'll get my men ready and take the front. I'm not much for sneaking, he said, and walked off, yelling at the top of his lungs for the men to rally. Gisette laughed as he walked off. He was in his element again and felt at peace. She liked simple people.
Now, Minsetta, you know the temple best. What do you think? The south wall, where you came over? She asked. We need to take out the statue and all the priestesses. I got their leader, but they still have the best fighters and the ones who will fight the hardest, she said. How many? Gisette asked. Around 20, I'd say. Well, you, me, Skinner and Flint and Stone should be enough to do that, she said.
We have to climb a wall?
Stone asked, with a shake of his huge head. She laughed.
Yes, you do. Now, let's get moving.
She ran back to Farrakar and spoke to him briefly, then rejoined her group of killers.
We'll go now. Get set and wait for his signal,
she said, and started back towards the keep.
What's the signal?
Asked Stone.
Not so yelling. What do you think?
Said Skinner as he followed behind. Soon they were once again crossing through the brush, but this time it was the other way. The moon was hanging low in the sky and cast only a pale light. Gisette had drawn her bow, but didn't have an arrow notched. She wasn't looking forward to this. They were just using the very same philosophy that their enemies had used against them, killing holy people. At least these were well-armed holy people who would fight back. She didn't know how she would do against a group of unarmed peace lovers. She didn't want to let herself get that dark and find out she actually didn't care. She was far enough down the path of darkness and didn't need to go any further. In another time she would have joined with these women. She'd heard Minsetta's story of the killing of innocent men, but that tale had left her cold. Sure, they may have killed 1 or maybe 100 men who didn't deserve it, but how many did? The entire world was filled with men who thought it was their right to take whatever a woman had.
Deep thoughts,
whispered Minsetta as they travelled.
Just thinking that I'm going to kill some people I partially agree with, she said.
Minsetta laughed.
Try killing people you're falling in love with, she said in the darkness. Seth?
Gisette whispered in shock. Minsetta laughed.
No, not Seth. That wasn't love. It was just sweetness and a good dose of lust. Anyway, we are here, she said.
They had travelled the few short miles to the camp in what seemed like moments, and she realised she must have been making a lot of noise, as her mind was elsewhere and not on the actual task. The walls were lit, and she saw 2 women on guard, walking back and forth in set routes. Idiots. They passed her every few minutes to walk the length of the wall and then back again. She would have to wait now for Farrakar, who had hopefully inspired his remaining mercenaries to give it their all. They had been wandering around for nearly a week with no one to fight, so it shouldn't be too hard. Soon she heard it. The sound was of distant drums. It came closer and closer to her left. She heard the war cries of the Reds, and then the ringing of bells and female shouts joining it. It had begun. One of the guards left her position to run to the gate, leaving just 1 remaining. She looked to the gate, then the darkness, then the gate again, and decided to stay. Gisette looked at this woman. She was older, around 40, and wore a well-fashioned leather armour shirt. It looked like it would take some piercing. Reaching behind her, she pulled out a long arrow with a huge metal head. It had 8 spikes extending from the point. She attached a thin but strong rope to the end and cast the rope on the ground, giving it freedom to unravel. Marking the woman as she walked, Gisette let out a low whistle. The woman turned to look into the darkness, and she let it go. The arrow flew through the air and hit her hard in the chest. She flew back off the wall with a look of shock, the rope running out through the night. Gisette looked back and smiled at her group. She handed the rope to Stone. Hand over hand, he pulled it until they saw it was fixed hard in her body, trapped against the wall.
"I'll get up and then put another rope that can hold all of you."
She grabbed the rope that swung tight through the air and began to climb up it. The rope sagged down a little, but held. Soon she was around halfway up. Suddenly she felt the rope give, but was able to grab the stones of the wall and pull herself up. Stone let the rope fall, and she saw the woman's body topple back down. 2 more guards were running towards her from the courtyard, yelling. She looked around her and thankfully saw the guards' own bow and arrows sitting on the flagstones. She grabbed the new weapon and fired 2 fast shots at the running women. She took them both down and crouched low, looking around. It was all quiet, except for the sounds of yelling and fighting from the gate. Grabbing a thick rope from her bag, she fixed the metal hook on the battlements and threw it over into the night. Chapter 46. The plan was simple. They had waited until the moon was high in the sky and light was low. Now they would attack. Assuming these dog things had the brains he thought they did, they would just be expecting the Silver Woman and the Wolven, not him.
"Let's get this over with,"
Silver said, standing up and stretching her glorious body in front of him. They had been lying on the hill for hours.
"I don't like it,"
the Wolven spoke, and Grim could feel his disdain at the plan.
"It's our only choice. Now, get going and try to stay alive. I'll wait for you if I can,"
Grim said. With that, Silver and the Wolven ran down the hill towards the cave. The entrance was still guarded by a few of the dogs, but he knew many, many more were inside. She screamed a shrill war cry as her lean silver body streaked towards the cave. They were like 2 silver blurs. He saw the first dog fall before it knew what was upon it. Her black sword slashed across its maul, and the Wolven was on the other, ripping it apart. They burst into the cave. Grim crept closer to it himself, keeping along the outside and low in the darkness. He heard sounds of yelling and animal violence from inside the cavern as he crouched next to the entrance. Then he saw it. The Wolven and the Silver Woman came running out of the cave. They moved slower than he knew they could. At their tail were at least 20 of the creatures. They followed his 2 friends like a flock of dark birds. His companions ran as if in fear, and the dogs took the bait. Within mere moments, Grim was alone at the cave entrance. It had worked. Of course, the Wolven always hated plans where it had to pretend to be scared. He drew his sword and, stooping low, walked carefully inside. It was pitch black, and he had to guide himself by instinct. He had no idea if any dogs would be left behind to guard, but he needed to find the rift. He opened himself up to his emotions. This cave was a pit of fear and anger. He could feel it sucking in all the power like a funnel. He followed the current like a bad smell and let himself be drawn deeper and deeper into the darkness. As he crept, he heard it, a faint snarl and claws on stone. The dog was on him before he could react, ripping at his throat. He fell back and let his sword thrust upwards. The creature, which could obviously see in the dark, dodged his blow, and he felt its teeth ripping at his shoulder as he fell backwards. His teeth sank deep into him, and he screamed. Grim thrust his sword wildly around in the dark and felt it sink into something solid. He heard the dog grunt with pain and pulled his sword violently from side to side, feeling hot blood pour onto his hands and body. It dropped dead, the huge warm weight of stinking fur falling on him. Grim pushed the animal to the side and stood shakily to his feet. His shoulder ached, and he knew he was losing a lot of blood, but he pushed on into the darkness anyway. His legs shook, and fear was starting to fill him. He couldn't face many more. As he walked on stumbling feet, he thought of Seth, and drew strength from it. This was hard, but he was harder. He stood tall and walked onwards. Soon he stopped. The currents had brought him to a room within the cave. It opened up to a massive size, and within he saw stone pillars carved into the walls. It was filled with the yellow light of torches, and he knew that meant people. He looked hard, and slowly his eyes adjusted. He saw 2 women sitting around a small fire. Next to them stood a large circle of stones. One side was open, and the whole thing radiated power. He knew this was the bridge. He shrugged off the pain, wished for his bow, and walked from the darkness. The women stood as he approached, and he realised he'd never seen their like before. They were scarred and dressed in armour. Ponytails were worn high on their heads, with the sides shaved. They drew their weapons as he approached.
"A man here? Impossible,"
one spoke to the other. Grim spoke loudly and feigned strength.
"I'm crossing over. Now step aside."
One of them laughed.
"You don't look so good, old man. We're not letting you through to her lands."
"Her lands?"
He was surprised. He always thought this was a man they were fighting.
"His lands, you mean?"
he said.
"He doesn't even know what he's found,"
one said to the other. Enough talk. Grim forgot the pain in his shoulder and let his stolen memories come forth. The women were smart and fought together, one engaging him and the other attacking his back. But he was fast now. He met one's blade, then spun fast, countering the blade that came at his back. His own blade hit hers hard, and he felt the power ring through, shaking their arms. He lost control and let himself slash down at one again and again. She got her own sword up in time, but he felt her resolve and strength crumbling. He brought his sword down again, and she was smashed aside as it cut deeply into her shoulder and face. The woman fell back dead. The other had waited and took her time. He felt her blade enter his back deeply. He could almost feel it punch out the other side. Grim screamed in agony and fell forward, his blade against him. He felt a hand grab his shoulder and turn him over to finish the kill.
"You fucking bastard! You killed her!"
the woman screamed. As she turned him, Grim used the last of his strength and brought his blade straight up into her chest. The woman collapsed to the ground, looking at him in surprise. She clutched her bloody wound and stared deeply into his eyes. Then he saw the light leave them. Grim felt nothing but pain. He sat in a pool of his own blood and looked at the rift. It was right there. He was so close to Seth now.
"Sorry, friend. I don't think I'll be making it this time,"
he whispered as he tried to crawl towards the rift. From behind he saw a flicker of light and held his blade up to point at the person. It was Silver. She just shook her head, looking at him.
"What weak bodies you have. Yours is all filled with holes," she said.
He laughed and felt such pain that he almost cried. She walked to him and, biting her wrist deeply, put it into his mouth. He felt the blood fill his mouth and strength entered his body.
"You're lucky I need you," she said.
Chapter 47. Goldie marched at the head of his slow-moving army of rabble and riffraff, almost wishing he had Farrakar and his Reds beside him. Still, this was a fight he was used to, outnumbered and trying to win through guile rather than force of arms. Their forward scouts had told them they faced a force of at least 1,000 men, and that the king himself was with them. Goldie rode next to the boy and the old mercenary, Leadbelly. Before them, a brightly painted wagon rolled along. On it, the huge plaster statue of the lady bounced along on the rough wagon wheels through the dirt. If they wanted to destroy her, he'd bring her to them. Of course, the priest and his men were actually hiding the real statue right now, and he was just buying time. But hopefully he wouldn't have to buy it with his life, or the lives of all these people. He changed his clothes, as had his men. Over their armour and weapons, they wore the long flowing yellow robes of the priesthood of the lady. If they wanted to kill some holy people, he'd give it to them. As they marched, he took up a song that was bellowed by the people following him. The songs of the lady were always funny and ribald, not really spiritual, but about how she blessed a gambler's hand. Then he saw them, waiting on the small roadway, 5 or so men on horseback, dressed in the garb of the king's guard. The same stern-faced men who had killed his friends in the cold death. They laughed as he approached, and one rode to greet him. He didn't even draw his sword.
"Are you Goldie?"
he said in a refined voice.
"I am indeed. I wish to see the king,"
he said back. The man laughed.
"Looks like you said there's a whole lot of trouble. He wants to see you as well. But just you and your retainers, not all of those bastards,"
he said, pointing to the fighters that followed him. Goldie smiled at him broadly.
"Of course not."
He turned to the men and women following him and stood tall on his horse.
"I'm off to speak to the king. You stay here, and please don't wander off," he said to Laughter.
The guard turned his horse on the hard dirt and started to trot slowly down the road. Goldie, the few men pulling the wagon, the boy and Leadbelly continued to pull it onwards towards the camp and the king.
"I hope you know what you're doing,"
Leadbelly whispered to him.
"Me as well,"
he whispered back. Within a few short minutes, the wagon had bumped its way into the camp of the king. It was a very large camp of men, ringed with stakes and ditches in a large circle. The wagon passed through the main gate and past the armed men, who just grinned at him as he went by. Goldie guided the wagon to the centre of the camp and jumped from his horse, boots sinking into the mud. He saw he was now the centre of attention in the camp. Many of the soldiers wandered up to him and viewed the statue. Goldie threw off a blanket on the wagon, revealing a few large barrels of ale.
"Help yourselves, lads. Spoils from the town."
He threw off his yellow robe, revealing his armour and sword, and threw it to the ground with a laugh.
"The king around."
Before their captains could stop them, the soldiers had taken the casks and disappeared into the camp with them. Goldie was shoved hard in the back by the guard.
"What are you up to?"
he whispered as he shoved him towards the large red command tent that sat at the end of the ring of stakes. His men were left behind to guard the statue while Goldie walked with his head held high. He passed the two guards and into the king's tent. It had been weeks since he'd seen the man, and he looked haggard and worn. Goldie could see a tinge of madness in his eyes. He looked at Goldie with a blank expression. Goldie swept forward and bowed deeply.
"My king, the town is yours, and I've brought the statue of the lady to you," he said.
The king laughed out loud and shook his head.
You surprised me once again, Goldie. So you haven't joined them? This was your plan all along? He said.
"Truly, my king, I thought, why split the fee with the bastards when I can take the town myself? Its best fighters have abandoned the walls and stand waiting in the field. The statue is here, and her priest lay dead by my own hands," he said with another bow.
And what makes you think that's what I wanted? Priests? Statues? That's all meaningless. I want the town taken to rile the nobles,
the king said, looking at his wine cup. Goldie laughed aloud.
"That might be what you want, but not what he wants."
The king looked at him sharply and drew his sword, pointing at his throat.
What do you know of him?
Chapter 48. Farrakar stood looking at the fort. It was well walled with stone, at least twice as high as him. The main gate was made of wood and was barred. Along the battlements stood a large group of women, their strange haircuts showing in the light. He found the look quite attractive. He always liked tough women. Still, this was what he wanted. It had been too long since he and his boys had had a fight. Too many gods and schemes, not just getting bloody and fighting. He had no idea about all this stuff Gisette was speaking of, but if these people wanted to destroy Famir, then they would find it a very tough job indeed. He turned to his men, who stood behind him, and was glad for their presence. All his Pelosi were gone, and all that remained were the Northmen and desert folk, probably the most likely to believe in all this shit.
Right, lads, we got to take this place. No tricks, no waiting. We just hit that gate as hard as we can, and as quick as we can. It's all women in there, but they're fighters all. I think we all know they'll kill us just as quick as a man would. We're going to do it for the loot and the king's money. But more than that, we're going to do it for our own lands. We all believe different things, and it's never got in the way of our killing before. But these want to take it away. They want just one god, or no gods, or some shit. So it's time to get bloody. You boys with me?
He yelled the last part. They were there for the money, but people fought better when they had a noble reason too. The men yelled back, and the guards on the wall heard it. With those last words, Farrakar turned and started running from the darkness towards the gate. He heard the sound of many feet behind him and smiled. It was always a tense moment to worry if you were running alone. The men were well trained at this kind of move, and they ran in a tight wedge with him at the front. At least 20 of them hit the gate with full force. It shuddered, but held. No siege weapons or rams. He started hacking at the tough wooden gate with his axe, as did the others. He heard the screams of men around him falling to arrows from the battlement archers, but he kept hacking at the wood with huge swings. The ones on the outside of the wedge protected those within carrying the axes. Soon he saw the glint of firelight on the other side of the gate. He cut through and peered in. A sword thrust out from the other side and almost stuck him. Farricar laughed and chopped it again with his axe. The whole gate was weakened now.
"Push, you bastards!"
he yelled, and they did. All the men at the front, then those behind, pushed him with their arms on his back. He felt the huge weight and strength of them, and almost yelled with the crushing weight, but the gate gave first. It collapsed inwards with a huge crash of shrieking wood and metal, crushing a few of the female guards who stood trying to brace it. He fell forward and came up quickly to complete mayhem. No lines of battle, no shield wall, just a them and us situation. Farricar bellowed,
"Red bastards!"
as loud as he could, and ran into the fray of women. He saw a line of archers positioned to take his men as they ran in. Screaming, he ran at them. He felt the wind of an arrow pass him, and another bounced off the metal of his chest-piece. Then he leapt at them. There were 5 in the line, and 5 behind them. He launched his huge weight and bodily hit the group. They fell backwards, most drawing daggers. He slashed left and right with his huge axe, killing 2. One got her bow up, but his axe blade cut through it and into her. Then his men were behind him with swords to help. Farricar stood with blood dripping from his face and laughed. His men had taken the courtyard, and he could see the main keep was being hastily barred against them. Hopefully their distraction had been good enough for little Gisette. He pointed at the door.
"Let's get that fucking door down,"
he yelled as he ran onwards. Stealth was clearly not Flint and Stone's strong suit, but likewise she'd never seen men of their size get over a wall so fast. They simply jumped, grabbed the top, and pulled themselves over. Only Mincetta and Skinner needed the rope. They landed with a huge thud on the other side. She looked around, but the ringing sounds of battle were all they could hear. She drew her bow, and they too drew their weapons. "Come on," she whispered, and led the way through the darkness towards the back entrance. The smell of burning and blood was starting to hang over the place, and a bell was ringing loudly in alarm. Not much use now. She'd heard that huge crack which could only have been the main gate falling. She led them onwards with her arrow notched. There were 2 guards at the back door, which stood open. One of them kept looking in nervously. She slunk out into the dark and let her first arrow fly. It took the nervous guard hard in the throat, and she fell, emitting a gurgling sound. The other drew her sword and ran at Gisette. A huge hand pushed her aside, and Stone ran in between them. He caught the woman's downward cut on his broadsword and brought it downwards into her. The woman fell back with an awful cut down the length of her body. Far behind in the darkness they heard more cries and people running. More guards were out there. "You got this," she said to the men. They nodded and stood to face them. Gisette grabbed Mincetta's hand and led her inside as the Northmen and Skinner faced the remaining guards and blocked the door. They were handy indeed. The main building was filled with the sounds of fighting, and she knew somewhere the bastards had broken through. She saw all the guards running towards the front door. One turned to look at them as they entered. She opened her mouth to cry the alarm, but Mincetta tossed a dagger at her. It hit the woman hard in the open mouth, killing her. Gisette turned.
"I can't remember where it was clearly. You lead."
Mincetta grinned at her.
"It's close, but we'll be well guarded. They wouldn't leave it without protection."
Mincetta ran down the hallway towards the temple room with her remaining dagger in her hand. Gisette followed her as fast as she could, looking into the rooms as she went. Mincetta passed one quickly, and a woman lunged out of it moments after. Gisette fired her arrow point-blank into her back, and she fell.
"Be fucking careful,"
she yelled, but Mincetta just ran on. Gisette cursed and slung her bow across her back and drew 2 daggers. She turned the corner into a hall to find a solid black door blocking the way. A carving of the woman thing they worshipped adorned the front in all her splendour. Full woman's body with naked breasts, but feathers down her forearms ending in bird-like claws. Mincetta was at the door and pushed it hard, but it wouldn't budge. Mincetta turned to her. "Ideas?" Gisette thought briefly. What would Goldie do? She walked up to the door and knocked on it sharply and yelled,
"Quickly, sisters! I have weapons for you. The enemy are through, and you'll need them."
They waited a moment. Then she heard the sound of a large wooden bolt being slid across. The door opened, and a scarred and painted face of a woman peered out. She frowned at them. Gisette thrust her dagger just below the face and into the room. The woman fell back with a cry, and they were in. She walked forward as Mincetta rebolted the door. The sound of the battle disappeared, and she felt her blood cooling as she stood there panting, her dagger drawn and slowly dripping blood. She looked around. It held the huge, ugly statue of the woman, but around it was a sight she was unprepared for. The women remaining looked like priestesses. They were dressed in deep red robes and shook with fear. One stood, and she had a deep anger in her eyes. This was something Gisette could cope with.
"Women? Women? Why would women be helping these evil men to destroy us?"
she cried, and actually spat at Gisette.
"And you,"
she said, turning to Mincetta.
"I know you. You killed Angelina."
Mincetta looked at her, and without a word lashed out with her dagger. It cut the woman neatly across the throat, and she fell, clutching it as her lifeblood ran free. The other woman cautioned the others to stand down, and they laid low. Gisette looked at the statue and shuddered. It looked filled with life. She had not thought much on her vows to the northern gods, but simply liked the way the men she knew lived their lives. There was something truly evil about this thing. She looked again at the robes the woman wore. The red was so dark. Indeed, the feet of the statue were stained the same, and around her feet were bones and even a human skull. She turned to Mincetta and pointed at the statue's feet.
"Blood?"
she asked quietly.
"Male blood, and lots of it. Their robes, too,"
Mincetta said back. At that moment, the door burst open, and Farrakar was standing there with a group of Reds at his back. He was panting and covered in small cuts, wielding a massive axe in his hand. He looked at them and grinned, then yelled for his men to finish up. He walked into the room and looked at the women, and then the statue.
"Need any help?"
he asked, looking again at the statue. Mincetta went up and whispered in his ear. He turned to her.
"You sure?"
She nodded. Mincetta pulled Gisette out of the way as he approached the statue. His height was almost equal to it, and he looked at its features. He grinned again.
"For me to curse you, you bitch,"
he spat, and then threw his huge axe at the marble statue. The stroke was perfect, propelled with all of his massive strength. The blade flew through the air with a whistle and hit the statue in the neck. The room rang loudly as a crack ran through the stone and her head came partly away from her body. He picked up his axe again and swung it down hard, almost leaving the ground as he did. It completely severed the neck this time. A crack ran through the entire statue. Farrakar hit it again, and it was done. It crumbled before them. He turned and grinned like a destructive child.
"Now, let's hope that actually did something."
Chapter 49.
"See, he doesn't look so tough,"
the lady said to him. Seth laughed for the first time in what seemed days. It was a laugh to let out the tension. In truth, the man did not look so tough. He looked just like a long brown hair fop, like a cousin of Durst or other guild noble, minus the moustache. He stood next to three women who looked like they had feathers and claws growing from their hands. A legion of the black dog things lined the walkway leading to them. Seth's arrival was hardly a secret. The man he sought stood at the end of a large field made of stone and waited. The dog creatures filled the ground in front of him, but left a path straight through.
"So, the plan is, I go down there alone and kill a god. Is that it?"
he said to the lady, with no hope at all. She took his face and made him look in her eyes. He saw fire and strength there, and it lent him the wings of hope.
"You won't be alone, and if it makes you feel better, he's not really a god," she said.
"Really? He seemed like one," Seth said, standing and stretching, swinging his sword a few times, trying to get himself ready.
"We came later, along with you people. He and his kind were here first," she said.
"I don't understand," Seth replied.
"We are your creation, Seth. We need your regard,
and worship to live. We love you and need you. That's why I'm here. Without you, I'm nothing. You created us to explain what can't be explained, to give order, to give reason, and to give hope, to battle against things like him. But we failed. What does he need, then? Seth said, looking hard at the man across the dark distance. Fear, suffering, death, control. He is fear in one source, she said with a shudder. So if I kill him, all fear will be gone from the world. Seems unlikely, he said. Not all, but a lot. The fear that has no reason will vanish. We all fear death, misfortune and suffering, but he is the nameless fear that is for its own sake. We tried to put him down and put him in chains when we couldn't kill him, but now he's back. You must kill him now, she said with a smile. You sure I can? He said. You don't sound so very sure. You're a Northman. What do you care? You'll fight well, and I'll be there by your side. Our kinds will live or die at each other's side, just as it should be. But first, we need to make a fight possible, she said. Taking his hand, Seth felt her drawing upon the power of the other gods. He saw again many images of them and their people. She cast her hand into the air, but nothing happened. Seth looked at her, then the man in the plain. He saw him yell in rage and then calm himself. What was that? Seth asked. That was our friends binding him to his body. Now, let's go. She took his hand, and he felt her power running into him. The goddess of luck going into battle. He noted that at least she looked good with a sword. Saying a prayer to his own northern gods, and feeling some of their strength within, they walked from the darkness to the end of the field. Seth walked hand in hand with the lady, as if in a dream. His eyes locked on the man. He advanced step by step across the dirt until they reached the stone platform and passed between the dog creatures. He'd killed more than a few in his time, and he hated them. It made sense they were his creatures, smart, cunning, and without remorse. He could smell the stench of their breath and tried not to show his fear as they barked and growled, baring their feral teeth. He gripped her hand hard. Don't worry, he'll be too curious and proud not to meet you face to face first, she said. Oh, good, Seth replied. Seth kept his eyes locked on the man as he walked closer. Soon he could regard him properly. He looked very much like a man, and at the same time, not much of one. Far too attractive for Seth to take him seriously. He looked almost like a woman, with fine, high cheekbones and long brown hair. However, his eyes were awful, and caught hold of Seth, not letting go. He sank deeper into those deep brown pools and saw his own death. He saw him fighting this man sword to sword. The lady against her sisters. He couldn't even raise his blade, so crippled with a nameless fear was he, as the man struck him down in the vision. Seth saw a slight smile appear on the man's lips as he walked closer. Great, another one who could read his thoughts. The man walked out to greet him, along with his sisters. The black dogs made room, so he and the lady stood in a huge circle of them. The man drew a long, thin sword as he approached, a huge grin on his face. Seth looked to the woman beside the man. The main one looked weak. She was clutching her stomach, and then stood upright, but seemed to be in pain. The other, fine and angry, but the youngest, sought his eyes. She winked at him, which was strange. "Hello there, young man. Seth, isn't it?" the man said, shaking his hand with vigour. Not the welcome Seth had expected, but this cocky fuck was clearly taking his time. "Seth is my name, and yours? Fear, prisoner, killer of innocent," Seth spat back, trying to find his rage. The man laughed. "I have many names in many tongues, few of which you would know, and none you're fit to speak. You can just think of me as the one that's going to kill you," he said with a smile. The man turned to the lady, standing defiant and proud beside Seth. "And you, the lucky lady. Really? You're who they send. The champion of the gods is you. The only reason I never destroyed your temples until now was because you just seemed so useless," he said. "You're a mistake," she said back. "Maybe, Maybe not, he said, and turned back to Seth. Before we fight and you die, I have a proposition for you. I know you've been led here. They gave you nice toys to play with. They made you strong, but they never told you the price. Now you're here and thinking, how the hell am I going to do this, right? So here's the deal. You just walk away. I could offer you your land in the north, let you be king, but I don't think you care about that kind of thing. So I'll offer you a life. I'll call a ship and you can go home, make children, and just forget all about this.
Seth looked into his eyes and saw the darkness there, saw what he would do to his land, all that would happen when the gods and good people were gone and the cult of fear was all that stood. Seth stepped backwards slowly and drew his sword, crouched ready to fight.
Do you know the difference between a brave act and a stupid one? Seth asked him. What's that? The man said. The reason you do it, he yelled as he lashed forward with his sword.
Chapter 50. Grim felt different. A strong pale hand pulled him up off the stone floor and to his feet. He looked and saw it was Silver, shaking her head at him.
That was very close, she said.
He looked at the wound on her wrist and saw that it was quickly closing. Next to her was the Wolven, covered in black blood that was not his own.
We don't have long. At least 20 are on our tail, and will be here soon.
His body felt strong and ready. He pulled up his shirt at the sword wound and saw it had completely knit shut. His skin, however, seemed paler than before. It was giving off a white hue.
What's happening to me? He whispered. You took a lot of my blood. Seems to have improved you, in fact. You look a lot less ugly to my eye than before. Your skin is less pink and raw, and you seem a bit taller, she said.
Oh, we must move now,
the Wolven yelled in their minds. Grim pushed any other thoughts aside. While he was drifting towards death, he'd had one of the strongest visions he'd ever had. He saw Seth fighting a faceless man. All around him were the black dogs, and as Seth went to finish him, they attacked. He would have to stop that. He walked up to the stone circle and put his hand out. There was a deep power running through it, and it wanted to bring them through. It would be as easy as tapping into it. He took a deep breath and put his foot forward into the circle. He felt a slight tingling across his skin, and when he opened his eyes, he was outside in a vast forest. Behind him, the black storm cloud of the rift shrieked as it bled the power out. Silver and the Wolven came through after him.
Guess I should close this, he said.
Grim lay down on the ground, reached into the cloud, and pulled his hand back with a stone. The rift closed seconds later, almost taking his hand. Silver laughed.
Ha ha, that was it. I could have done that, she said. Well, you'll need me to get back, so try not to let me die.
In the distance he could hear the sound of sword on sword, and the animal growls of the feral onlookers.
That's Seth, and he needs our help,
Grim yelled, and started running towards the sounds.
When does he not?
Silver shouted, as she and the Wolven ran after him. Chapter 51. Goldie was marched once again at sword point out of the king's tent, this time by the king himself, a rare privilege. They passed into the open field in which sat the statue of the lady. It was surrounded by candles and laid with flowers. Leadbelly had been busy. The soldiers sat around it and drank the wine they'd been supplied with, and laughed. Many of them had given her offerings, and had no idea of the king's plans. Their general flew into a rage on seeing them. They looked with fear at Thelas as he urged them up off the ground and shooed them away like children. Goldie smiled to himself. He loved an audience, and the entire camp of men was here watching. They had been expecting a battle, not their old friend Goldie with barrels of wine. After the Battle of Blackrock, before the Reds had marched, he'd made a point of visiting these men and chatting with them. It never hurt to gain the friendship of soldiers. Goldie pushed forward from the king and spun around, yelling loudly.
No, my king, I beg you, do not destroy this statue. What purpose would it serve, as she only brings good fortune, and would surely curse you for such an action?
Thelas kicked him in the back so he fell hard into the dirt. Goldie scrambled around on his knees.
"Oh, please, King, to even touch her with ill will bring such misfortune. You must not even lay a hand on her feet," he cried.
The men in the army were shocked as the king's guard ran to Goldie and held a sword to his throat. The king was enraged, but Goldie saw he was still aware enough to see the mood of his men. Not that they would defy him anyway. He was still the king.
"Men, this statue is a fake and filled with gold. That is why I wanted it from the town," he yelled back.
"Oh, please, King, it is not. I say again, don't even touch her with ill will, or she will know and cast you down," he yelled.
The king laughed aloud as if acting, now taking on the full role.
"I mean her no harm, and you will see it's just a fake."
The king went to the statue, and reaching out to her hand, pulled it down hard. The statue's hand snapped off in his own. He turned with a smile, holding the plaster hand in his own.
"See, it's a fake, and full of gold at the base. Now, kill this turncoat who would have kept it for himself," he said.
Goldie shoved the man touching him, and as he did it, heard a long, low whistle from the darkness. He smiled.
"Cursed! You are cursed now, King. You bear ill will towards her, and she will strike you down,"
he said, pointing at the king. As if on cue, the king collapsed. His face was turning red, and he grabbed his throat, struggling for breath. His guards ran to his aid, and some of the smarter soldiers drew their blades on Goldie, who just held his hands up high.
"It was the lady, not me,"
he cried, as the king slowly choked to death, his face turning a vivid red. The captain of the guards swung his sword at him, but an arrow flew from the darkness deep into his neck. Goldie dived under the wagon that held the statue as a rain of arrows fell down on the camp. He heard the soldiers fleeing in fear, many crying with the wrath of the gods raining down on them. Within moments, the camp was clear. Goldie stood to see his ragtag army of gamblers and thieves running from places in the dark. Goldie walked over to Thellas, who was still alive, eyes barely open. Goldie knelt next to him and spoke into his ear.
"Touched poison on that statue. That's for Dagosh and Elizabetha, you piece of shit."
He stood up and walked away, leaving Thellas to die slowly and alone. Chapter 52. Seth felt and saw his blade being neatly parried, and felt the ring of shock run down the blade. He almost smiled. The tension he'd felt just left his body. He slashed forward with his dagger, missing the man, who stepped aside and then lunged himself. It was a straightforward fight to the death. Seth saw the man's steps and saw his breath coming from his lips. Whatever he was, he seemed like a man well enough. Seth parried the man's thrust and then punched forward with the hilt of his sword, trying to smash him in the face. His opponent jumped back with a laugh.
"Dirty move, my boy. Where did you learn that?"
he spat.
"I'm going to need it all to beat you,"
Seth said back as they fought.
"It won't help,"
the man said, as his blade slid past Seth's and into his arm. Seth was well armoured, and the thin blade went through a link in his chain-mailed arm and into his skin. Seth almost dropped his blade as he yelled in pain.
"All your weaknesses call out to me, boy. I feel the fears in your mind. You tell me where you're weak and what you're afraid of. Oh, I hope it doesn't do this. I hope this works."
Seth lunged again 3 times, but the man just knocked his blade aside each time with a flick of his wrist. He knew Seth's moves before he did. Seth tried to push the fear of failure from his mind and fought on instinct. Slash, block, dagger, strike. They traded blows back and forth in faster and faster rounds. He could see sweat coming on the man's brow, and when he blocked again, Seth lunged out with his fist and caught the man full in the face. He saw the look of shock on the man's face as he flew back. Seth dropped his sword and dived on him, startling him. Seth punched him again and again. He let the fury and rage pour out of his body as he delivered repeated blows to the man's face. Seth heard the sounds of women screaming and was pulled off the man by 2 of the sisters. The man stood up, looking shocked. The animals howled and snapped at him. Within moments he was surrounded by 5 of the snapping mouths as one of the sisters ran to her brother's damaged form. He sputtered blood, but managed to steady his feet with her help. Seth looked at his face, saw cracked teeth and lips, with blood dripping from his broken nose. As Seth watched, the wounds began to heal until he was fully formed again. Seth felt such a terror then. The man smiled at Seth as he stood before him, laughing in his face. He put his own finger in front of his face and slowly sliced it from his hand with his own blade. Seth watched as the bloody stump regrew into a full finger before him. The man just laughed again.
I told you it wouldn't help. You can't kill this body. I will just heal it again until I finally strike you down. Sisters, please kill him. I need to wash up.
As he said the words, he walked off calmly to a nearby table and washed his bloody face in a basin of water. The lucky lady was next to him now, and she drew her own short dagger. Before them stood the two sisters, who also drew their own weapons. The black dogs formed a living circle around them, snapping and growling, but waiting for his further commands. The main sister was in a bad way. She looked weak and sick. The lucky lady lunged at her with a grin.
You seem ill, lady. I wonder what's happened.
You know what's happened. Your people have ruined it all. But that was just one of my temples. I'm not done yet.
She slashed at the lucky lady, and they began trading blows. Seth heard a low whistle from the man, and 5 of the dogs were at him. He plunged his blade into the first one as it leapt. Another grabbed his mailed leg, and he plunged his dagger into its eye. The sister came to him through the sea of fur, clawing at his face with her sharp claws. He sighed and just smashed her in the face hard with his forehead, sending her back to a bloody sleep. The lucky lady next to him lunged past the claws at her throat and plunged her blade deep into the sister's stomach. She coughed hard and cried, "Brother!" as she fell. The man looked back from washing himself and seemed to have only just noticed what had happened. He ran to his sister's body and screamed. The dog creatures all took up the howl, hundreds and hundreds of them. They surrounded Seth and the lucky lady.
You regret that,
he cried as he cradled the creature's dying body. The lady took his hand and squeezed it. It was covered in dark blood.
We tried,
she said. The man stood and screamed,
Kill them!
The dog creatures howled and bore down on Seth. He stabbed at one of them that leapt on him, but he was soon overcome. Dozens of them were grabbing at his body, their hard teeth wrapping around his mailed armour. He fell backwards and was surrounded by a sea of fur. From the corner of his vision, he saw a white flash and then heard it, the vicious howl of the wolven. Within a moment, something had grabbed his leg and dragged him clear of the pile of killers surrounding him. Seth was forced to his feet by big hands and looked. It was Silver and the wolven. A war of black and white then ensued. His companions attacked with a fury he'd never seen in the two before. He watched them working together. She would slash a creature's legs, and he would finish the kill. They were a perfect team delivering death. There were only 2 of them, but they soon cleared an area around Seth.
Hi, boss,
he heard a voice say in Northern, and saw it was Grim. He hugged the man, despite his shock, and smiled.
Good timing, brother,
he said.
I thought you might need me,
he said, then swung around to cut down one of the dogs that was on him. Seth felt a tiny ray of hope, then heard a voice saying,
Stop!
He saw the man, standing with his sword pointed right at the lucky lady.
You've done well, boy, but if you keep fighting, she dies.
He whispered something to his younger sister, and she traded places with him, holding a blade at the lady. Seth looked at her, and she winked at him again. Who was she? As the man turned, he saw her eyes change for a mere moment and realized it was Seraphina. He tried not to smile. The man walked towards Seth with his blade drawn.
Now, you'll let yourself be taken, or she dies, he said to Seth.
Seth looked at the lady and his friends. They were outnumbered hundreds to 1, just dots of life in a sea of vicious animals. Seth felt tired. Blood was dripping from his wounds, and he knew his friends might be strong, but they were nothing against the man's immense power. Seth dropped his sword and fell to his knees before him. The man walked to Seth where he kneeled.
You will die, but not by my hand, by their teeth,
the man yelled. The man raised his hand, and the creatures around them readied to pounce. The man opened his mouth to say the word kill, but it came out garbled. The northern word kell came out instead. Seth looked up and saw the man had changed, and before him he looked at a guise of himself. Seraphina had changed him in body and voice to a mimic of Seth. Seth looked at her, and she nodded back to him. Looking quickly down, he saw he was now in the guise of the man. Seth knew this was his only chance. He pointed at the guise of himself and shouted again at the confused dogs, "Kill him!" The voice was the voice of their master, one of command. They heard it countless times in the past. The mindless beasts didn't care that their enemy had moved. They saw and attacked. Seth saw the man being dragged to the ground screaming as they ripped him apart with their horrible teeth. Dozens of the things surrounded his body and bit into his hands and neck, devouring him before them. It took many long minutes, and Seth looked away, only hearing the horrible sound of it. He looked back at the fallen man. All that was left was a broken skull, part of his rib cage, and a pile of bloody gnawed bones. Then, as he watched, the body began to rebuild itself. The skull grew skin, a torso formed and grew. Bones became clothed with muscle and skin. But before the man could form into the familiar visage of their master and command them to stop, the dogs began to feast again. Seth looked at the sight and was sickened by it. Chance and bad fortune had created the perfect prison for a creature that could never die. He knew the man would be trapped in the dungeon of his own body forever, healing himself just to be destroyed again and again by the dogs for all time. The other gods wouldn't let him escape. Seth turned away from the horrifying image before him. It was done. The undefeatable had been defeated. Seraphina ran to Seth and hugged him hard. He lifted her from her feet and laughed with relief. "I thought I'd lost you for sure," he said. "I knew you'd need me to save you," she replied with a laugh. He put her down on the ground and looked at her face. A bit dirty, bloody, but still beautiful. And yes, she just saved him once again. "I think I love you," he said. She smiled back at him. "I think I love you too." Grim pushed past everyone else and hugged Seth properly, crushing Seraphina to him.
"Bloody glad to see you, boss, and you, my girl. We've heard many good things."
He turned to the lucky lady, who was looking fine, wiping her blade free of blood and regarding Silver and Wolven.
"Valuable friends, Seth," she said, and walked over to them. "I'm the lucky lady," she said.
"The goddess," said Grim, and then, realizing she spoke true, bowed to her. She just smiled.
"The time for that is past."
"Is it done then?" asked Seth, looking at the horrible sight of the man, the once feared god, being torn apart again and again.
"This battle has been fought before, and it will be fought again. There is always a battle between hope and fear somewhere, but not by us. So long as more people believe in hope, we'll keep winning," she said.
Seth felt a wave of relief flood through him as he realized it was over. His final battle was done. "What now?" he asked. The lucky lady spoke back to him.
"It's up to you. You're welcome to stay with me and my kind, or we can send you home. But if we do, you can't take your gifts. You have to choose," she said.
Grim looked at her and shook his head.
"Sorry to speak against a goddess, but you cannot place such a limitation on Seth. I can send us back, and we can keep what we have," he said.
"You have that power? A mortal shouldn't know such things," she said,
looking a bit wary of him.
"Mortals, gods, the distinction isn't what it used to be, but he deserves the real choice," Grim said.
Seth looked at his friends and thought of his life. From the first moment meeting the Wolven to now. It had been one long spilling of blood, one day after another, death on death, being chased, killing, fear. He was tired of it. He held Seraphina's hand and looked at her.
"What do you think?"
he asked.
"Let's go home and try to be normal. I have a lot to make up for," she said.
"Could you give it all up?"
he asked.
"So long as we are like this, people will always be against us. They will always seek to take what we have," she said.
Seth shook Grim by the wrist.
"Well met, brother, but she's right. I'm ready to hand it back."
He looked at the lady.
"But not all of it. You can take the killing and summoning, but I don't want to be illiterate again. I still want the languages and words."
She smiled at him.
"A fair trade."
The lady led them away from the carnage, and they talked as they walked. Seth held Seraphina's hand, and the wolven paced alongside him. He thought back to the first time he'd seen the creature, in all its horror, but it had chosen him and saved him. He'd carved a bloody path with it by his side, and truly he was happy to be able to just stop and let someone else worry about these things. Maybe he'd show Seraphina his home, or just not subject her to killing someone for a while. That would be nice. "Thanks, friend. This is the end for us all, I assume," he said, turning to the wolven.
"It's true," it spoke in his mind. "There are many kinds of hunger, and she can help sate them all. You deserve to rest, and besides, the world only needs one Truheim at a time."
They reached the beach, and Seth saw the sky had broken and the sun was out. In the harbour stood the Opulent, with its sails fully unfurled. The lucky lady turned to Seth and smiled her sly grin at him.
"I always liked you Northmen. Now I must be off. So much cleaning up to do."
She hugged him and held him close. Her body was warm now. She started to vanish in the red light she'd first appeared in.
"Tell Goldie I'll find him in his dreams."
Within moments she was gone, and Seth turned back to his strange group of friends. He shook hands with Grim and Silver and patted the wolven.
"Goodbye, friends. If you ever need me, I'll be there. Grim, you know what they want from you. You could come back too. I know a few boys who would love to see you."
Grim smiled at him.
"I know, but this is right, Seth. I'm a simple sailor, and now they'll sing songs of me as well. Say well met to the lads for me."
He then whispered in Seth's ear,
"Besides, I think I'm starting to grow on this Silver girl."
He laughed and hugged Seth one last time. Seraphina took Seth's hand, and they walked along the gangway onto the Opulent. As he walked, he could feel the memories of fighting and killing leaving him. Skills and summoning and magic words all faded, leaving only those language skills that he wanted. He looked at Seraphina and knew it was the same for her. Her gifts were leaving her too. He saw a tear run down her face.
"Are we making the right choice?"
he asked.
"We must be, because it's hard. But what the hell are we going to do now?" she said. "Being a scrab always seemed like a good life," he said. "And if we ever change our minds, Grim told me where he hid some nice bottles of wine."
Chapter 53. Goldie stood on the docks with his motley group of friends. They were all washed and clean, yet still drew looks of fright from people who passed by. They were a very dangerous-looking group of people. The night had fallen, and was lit with lanterns all along the small dock. He stood next to Mincetta, Gisette, and Farikar. Flint and Stone were in a tavern waiting there. He'd been told Seth was coming home, but not when.
"So, you had a dream about the lucky lady, and she told you Seth was coming home?"
Gisette asked him.
"She sure did,"
Goldie said with a happy grin. Gisette laughed at him.
"People think you're crazy, you know. We hear you when you're asleep now. It's obscene. You moaning like a pleasure house girl. Every bloody night. Is sex all you dream about?"
He just laughed back.
"Here, I earned it, and dream about is a very pale description. Anyway, in between other things, she did tell me he was coming back, and he was bringing a new woman. So," he looked at Mincetta pointedly, "you behave."
"I always behave. The woman is Seraphina, right? The one he pushed into the land of the dead?"
Mincetta said with a laugh. Goldie laughed as well.
"I think so. Well, you know our boy. He can be pretty charming. He killed you, and you still like him. Probably saved her life. Women love that. Wait, you do like him, right? We're not going to have any drama, are we?"
Mincetta just smiled, so her teeth grew sharp and her eyes blackened, but she laughed.
"Of course not. You don't blame the lightning for striking you. You blame yourself for going out in the storm."
Goldie looked at her.
"Good. We should be happy. The king is dead because of me. The realm is saved because of me. Now, before Seth gets here and everything changes, plans? Anyone? What's next? The king is dead after all, and I hear he's heirless."
They all laughed. He was half serious.
"Nothing has changed for me," said Farrakar. "I've never even met the man, and I fully intend to keep on being a bloodthirsty mercenary. I was kind of hoping you'd all join me," he said.
"I will. I know that," said Goldie. "I'm good at it, and I think, with the money we've made so far, we can even expand the ranks. We're running very low on men, and, as I mentioned before, the king is heirless."
Farrakar grabbed Goldie in his big arms and crushed him to his chest.
"Thank Famir. I was worried I'd have to do all the planning as well as the fighting. Partners?"
he asked, releasing him. Goldie shook the big man's hand in the warrior's grip.
"Partners, sounds good. We'll discuss the money split when you're drunk."
Gisette looked at the approaching boat and thought of Seth. Were things changing for her? Her feelings for Seth had changed, that was for sure. Before, it was like a crush of a young girl imagining a silly life that couldn't be. She had learned so much in the time he'd been gone. She was a different person, and a person he didn't know. She was glad he was safe, and she had repaid him. But now her life was her own. She looked deep inside herself, and she knew that the fight was far from over. But not within her, and not for this land. They had stopped some men who had risen up and tried to control it all. But she knew better than ever there were always more, and the only way to stop all the killers was to be better at it. She looked at Mincetta, and the woman looked back. Strong, but a slight tinge of fear in her eyes. She could read it, but it was just fear of being alone. She took Mincetta's hand and looked at Farrakar and Goldie. Killers and mercenaries both, but she loved each one.
"Of course we'll stay with you. We're family now."
The opulent had slid up to the dock silently and without help. It rode quietly on the waves like a silent ghost. Goldie looked up and saw Seth standing at the edge of the wooden rail, waving down to him. He was dressed as a simple soldier once more. Rough tunic, and at his hip hung a simple eating dagger. Goldie felt such relief at seeing him. He looked just the same as he had before, just a northern soldier with some important shit to do.
"Do you think he knows he was left the Black Rock keep in Elizabetha's will?"
Gisette asked Goldie, as they began to walk towards the gangway to greet them. Goldie laughed.
"Doubt it. We'll tell him. But first comes drinking. Lots and lots of drinking. We have a lot of catching up to do."
You have been listening to Take My Heart and Give Me Judgment, Book 3 in the trilogy Dark Gods and Tainted Souls, written by Julius Schenk, narrated by Tom Adams. Copyright 2015 by Julius Schenk. Production copyright 2017 by Julius Schenk.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.